Due to ongoing ISP maintenance, I will alternate daily updates between author's POV, and I started as a rich second-generation villain until my connection is stable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Chapter 401. Gu Junqing had entered a state of monastic detachment. His eyes were clear, radiating the aura of an enlightened living Buddha. He truly understood the meaning of form as emptiness. He simply held Fang Ruoxiu, much like the legendary restrained sage, Liuxia Hui. He had no choice. He had already satisfied Yu Ying and Yu Miajin today, and he still had to tend to the Tuli sisters tonight to thank them for their help with the Gu family's acquisition of the Ye enterprise. He feared that if he made another move, he would be unable to resist engaging in intimate relations with his sister-in-law. That could never happen in front of Wang Teng. By the way, sister-in-law, you should sign another agreement with Brother Wang later. Gu Junqing said this suddenly while clutching Fang Ruoxiu's waist. Why do we need to sign another document? Fang Ruoxiu asked, looking up in surprise. Because your status in Luodu will be different from now on. You must be careful so others do not exploit any loopholes. Gu Junqing explained while looking into Fang Ruoxiu's eyes. According to their original agreement, if Wang Teng died, his assets would have nothing to do with Fang Ruoxiu. Naturally, a new contract was required. Oh, Fang Ruoxiu nodded thoughtfully. As a female CEO, she understood these commercial matters well. Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxiu discussed the details further. They printed a document using the printer in the study, exchanged a glance, and headed downstairs. Wang Teng was watching television. Seeing Fang Ruoxiu come downstairs, he looked at the two of them with surprise and confusion. Brother Wang, I remembered wrong. Sister-in-law did not go to Chairman Fang's place. It turns out she just went to her own room to sleep. Gu Junqing said with a trace of apology on his face. Wang Teng turned to look at Fang Ruoxiu. Seeing her nod coldly without appearing angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. It is fine, it is fine. Wang Teng said quickly. He felt lucky that he had spent so much time in Fang Ruoxiu's study without being discovered. Fang Ruoxiu never allowed him into her territory, and he would have been in trouble if she had found out. Good brother, I really did not trust the wrong person. Wang Teng muttered to himself. He did not know that Gu Junqing had already occupied two of Fang Ruoxiu's most precious territories, while he could not even step foot into her room. I will be leaving now, Brother Wang. It starts tomorrow. Gu Junqing winked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng understood that Gu Junqing was reminding him not to forget the auction tomorrow. Understood, Brother Gu. Wang Teng nodded. As Gu Junqing passed by Fang Ruoxiu, he gave her buttocks a light pat in a corner where Wang Teng could not see. Fang Ruoxiu, who had been maintaining a serious expression, cried out in shock at the sudden stimulation. What is wrong, Ruoxiu? Wang Teng asked with a puzzled look. Fang Ruoxiu stammered, unable to say a word. Gu Junqing had already walked away, and while she gritted her teeth at his retreating figure, she felt a slight thrill in her heart. This guy was too wicked and his acting was too good. A moment ago, he could converse with Wang Teng without changing his expression while she bit him. Now, he could still touch her right in front of Wang Teng, proving he was truly a scoundrel. Fang Ruoxiu silently scolded him in her heart. Seeing that he could not get an answer, Wang Teng did not think too much about it. He felt a strange sensation as he looked at Fang Ruoxiu's beautiful face, which was as bright as a peach blossom. Her face seemed more beautiful and charming, possessing a mature womanly quality like a ripe peach, devoid of her usual cold and gentle demeanor. It was as if she had been fully developed. Wang Teng muttered to himself, but then he thought that was impossible and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he preferred seeing Fang Ruoxiu this way. Since she had become so beautiful, he believed this was definitely the reason she was gradually falling in love with him. After Gu Junqing left, the flutter in Fang Ruoxiu's heart and the expression on her face vanished completely. She turned to look at Wang Teng, a trace of apology flashing in her eyes. She had initially thought that she would never find someone she loved, and that spending her life with Wang Teng would be acceptable. However, after meeting Gu Junqing, she realized she could no longer accept living that kind of life. Wang Teng, do you remember our agreement? Fang Ruoxiu asked suddenly. Agreement? You mean the prenuptial one? What is wrong? Wang Teng paused for a moment after hearing this, then quickly replied. Fang Ruoxiu hesitated and did not know how to speak. However, after thinking of Gu Junqing, she firmly stated her purpose. Let us sign another agreement. The situation before our marriage was too hasty, and many terms need to be redrafted. Sure, we can certainly sign it again. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, having worried about what Fang Ruoxiu might say. He had originally planned to sign a new agreement with Fang Ruoxiu as well, given that his status and wealth were now vastly different from before. Fang Ruoxiu let out a breath of relief after hearing Wang Teng's willing answer. Why is there an extra clause? Wang Teng looked at the document in his hand and continued reading. If one party to the agreement meets with an accident, the other party's funds and assets will automatically be transferred to the name of the other. After reading this paragraph, Wang Teng pondered for a moment and looked at Fang Ruoxiu with emotion. Fang Ruoxiu did not know what wealth he possessed, and this clause was almost entirely designed for him. It must be that Fang Ruoxiu was worried that if she met with an accident, the Fang family would ostracize him, and he would have no source of income, leaving him unable to survive. By adding this clause, if anything happened to Fang Ruoxiu, he would certainly be the beneficiary. Fang Ruoxiu had added this entirely for his sake. It seemed that the bond between the two had grown even stronger. Ruoxiu, what have I done to deserve such help from you? Wang Teng looked at Fang Ruoxiu with extreme emotion. Looking at the complex look in Fang Ruoxiu's eyes, his mind raced with wild thoughts. This is solid proof. Ruoxiu must love me, but she is currently too embarrassed to admit it. Is it because she is worried about how she treated me in the past and fears I will not accept her? Wang Teng muttered to himself. In reality, Fang Ruoxiu did not know for sure. This clause had also been added by Gu Junqing, but it did not hurt her anyway. Conversely, Wang Teng's excited gaze made her feel a little unnatural. She wondered how Wang Teng would react if he knew this agreement was entirely designed to divorce him and make a clean break. However, truthfully, she had not done anything to wrong Wang Teng, aside from her involvement with Gu Junqing. Instead, she had painstakingly supported him for several years and provided him with food and shelter. Therefore, there was no question of who owed whom. Thinking this, Fang Ruoxiu's mood improved significantly. The two of them signed their names in the places where they were required to sign. Chapter 402. Gu Junqing left Fang Ruoxiu's home and headed straight for the Li family estate. The acquisition of the Ye family was a joint operation between the Gu and Li families, as Gu Junqing utilized the power of his women whenever he wanted. Of course, he did not explicitly tell her that the acquisition was for Ye Qingxian. Otherwise, the young Li Zixiu would not have agreed so easily. She was determined to fight for the position of mistress in Gu Junqing's harem. Her possessiveness towards him was quite high, but due to managing the Li family, she could neither stay by his side nor control him. Gu Junqing simply wanted them all to have a career. This way, they would not get in his way when he went out to find them more sisters. It also helped maintain a sense of mystery. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder. He did not worry about betrayal or complications. Every woman he conquered had one of his female assistants by her side, and he rarely let a woman go unless she was deeply enamored with him. Gu Junqing drove into the Li family estate, without even needing to pass a security check. It was as convenient as returning to his own home. There was not much difference between the homes of his women and his own residence. Everyone in the Li family knew that Gu Junqing had an affair with the current female head, so they dared not stop his car. Gu Junqing pondered for a moment, realizing it had been a while since his last visit. He wondered if that vixen, Yu Jinlian, was overflowing with desire. This was precisely why he had been conserving his energy. Ordinary men could never tame a woman like Yu Jinlian. Even when Gu Junqing had first practiced the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal alchemy, she had been a handful. Today, he was not in peak condition, but he was far stronger than he used to be. He believed that subduing Yu Jinlian and Li Zixiu would be a breeze. He hesitated outside their rooms, deciding which one to visit first. He wondered whether to face Yu Jinlian while he was at his best, or when he was partially exhausted. He subconsciously ignored Li Zixiu. She was still just a little girl, and she could not compare to a voracious shark like Yu Jinlian. As Yu Jinlian was Li Zixiu's stepmother, only her mother, Yu Ying, could compare to her. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, ultimately deciding to enter Yu Jinlian's room first. He put Li Zixiu's turn off for later. He turned the door handle quietly, intending to surprise her. He heard the click of the latch. She had not locked the door again. He muttered to himself, wondering what she would do if she ran into a bad guy. He did not realize that he was the biggest villain of them all. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted Yu Jinlian emerging from the bathroom. Her cheeks were flushed from the hot water, her red lips were luscious, and her fair, exquisite face was flawless. Damp black hair cascaded over her cheeks and shoulders, exuding an astonishing charm. She wore a pristine, thin white bathrobe that clung to her, with the belt tied loosely. It looked as though one gentle tug would undo it entirely. She was like a noble, elegant holy angel, yet also like a succubus, seductive and bewitching. Gu Junqing wondered to himself why such a woman wore such proper clothing. Even this modest bathrobe felt somehow indecent on her. He recalled their first meeting, when she had snuck into his room to seduce him while wearing sheer black stockings. He had enjoyed quite the treat back then. He told himself it definitely was not his fault. This woman simply had an incredible ability to charm others. It was no wonder Li Zixiu's father dared not even touch her, trembling just at the sight of her. Gu Junqing suspected it was not just his own impotence, but Yu Jinlian's overpowering allure. With the physical condition of the former Li head, Gu Junqing believed he would have been finished after just a few glances. Gu Junqing was hiding in the shadows, so Yu Jinlian did not see him. No one ever dared to enter her room, so she paid no attention to her surroundings and simply began drying her hair. Gu Junqing crept up behind her and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. He moved his hands slowly upwards, intending to give her a scare. Yu Jinlian was startled and nearly dropped the hairdryer, but she quickly steadied herself. She did not turn around, instead laughing. "Why are you here again? You were just here yesterday." She continued, "You rascal, you always like to sneak up on me and give me such a fright." Gu Junqing tilted his head, stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, he had been here yesterday? He was sneaking up on her? He felt his head getting heavy, like he had been cuckolded. He wondered if he was destined to wear a green hat to keep his life peaceful. Gu Junqing's eyes darkened, as no one had ever reported this to him. Yu Jinlian asked, "Zixiu? Why are you not saying anything?" Gu Junqing realized she had mistaken him for her daughter. She looked down and saw the fair, long fingers around her waist. They were too large to be a woman's hands, and she finally sensed something was wrong. Gu Junqing let out a sigh of relief. It turned out Li Zixiu also liked to play this game with her. The heavy feeling on his head vanished instantly, and he felt much lighter, without that figurative hat. He did not pay attention to what Li Zixiu was doing earlier. Yu Jinlian gripped the hairdryer handle tightly, a flash of ferocity in her eyes. She swung it backward with everything she had. When she saw Gu Junqing's face, she could not stop the momentum. Fortunately, Gu Junqing was quick and blocked the blow with a finger, preventing the strike. He said, "What is this? Are you trying to murder your husband?" He snatched the weapon from her hand and tossed it aside. Yu Jinlian rolled her eyes at him, her alluring gaze filled with such bewitching charm that even Gu Junqing found it hard to resist. Chapter 403. Yu Jinlian shot Gu Junqing an annoyed glare, narrowing her alluring eyes. "You nearly scared me to death, you know. I thought you were some petty thief." Her thin lips parted as she spoke, her breath sweet like orchids. "If I had known it was my dear little brother Junqing, I would have treated you with nothing but love. How could I ever dream of doing you harm?" Her flirtatious tone rose at the end, feeling like a feather tickling the heart. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, "It seems she hasn't been satisfied for too long. She still dares to seduce me. A slut remains a slut. Still calling me little brother? Wasn't it you who kept calling me Gu Lang while we were in bed?" Gu Junqing narrowed his star-like eyes, teasing her casually. Last time, in order to beg for mercy, every shameful word had spilled from her seductive red lips. A faint blush colored Yu Jinlian's charming face as she recalled the experience. Yet, with her experience, how could she admit defeat so easily? She stepped lightly, breaking free from his embrace, and grabbed his collar before whispering into his ear, "If I don't call you little brother, should I call you my adopted son?" Giggle. She covered her mouth to laugh, cast a flirtatious wink, and walked back into the room. Gu Junqing paused for a moment, suddenly recalling Yu Jinlian's status. She was technically Li Zixiu's stepmother, so he could theoretically call her mother-in-law, a role not unlike Yu Ying's. It was exhilarating. With a mischievous smirk, Gu Junqing walked into the room, intending to give her a proper punishment, the kind that goes all the way. He even considered trying something unconventional. After all, they knew each other's depths and lengths quite well by now. Soon, the room filled with the sounds of rustling clothes and alluring cries. The bed creaked in a rhythmic cadence. Gu Junqing and Yu Jinlian fought several battles, even changing locations several times. From the soft sofa to the hard table, and the wet bathroom, he only let her go once she was completely exhausted and unable to continue. After punishing Yu Jinlian for her reckless words, Gu Junqing leaned back against the headboard, feeling refreshed. He closed his eyes to rest and recharge, needing to prepare to conquer another warrior, Li Zixiu. Yu Jinlian's charming face was flushed as she panted, resting her head on Gu Junqing's elbow. "Little brother Junqing, it has been a while, and you have become much more vigorous." She spoke softly, her lips parted. Gu Junqing accepted her praise gladly. Between his progress with the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon and his overall strength, Yu Jinlian no longer posed any challenge to him. He was no longer the same person he once was. "Sister Yu has also become much more supple." Gu Junqing gently caressed her delicate hand. After many experiences with Gu Junqing, Yu Jinlian had learned to be highly active in her response. Simply put, Gu Junqing had trained her well, for a mature and sensible woman always knows exactly how to respond to a man's touch. "I do not know why, but every time I lean into your arms, I feel fulfilled." Yu Jinlian looked at Gu Junqing, her eyes misty with infatuation as her seductive voice filled the air, noting how he remained exactly as he had been when they first met. He was radiant and peerless, naturally drawing everyone's gaze toward him. His strong, well-defined physique left her utterly intoxicated. Fulfilled. Was she making a double entendre? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Hearing her voice made his bones feel weak, for Yu Jinlian possessed a magical allure that could melt any man. "Because I love you, sister Yu. Every time, I use my love to fill your heart until it overflows." Gu Junqing felt a shiver of pleasure run through him as he spoke slowly. "You smooth talker." Yu Jinlian covered her mouth and giggled. She had originally been drawn to his appearance and her own ambition to climb higher, but through their time together, she had fallen for this little brother, who was over a decade her junior. Her heart, empty for decades, was finally filled by Gu Junqing, and could hold nothing else. "How have you been lately, sister Yu?" Gu Junqing changed the subject casually, wrapping his arm lazily around her shoulders. "Everything has been going well, and I have taken over most of the Li family affairs. Zixiu's father has been completely hollowed out by you." Yu Jinlian said this with an ambiguous smile. "The era has changed, and those old fools need to step off the stage of history. I will rebuild a better Luodu." Gu Junqing replied softly. "Rebuild Luodu?" Yu Jinlian gazed at the man before her, a sense of infatuation growing within her. She had always been a rational and self-respecting woman, who would not easily rely on any man. With her looks, climbing the social ladder with any powerful person would have been easy. Even with Li Zixiu's father, who feared her greatly, she could have pursued power if she had truly wanted to. She had disdained doing so, but after meeting Gu Junqing, all her reason and composure had been overturned. That very night, she had shamelessly donned sheer silk and entered his room. Even knowing that such behavior would invite contempt, she did it anyway. Gu Junqing possessed a special charm, a magical allure that made women throw themselves at him like moths to a flame. Besides, is this not a good thing? If you and Zixiu did not hold enough power, how could you have convinced those people to mobilize such vast capital for the Li family? Gu Junqing smiled. "I must thank you and Zixiu for this. It is nothing." We once said that everything belonging to the Li family is ours, and it is all yours. Yu Jinlian said firmly. She and Li Zixiu had long since dedicated everything to the man before them, as he was the only one worthy of such devotion. Furthermore, it was Gu Junqing who had granted them such immense authority. They already belonged to Gu Junqing, bearing his mark upon their bodies. If it were not for Gu Junqing's face, those old fogies would never have allowed two women to hold such power. Gu Junqing remained silent, simply stroking Yu Jinlian's hair. Although he had helped them significantly, they clearly possessed formidable abilities of their own. At the very least, their ability to manage the Li family affairs was excellent. Otherwise, silencing those disgruntled elders would not have been an easy task. Chapter 404. At noon, the sun shone through the clouds, and the bustling city of Loda began to hum with activity. Gu Junqing opened his eyes. Having lulled Yu Jinlian to sleep the night before, he had gone to Li Zixiu's room to fulfill his nightly duties. It had been another absurd night, and Gu Junqing looked up at the ceiling with a sigh. Li Zixiu, wrapped in his arms, wore nothing but a thin white veil that outlined her dreamlike, perfect figure. Her delicate face was still streaked with tears, as if she had been deeply overwhelmed. Her breathing was steady, her breath as fragrant as an orchid, as she clung to Gu Junqing's arm like a small, fragile animal. Gu Junqing felt his arm pressed against the soft crevice between her breasts, a texture so supple it was truly astonishing. After leaving Yu Jinlian, he had gone straight to Li Zixiu's room for what started as a simple chat. For some reason, the conversation had inevitably led them to the bed. Gu Junqing carefully moved Li Zixiu's hand aside and got out of bed. Though exhausted, she struggled to open her eyes when the comforting warmth against her chest disappeared. "Brother Junqing, are you leaving?" she asked, sitting up and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her clothing slid down from her shoulders, revealing skin as fair and smooth as porcelain. She was adorable, and he wanted to reach out and pet her. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, quickly steadying his mind to avoid making the same mistake again. "Yes, I have some things to take care of. You should sleep a little longer." Gu Junqing patted Li Zixiu on the head, swiftly dressed, and got up to leave. She went straight back to sleep, having been thoroughly exhausted the previous night, leaving the little enchantress with no energy to try and keep him there. Besides, she had learned quite a few new positions from Gu Junqing. On the other side, the son of luck, Lin Fan, finally obtained the auction notice through some of the Ye family's channels. Looking at the gilded invitation in his hand, a gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. If he could win the herb at the auction, he would be able to break through the 9th rank and ascend to the foundation building stage, a level no one had reached in ages. Breaking through was the most important thing for him right now. "However, it seems I am a little short on funds," Lin Fan muttered, frowning as he stood still to think. He did not possess many worldly goods, and the few 100,000 in his possession came from the Ye family, which would likely be insufficient for the auction. If he had managed to take Ye Qingxian as his disciple, the Ye family's support would certainly have been far greater. Having lost the Ye family's support prematurely, however, he found it difficult to come up with the remaining funds. "Am I, a dignified martial arts grandmaster, really going to resort to robbery?" Lin Fan's expression flickered with uncertainty. Under normal circumstances, he might have had a chance to raise the money, but the auction was tonight, and gathering such a large sum in such a short time was clearly difficult. He had no connections in Lodu, having wasted all his time on the Ye family in hopes of gaining funding to improve himself. His long-term efforts, however, had gone down the drain because of Gu Junqing and Ye Qingxian. Ye Qingxian's father no longer held power, and though he had considered approaching Ye Qingxian, she had already sternly refused him. "For now, I have no choice but to find a sucker to target. Once I reach foundation building, I will pay them back," Lin Fan murmured to himself. "Banks are out of the question. I cannot challenge the state machinery until I reach foundation building. The 4 great families, Gu, Ya, Wang, and Li, are too big. I need a smaller target, but they won't have enough money, so perhaps I should target a mid-level enterprise." Lin Fan thought miserably that as an invincible grandmaster, he had come to the city only to contemplate robbery. It was indeed a cruel twist of fate that the auction happened to have the herbs he needed, just as he severed ties with the Ye family. Lin Fan wondered sullenly when his luck had become so bad. Depressed, he could only go out and search for a suitable target. Once he achieved foundation building, he would be able to go anywhere he pleased. Even if he took someone else's money, he could just pay them back later. Perhaps the victim would even end up being grateful to him. What was theft anyway? These days, people even get recommendations for graduate school for stealing. Lin Fan walked onto the street, looking around for a good target. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, but just then, he overheard a conversation between 2 people in the distance, and his eyes lit up. "Did you hear the big news today? The Fang family seems to have received another mysterious investment, and their stock has hit the limit up for several days." "Yes, they say a lot of it was cash. They transported a truckload of money to the company vault, and many law enforcement officers were guarding it. I don't know where the Fang family got such good luck, receiving so much anonymous money." "Exactly. And the Wang family seems to be failing too. They are being investigated for tax evasion, and I heard their family funds were embezzled by someone." The 2 continued talking as they walked away. Lin Fan had heard everything, however, and his eyes glinted with purpose. The Fang family. Lin Fan curled his lips into a smile. It was like being handed a pillow when he was already drowsy. Given his 9th rank strength and agility, taking money from a company vault would be as easy as reaching into his own pocket. Lin Fan disappeared into a dark alley, leapt onto the rooftops in a few bounds, and headed toward the Fang family estate. His money was waiting for him. The cash itself was a bit of a hassle, but it was just a minor issue for him. As long as he had cash, he had channels to launder it. A few hours later, the news broke that the Fang family had been robbed. Who was that figure captured on the surveillance? Fang Ruoxiu rushed to the scene immediately, directing the technical department to inspect the area. They discovered a blurry silhouette hidden in a corner. Director Fang, we don't know. The footage is too blurry, and that is all we captured. The technician stared directly at Fang Ruoxiu's face, swallowing hard in secret, wondering why she seemed to be getting more beautiful every day. You don't know? This is the first time the Fang family has encountered such a case. I am surrounded by a group of idiots. Fang Ruoxiu snapped in frustration. She never imagined her own vault would be robbed, which was absolutely ridiculous. Much of that money had come anonymously, and it was all her precious property. In her heart, the money that came anonymously was no different from the money Junqing had given her. Chapter 405. The Fang family's henchmen stood there nervously. They had no idea where the thief came from, managing to slip in under their watch and steal such a vast amount of cash. Why are you still standing there? Go check how much was lost, Fang Ruoxiu barked. Her eyebrows knit together in anger as she glared at the still loitering subordinates. Yes, Manager Fang. The subordinates scrambled to tally the losses and called for a team of accountants. Fang Ruoxiu paced through the sprawling Fang family vault. She inspected the scene, noting that while the security wasn't quite at the level of a major bank, it was still world-class. Few people in the world possessed the skill required to crack a vault of this caliber. Surveying the wreckage and the piles of cash clearly missing their stacks, Fang Ruoxiu seethed. She mentally unleashed a torrent of curses upon the thief. May your mother pay inflated prices for her vegetables, your grandfather always get heckled during his chess games, and your instant noodles always come without seasoning packets. Fang Ruoxiu walked to the vault entrance. The door was designed to lock automatically if an unauthorized person entered, requiring immense physical force to open, much like an ancient portcullis. Could someone really have achieved that level of force? Or perhaps there was a mole in her company who had bypassed the security system from the backend. Her mind raced through the possibilities, finding the whole situation absurd. She had only ever seen vault heists on television, never imagining it would happen to her. Manager Fang, we've finished calculating the balance, the accounting manager said, running over with a hesitant expression. We've lost nearly 10 million in cash. How much? 10 million? Fang Ruoxiu was stunned. Do you realize how heavy 10 million is? That's roughly 230 pounds, which is about 3 of me. You expect me to believe someone hauled that much money away and got clean away with it? What on earth are these security guards doing? I pay them, but what do they do besides eat? Fang Ruoxiu rubbed her temples in frustration. She was thankful she hadn't kept more cash on hand, or the losses would have been catastrophic. So Manager Fang only weighs 80 pounds, that is adorable. The accounting manager mused to himself while taking the scolding. Manager Fang, the law enforcement officers have arrived. A receptionist rushed in to announce. Well, what are you waiting for? Send them in. Having lost a huge sum of money given to her by Junqing, she was deeply anxious about how to explain it to him. Maybe next time I can use my legs to help him out, Fang Ruoxiu muttered to herself, blushing as certain scandalous thoughts crossed her mind. Manager Fang, I heard you were robbed. Law enforcement officer Ling Xuanja walked in. Her striking appearance and heroic demeanor instantly caught the eyes of the Fang family employees. They had never seen such a beautiful officer before. Some were already secretly wondering if they should commit a minor offense just to get arrested and interact with Ling Xuanja. In fact, many people deliberately caused trouble just to see her. They would get arrested and look ecstatic, as if they were being rewarded rather than detained. Officer Ling, I wish I could say no, but unfortunately, a theft did occur. Fang Ruoxiu nodded slightly, offering a wry smile. How much was taken? Ling Xuanja was fairly accustomed to these kinds of reports. 10 million. Fang Ruoxiu replied with a helpless expression. How much? 10 million? Ling Xuanja was dumbfounded. If it were a case of 10 million being drained from a bank card, it might be plausible. But walking brazenly into a private vault and hauling away that amount of cash, which weighed as much as 2 people, was physically impossible for an ordinary person. Could this be the work of another expert similar to Junqing? Ling Xuanja pondered the thought privately. Let's talk in private. Ling Xuanja led Fang Ruoxiu into a side room. Ruoxiu, could this be an inside job? Your family's recent source of funds has been quite ambiguous. Ling Xuanja stood beside her, speaking with hesitation. The Fang family's rapid growth under the support of the 4 major families had made many in Luo City envious. It was entirely possible that one of their own had been bought off by a rival family. That's not it. I've already checked the surveillance and access logs. Fang Ruoxiu sighed, grabbing Ling Xuanja's arm and pulling her down onto the sofa. The 2 women were old friends, having been best friends in high school. That was the only reason Ling Xuanja had rushed over the moment she received the call. By the way, Ruoxiu, tell me the truth. Are these funds of the Fang family legal or not? Ling Xuanja sighed, deciding to seize this opportunity to get a straight answer. She had been receiving plenty of anonymous tips from jealous competitors lately. Of course they are legal. Actually, someone gave them to me to support my business. Fang Ruoxiu defended herself, then suddenly grew shy and fidgety. Someone? Ling Xuanja pondered for a moment, then added with a mischievous grin, a man? Fang Ruoxiu didn't want to hide anything from her best friend, so she blushed and nodded. Ruoxiu, you really have something going on. Even after getting married, someone is still willing to go to such lengths to pursue you. Ling Xuanja teased with a smile. So, did you agree to be with him? Fang Ruoxiu hesitated and couldn't answer, and Ling Xuanja nodded in realization. But does your husband know? She knew exactly what kind of person Fang Ruoxiu's husband was, as Ruoxiu had mentioned him in the past. He probably doesn't know. Fang Ruoxiu whispered, looking embarrassed. Admitting to her best friend that she was cheating on Wang Teng made her feel a bit shy. What kind of magic does this man have to make you fall for him like this? Ling Xuanja asked with a wicked smile. Having known Fang Ruoxiu for so long, she understood what kind of woman her friend was. Despite her good family background and exquisite beauty, she possessed none of the typical rich girl attitudes. She was dignified and gentle, sticking to her marriage vows with Wang Teng even though he was a deadbeat. And yet, here Fang Ruoxiu was telling her that she had a lover outside of her marriage. I don't even know how to explain it. Maybe it's because he's tall, handsome, thoughtful, and incredibly charming. From the first moment I saw him, I felt something was different, and after he pursued me, I just gave in. A rosy blush spread across Fang Ruoxiu's pretty face. As she finished speaking, she buried her face in Ling Xuanja's neck, acting coy. No one would have expected the imposing female CEO to turn into such a little girl when talking about a man with her best friend. Manager Fang, your image is shattered. Chapter 406. Does he mind that you're married? Ling Xuanja asked with a helpless smile as she watched her best friend. She could not help Fang Ruoxiu with this, as these matters were deeply personal. She knew the marriage between Fang Ruoxiu and Wang Teng was merely a contract. Wang Teng had never even touched her, so Ling did not care much about the technicality. He does not mind, but I feel like he has some issues. Fang Ruoxiu murmured. She seemed unable to articulate it, rubbing her legs together, while tugging at her clothes in hesitation. Oh, what kind of issues? Ling Xuanja felt a spark of curiosity. He actually insisted on becoming sworn brothers with my contractual husband. I even suspect he did it on purpose. Fang Ruoxiu stomped her foot as she voiced her suspicion. Since this was her best friend, they often shared small secrets with each other. Oh, how so? How did he end up becoming your husband's brother? Ling Xuanja's curiosity was now fully piqued. While she was a law enforcement officer, she was still a woman, and gossip was an inescapable trait. Junqing was originally very wary of him. He claimed rich people just lusted after my body, but later he suddenly became extremely close to him, Fang explained, leaning against Ling Xuanja with a blush. He even suggested becoming brothers with my husband, and I knew right then that he had ulterior motives. From that day on, he liked calling me sister-in-law. Even when I asked him to change it, he refused. Fang Ruoxiu felt strange every time he used that title. Ling Xuanja raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. In my opinion, he definitely has some quirks. He probably just likes this kind of game, as the title sister-in-law is quite stimulating. Heh. Have you seen that new show, 3 Kingdoms? It is viral online right now. Many people are calling themselves Kaozai, and they even formed a party for people who like married women. I think your little fling is one of them. Ling Xuanja teased with a mischievous look. I think so too. He told me he fell for me the moment he saw me. Well, Wang Teng was right there, Fang Ruoxiu admitted, her face reddening. I wonder why he was so insistent on calling me sister-in-law. She thought back to the moment she had been kneeling on the floor serving him. Wang Teng had been right there, and the sight of Junqing looking so stimulated had stuck with her. She was almost certain now that he preferred her double identity as both sister-in-law and married woman. He was definitely a Kaozai. By the way, is your guy from a wealthy family? A rich second-generation heir? How does he compare to you as the CEO of the Fang Group? Ling Xuanja asked curiously. Yes, his family is extremely wealthy. About the same as mine, I suppose. Fang Ruoxiu lied, her heart pounding. She dared not say he was much richer than her, as that would narrow down the suspect pool in Luoda too much. Well, in my time as a law enforcement officer, I have seen many rich heirs with poor character, who just treat women like toys. Of course, there are good ones too. Ling Xuanja thought of Junqing, looking incredibly sweet. Even as a rich heir, he had great character, was handsome, intelligent, and strong. What about you? What happened to that crush you mentioned last time? Fang Ruoxiu countered, tired of being the only one teased. She wanted to pry something out of Ling Xuanja. Me? Well, progress has not been very fast, Ling Xuanja admitted, resting her chin on her hand. She thought of the last time he had pinned her against the alley wall and kissed her. Oh, how far has it developed? Fang Ruoxiu asked, feeling guilty. She had not even told Ling that she was already at the stage of performing oral sex on Junqing. We have known each other for so long, and we have only kissed a few times. Ling Xuanja sighed, sounding deflated. Looks like our big enforcement officer is feeling restless. Fang Ruoxiu laughed into her hand. How dare you mock me? It has been so long, I think you are itching for a fight. Ling Xuanja smirked and tackled Fang Ruoxiu onto the sofa, tickling her relentlessly. Fang Ruoxiu gasped for air, laughing as she tried to defend herself, though she secretly reached out to tickle Ling's waist. Both women were ticklish, and they quickly devolved into a chaotic ball of laughter. Creak. Junqing opened the door and walked in on the scene. Ling Xuanja was straddling Fang Ruoxiu, both of them with their clothes slightly disheveled, laughing without any dignity as they wrestled. Bang. I must have opened the door incorrectly, Junqing mused, pausing in the doorway. Inside, the two women locked eyes and scrambled to stand up and fix their appearances. They both silently prayed that the secret would not be revealed. When Gu Junqing walked in, the two women were sitting primly on the sofa. There was no trace of their earlier behavior, as if what he had just witnessed was an illusion. Gu Junqing blinked, looking closely. Ling Xuanja had returned to her stern law enforcement demeanor, and Fang Ruoxiu had regained her composure as a CEO. He looked at Fang Ruoxiu's white stockings, thinking about how he could not ride the sister. If she were wearing black stockings, maybe he could ride his sister, the enforcement officer. Cough, young Master Gu, what brings you here? Fang Ruoxiu cleared her throat, pretending they were not well acquainted. She frantically winked at him, terrified he would slip up. If Gu Junqing called her sister-in-law, everything would be exposed. She was not ready for Ling Xuanja to know he was her secret lover. I heard your company was burglarized, and since I have invested in the Fang family, I was worried you might need some help. So I came to check on you, he said, smiling with polite distance. Ling Xuanja stood to the side, a confused expression on her face. She could not shake the feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Chapter 407. Ling Xuanja felt something strange. With her years of experience as an officer, she could tell that Fang Ruoxiu was lying. But she could not tell if Gu Junqing was doing the same. After a moment of thought, she decided not to overthink it because she was feeling a bit awkward herself. She was unsure if she should hide her relationship with Gu Junqing from Fang Ruoxiu. It was mainly just awkward. After all, things between her and Gu Junqing were not set in stone yet. She considered it for a moment and decided it was better to keep it a secret. Hello, young Master Gu. Ling Xuanja nodded toward Gu Junqing in greeting. Nice, everyone is turning off the lights to play werewolf, aren't they? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. However, the thoughts of these two heroines coincided with his own, and he had been wondering how to hide his identity. It seemed that was no longer necessary. Hello, Officer Ling, Gu Junqing said with a smile as he walked over to Fang Ruoxiu. In a place where Ling Xuanja could not see, he pinched Fang Ruoxiu's firm butt. Fang Ruoxiu let out a soft cry, unable to bear such stimulation. What is wrong, President Fang? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Junqing asked, looking very concerned about Fang Ruoxiu. Yes, I feel a bit dizzy. Just help me sit down, Fang Ruoxiu said in a daze. Gu Junqing immediately supported Fang Ruoxiu with one hand and walked her to the sofa where they had just been playing around. His other hand kept moving, secretly rubbing and kneading her body. Fang Ruoxiu could not make a move in front of Ling Xuanja, so she could only secretly endure the unbearable heat. Now she was just afraid that Gu Junqing's identity would be discovered by Ling Xuanja. Why are you suddenly dizzy? Ling Xuanja hurried over. She did not know that Fang Ruoxiu had this issue. It is nothing. We must have been playing around for a long time and stayed in a squatting position for too long. Fang Ruoxiu signaled to Ling Xuanja that she was fine, and Ling Xuanja finally felt relieved. By the way, why is the great officer Ling free to come here today? Gu Junqing squinted his eyes. He got up from Fang Ruoxiu's side and walked over to sit next to Ling Xuanja in a leisurely manner. Well, President Fang's family was burglarized. As a good friend of hers, I naturally had to come and see her situation personally. Ling Xuanja felt a jump in her heart when she saw Gu Junqing sit over. She was also afraid that her own secret would be exposed. The two sisters actually decided at the same time to hide from each other that their man was Gu Junqing. They were worthy of being good sisters with a telepathic connection. Young Master Gu, men and women should keep their distance. Do not sit so close, Ling Xuanja said, painfully speaking against her own heart. Inside, she was screaming to herself, sit over here, sit closer. It would be best if the distance was negative. Officer Ling, you are a heroine among women, so you would naturally not care about such things. Gu Junqing shook his head and smiled. He secretly wrapped his arms around Ling Xuanja's slender waist while acting serious on the surface. What you said makes some sense. Ling Xuanja was secretly happy inside. She straightened her posture to make it more comfortable for Gu Junqing to hold her. On the surface, she spoke with a tone of approval, seemingly praising Gu Junqing. It just so happened that the spot where Gu Junqing held her waist was in Fang Ruoxiu's blind spot. Separated by a table, Fang Ruoxiu could not see that Gu Junqing was currently holding Ling Xuanja. The three of them had their own hidden agendas and were fighting with each other. By the way, Officer Ling, did you find the culprit for President Fang? I looked at the surveillance footage outside earlier, and it seems to be an expert, Gu Junqing said with a smile, his fingers quietly applying pressure. Ouch. Ling Xuanja suddenly let out a startled cry. Clearly, Gu Junqing had pinched one of her sensitive spots, and she felt a sudden itch. What is wrong, Xuanja? Fang Ruoxiu curiously wanted to sit over, but Ling Xuanja quickly stopped her. If Fang Ruoxiu moved any closer, she would be able to see Gu Junqing's hand wrapped around her. Nothing. I was just thinking about who did it since you were stolen from for so much money. Ling Xuanja racked her brains, but she could not think of any good reason, so she just made one up at random. But do you know each other? You seem quite familiar. Fang Ruoxiu had not cared much about the 10 million since Gu Junqing arrived. Either way, whatever could be retrieved would eventually be retrieved. In modern society, finding people was not like it used to be. The net of justice is vast and leaks nothing. Unless the person was hiding in the deep mountains and forests and intended to never come out, it was impossible not to catch them. Well, we have met a few times. Young Master Gu has helped me catch criminals before, right? Young Master Gu? Ling Xuanja turned her head to Gu Junqing with a meaningful smile. She used her hand to unobtrusively remove Gu Junqing's hand from her leg. It was too itchy, and she almost cried out. Gu Junqing withdrew his hand. He had just pinched Ling Xuanja's thigh, and he had to admit that a trained leg was different. The texture was impeccable, smooth, tender, and firm. Gu Junqing started imagining whether he would break his old waist if he were clamped between such a pair of legs. Of course, Officer Ling is a great helper of mine. She is reliable, and when there is a task, she truly goes for it. Gu Junqing nodded in deep agreement. Ling Xuanja had indeed helped him a lot. She helped him detain several former protagonists who had lost their luck. Hee. Ling Xuanja's eyes sparkled, and her heart began to race with excitement. She felt a little embarrassed being praised by Gu Junqing. She did not want to feel this moved, but Gu Junqing was thanking her. Chapter 408. After some time, Ling Xuanja stepped out of the room with a haughty stride. She was dressed meticulously, keeping her head held high to prevent anything in her mouth from spilling out. She nodded to Fang Ruoxiu and prepared to turn and leave. Fang Ruoxiu glanced at Ling Xuanja's attire and whispered, "Xuanja, you missed a button." Ling Xuanja looked down and realized it was the button near her chest. She turned away in a panic to fasten it, not daring to speak. She only looked at Fang Ruoxiu with watery eyes, nodded in thanks, and rushed away. If she didn't leave now, she wasn't sure she could keep it in her mouth. It tasted so fishy, but it belonged to Junqing. Ling Xuanja felt like crying, but tried to find a silver lining in her misery. Fang Ruoxiu blinked, wondering why Ling Xuanja was in such a rush to leave. Thinking about how Gu Junqing was alone inside, she hesitated for a moment before entering the room. Gu Junqing sat on the sofa, reflecting on why every heroine acted like a juice extractor. He had just recovered his energy, yet she had come to drain him dry again. They say women are like knives that scrape the bone and wear down a man's will. That saying was absolutely correct. The ancients never lied. However, the uniform Ling Xuanja wore was too seductive, and her kneeling on the floor was just too intense, so he let her off the hook quite quickly. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Seeing Fang Ruoxiu walk in, Gu Junqing immediately put on a righteous expression. He looked at his sister-in-law with piety, as if gazing upon a goddess, his heart as calm as still water. "Junqing, what were you and Xuanja talking about? Is it important?" Fang Ruoxiu asked curiously. Her best friend had chatted with Gu Junqing for a long time, so she was a bit curious. However, she knew her boundaries and didn't act like those young girls who would nag and pester their boyfriends for talking to other women. It wasn't too important. We discussed some business matters, and I did most of the talking. Gu Junqing answered honestly. He and Ling Xuanja had indeed been talking about business worth hundreds of millions. Since Ling Xuanja's mouth was full, he naturally did all the speaking. He had just been giving instructions like, a little more to the left, keep holding it, don't bite, and don't use your teeth. Beyond that, he had only grabbed her ponytail to steer. Oh, Fang Ruoxiu nodded understandingly. By the way, Junqing, I am sorry. You provided so much support, and so much has been lost. Fang Ruoxiu lowered her head, feeling guilty. She did not know how to face Gu Junqing when they were alone. She had accepted so much help from him, and yet the money had been stolen. It was completely ridiculous. It's fine. It's just a bit of money. There will be more in the future. Gu Junqing laughed softly. He naturally knew who had stolen it. Aside from that martial arts grandmaster Protagonist, who else had such skills? Furthermore, he didn't feel any heartache. After all, the money wasn't his yet. It was just property that the son-in-law Wang Tang had embezzled from the Wang family. The people of the Wang family were truly useless. After being swindled by Wang Wu, they didn't learn their lesson and let Wang Tang embezzle them again using the family head's order. They only realized how severe the deficit was when the family was almost emptied. If the Wang family didn't collapse, there would be no justice. The other three major families were disgusted to be associated with them as the four great families. Junqing. Looking at Gu Junqing's doting smile, Fang Ruoxiu felt even more ashamed. It really is okay, sister-in-law. If you want to apologize, just come over and give me a hug. Gu Junqing's eyes smiled. Although it wasn't his money, since his sister-in-law was so ashamed, he might as well take advantage of it. His brother Wang Tang surely wouldn't mind, and he wouldn't have the chance to mind anyway. Although shy, Fang Ruoxiu steeled herself and stepped forward, burying Gu Junqing in her ample bosom. Gu Junqing nuzzled against her chest, enjoying the sensation of high-quality face wash. Smelling the faint fragrance mixed with a rich, milky scent, he couldn't help but sigh in comfort. "Sister-in-law, you are the best and most considerate," he said. It was nothing like those women who only knew how to say "I want more." The best thing in the world is "I want it," and the most terrifying thing is "I want more." Therefore, men are the ones who endure the most. Fang Ruoxiu didn't know why Gu Junqing said that, but she only focused on his praise. Her heart warmed as she sat on the sofa and placed Gu Junqing on her lap. Gu Junqing blinked, lying contentedly on her lap and squirming like a child whenever he felt uncomfortable. "Junqing, open your mouth." Fang Ruoxiu picked up a grape and tried to feed it to him. Gu Junqing opened his mouth comfortably to accept the offering. Indeed, his sister-in-law was such a thoughtful and gentle woman. Nothing was more fun than his sister-in-law. The ancients never lied. By the way, Junqing, so many assets from the Wang family have been transferred over. Is that really okay? Fang Ruoxiu asked anxiously. She wasn't a fool. Many of the assets and properties had clear origins, and many were hidden assets of the Wang family, yet now they had all been transferred to the Fang family. Everyone in Loda knew that the majority of the Wang family's wealth, land, and property had been moved to the Fang family. Anyone could see there was something shady going on. The Wang family were not philanthropists, and even philanthropists wouldn't give away their entire foundation. She didn't understand how Gu Junqing did it, and she didn't want to ask. She just wanted to know if this would cause problems for the Fang family, and how Gu Junqing planned to arrange things for them. Of course, with how devoted she was to Gu Junqing now, even if he told her about Wang Teng, she wouldn't believe it. Even if she did, she wouldn't leave him. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Although I can't tell you how I did it, this will only benefit the Fang family and cause no harm. Gu Junqing spoke slowly. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. It seemed that the utility of his good brother, the son-in-law Wang Teng, was coming to an end. It wasn't enough yet though. Wang Teng's protagonist luck and identity still had a final glimmer that should be able to cause trouble for another child of destiny. Gu Junqing closed his clear, starry eyes, hiding the deep darkness and ruthlessness within. For every child of destiny, he would exploit them to the extreme. He wouldn't let any of them go, as they would all become nutrients for his rise to the peak. All right then, I won't worry about it. I'll listen to you. The gentle and moving Fang Ruoxiu softly massaged Gu Junqing's scalp, determined to entrust everything to the man before her. Chapter 409. Gu Junqing lazily rose from Fang Ruoxiu's lap and stretched. He had to admit, his sister-in-law's lap was soft and comfortable, bringing him both mental and physical ease. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. I should be going. Gu Junqing glanced at the dim sky outside. The auction was about to begin, and it was time for him to leave. Why are you leaving so early? Fang Ruoxiu, who had been savoring the leisurely atmosphere, stood up quickly to ask. Had she failed to provide good service? Or was that special trick the only way to make him stay? Thinking this, she felt a shy thrill in her heart. We have been alone in this office for a long time. It wouldn't be good for your reputation, and I don't want to tarnish it. Gu Junqing offered a casual excuse. He certainly couldn't tell her he was off to scheme against her husband, Wang Teng. Junqing, it's fine. Only my most trusted subordinates know we are here, and they won't say a word. Fang Ruoxiu replied, her face slightly flushed. She felt happy just being with him, finding the simple act of feeding him as heart-fluttering as a first love. Gu Junqing clicked his tongue as he compared his treatment to Wang Teng's. It was ironic that he, not the actual husband, was the first to enjoy such tenderness from Fang Ruoxiu. Junqing, if you must go, can you let me offer a proper apology? Fang Ruoxiu said gently, her expression tender. Of course, sister-in-law. Gu Junqing agreed, thinking a little extra time wouldn't hurt. A moment later, Gu Junqing snapped back to reality. He clutched his belt, trying to stop Fang Ruoxiu from pulling it down. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Gu Junqing asked in shock. You said you wanted to let me express my apologies, she countered. Fang Ruoxiu pulled with all her might. Her neatly pinned hair fell loose, cascading down her back and enhancing her stunning beauty. A crimson flush crept from her porcelain neck up to her ears and cheeks, making her skin look even more alluring. With a slender waist and an aura of intellectual grace, it was no wonder she was known as one of the top female CEOs in Luodu. Yet at this moment, the CEO was tugging at his belt, determined to get her way. Sister-in-law, I'm not that kind of person. Really, there is no need. Gu Junqing protested. Seeing her like this, he felt he had misjudged her. Wasn't she supposed to be the gentle type? How had she become so hungry? Junqing, if I don't show my appreciation, I'm afraid you'll be angry with me. Just let your sister-in-law put her mind at ease and agree. Knowing he enjoyed hearing her use the term sister-in-law, she added a seductive tone, hoping to stir his desires. Are you afraid your little brother will be angry? It's okay. Doesn't brother Junqing like his sister-in-law? Gu Junqing, who had been calm and detached, felt a wave of desire wash over him upon hearing these words. Fang Ruoxiu rarely referred to herself that way. She was usually shy, lacking the thick skin that Gu Junqing possessed. Gu Junqing's grip loosened, and his belt gave way. He braced himself, looking like a warrior heading to the execution grounds. Finally, he felt himself enveloped in warmth and softness, bringing him a sense of relief. Why have I, Gu Junqing, become so passive? Sister-in-law, I misjudged you, he shouted internally, though his resolve was quickly defeated by her increasingly skillful technique. Fang Ruoxiu's skills had reached perfection, and the pleasure she provided was far superior to that of Ling Xuanja, who was still a novice. The room fell silent, save for the rhythmic sounds of their intimate encounter. Brother Wang Teng, I tried to resist, but she was just too insistent. As someone who is filial and socially awkward, I didn't know how to refuse. I'm sorry, I had to give in, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. By the time Gu Junqing finally left Fang Ruoxiu's office, it was nearly dusk. Fortunately, the auction started late, or he would have been late. He settled the dazed Fang Ruoxiu on the sofa and wiped the traces of milk from her lips with a tissue. Once finished, Gu Junqing walked out of the office. Before he got far, he overheard Fang Ruoxiu's two trusted secretaries talking. After Ling Xuanja left, Fang Ruoxiu had stationed them at the door to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Is that the young hunk who spent the afternoon in the CEO's office? He looks fit. And he's so handsome. The CEO is truly lucky. I never thought our beautiful and kind CEO would fall for such a pretty face. Well, if I had such a handsome guy, I'd be willing to. I'd serve him in a heartbeat. Why don't you go get his number? Maybe after he's done with a beauty like the CEO, he'll want to pick a flower like you, she giggled. You're wicked. I know you had to run to the restroom to change your skirt after hearing those noises. Humph, you mean to tell me you weren't flustered seeing such a handsome guy? The two secretaries joked around, assuming Gu Junqing couldn't hear them. The leaders are crooked, so the subordinates are no better. Sister-in-law, look at the secretaries you've hired. Gu Junqing thought, his steps slightly unsteady. Wildflowers are worth picking, but not right now. He briefly instructed them to take good care of the CEO before walking away. The two secretaries looked at each other, realizing their conversation had been overheard, and burst into embarrassed laughter. Wang Teng had been waiting anxiously outside the auction venue for nearly half an hour. The event was about to begin, and his patience was wearing thin. Brother Wang, have you been waiting long? Gu Junqing arrived just as Wang Teng was about to call him. Yes, quite a while. Where were you, Brother Junqing? I've been waiting ages, Wang Teng said, rubbing his forehead. His own sense of time wasn't great, but he felt Gu Junqing was even worse. Sorry, brother, I was just busy helping your wife for a while, Gu Junqing said, sighing with a mischievous glint in his eye. What? Wang Teng's eyes widened. What did he mean by busy helping for a while? Chapter 410. My apologies, Brother Wang. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant that I was helping your sister-in-law with some work for quite a while. Gu Junqing quickly corrected himself, feigning that he had just realized his mistake. Before Wang Teng could respond, Gu Junqing continued. Brother, did she not tell you? Her company was burglarized, and she lost about 10 million. She even had to call an officer to investigate. On the surface, he sighed as if lamenting the loss of money. In reality, he was mourning the expenditure of his own vitality. Those two mature goddesses, sister-in-law and Ling Xuanja, had nearly drained him dry. He truly understood what it meant to feel empty. Only a man could understand the sheer agony of being physically drained while away from home. She didn't tell me. Was it a lot? That was all my money. Wang Teng was genuinely frantic now. His father had already discovered he was embezzling the family assets, and he was on the verge of being disowned. Had he not explained his plan to Wang Chong in detail, his father would have likely tried to kill him right then and there. Not much, just 10 million. Gu Junqing coughed, noting that Wang Teng had actually shown some growth by asking about the money before his wife. 10 million is fine, that's fine. Is Ruoxiu all right? Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief and asked. She's fine. She was just running around, got a bit parched and frustrated. I gave her plenty of water to drink, and she settled down. She should be home by now. Gu Junqing patted Wang Teng on the shoulder and glanced at the top of his head with a comforting look. All the running around, the parched throat, and the water were part of Fang Ruoxiu's service to him. He hadn't lied at all. Wang Teng's fortune had completely morphed into the shape of a green hat. It truly lived up to the nourishment Gu Junqing had provided. As long as she's okay. Wang Teng finally put his mind at ease. He didn't understand why Gu Junqing was telling him such trivial details, but he was relieved to confirm Fang Ruoxiu was safe. Shall we head in then? Wang Teng smiled happily upon hearing that everything was all right. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. If he could win the moon's pupil at this auction, Fang Ruoxiu would surely fall in love with him, and perhaps, he might even get lucky with her. Of course, let's head in. A strange glint flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. He was, as always, an honest man. He had basically confessed to his affair with the sister-in-law right in front of Wang Teng, but it wasn't his fault that Wang Teng was too dense to realize it. This auction was strictly for the upper echelon. Without an invitation from the organizers, you couldn't even get through the front doors of the building. Wang Teng walked in ahead of Gu Junqing and handed the invitation to the gate staff. The employee scanned Wang Teng's attire, frowned, and stared at him with suspicion. Everyone coming in and out was a person of status, and Wang Teng's cheap, 20 yuan outfit certainly looked suspicious. Is this invitation really yours? The employee asked skeptically. Can't you check the name and ID yourself? Is it mine or yours? Wang Teng flared up, ready to start berating him. He had been submissive at the Fang residence to hide his identity, but there was no need for that here. He was an esports keyboard warrior, after all. Did he really think he would lose a verbal spar? Wang Teng's words drew the attention of the onlookers, who began to whisper and point at him. The employee turned pale. If he stopped a fake, it would be fine, but if he blocked a genuine VIP, he would surely be fired, and his family might even be implicated. A smirk tugged at the corner of Gu Junqing's mouth. It was the same old routine. The protagonist always getting mocked upon stepping out was an unbreakable law of the novel world. All right, brother, don't give him a hard time. He's just trying to make a living. Gu Junqing stepped in to smooth things over. The employee recognized Gu Junqing's attire and his face, which was quite well known in Luodu. He realized who stood before him, and felt a surge of relief that the person Gu Junqing called brother must be someone significant. He bowed to Wang Teng and apologized sincerely. He wasn't an idiot, knowing these people weren't to be trifled with. Barring their entry would be tantamount to suicide. The employee quickly stepped aside. Young Master Gu, please go ahead. All right, Brother Wang, let's go. Gu Junqing didn't care about the employee. He just couldn't be bothered to watch Wang Teng show off. Fine, just keep in mind that I'm someone you can't afford to offend, Wang Teng said dismissively, deciding to let it slide when he saw the employee bowing and scraping with a sincere apology. He felt a faint sense of regret that Gu Junqing had cut his power trip short, but he knew the priority was the auction. Shortly after Gu Junqing and Wang Teng entered the auction venue, Lin Fan arrived. After stealing a large amount of cash from the Fang residents that afternoon, he had first taken it to the largest local underground organization, the one established by Yang Shixing. Strangely enough, after he handed over all the money, the underground organization members just gave him a weird look, processed his request, and laundered the money without asking any questions or taking a cut. It had gone so smoothly that he was genuinely baffled. He had expected to resort to violence and beat them into submission to ensure his 10 million in cash was laundered without a penny missing. The gate staff glanced at Lin Fan's attire, which was similar in quality to Wang Teng's, and hesitated about whether to pull him aside for questioning. Recalling Gu Junqing's words, he decided that since he had an invitation, it was fine to just let him through. Even if it were fake, the blame wouldn't fall on him. With that, Lin Fan passed through the inspection smoothly. Chapter 411. The auction house set up special premium boxes for guests from the 4 major families. These 4 large boxes were positioned above everyone else, signifying the status of the 4 families in Luodu. At this moment, however, only the lights in the Gu and Wang family boxes were on. It was clear that only these 2 families had arrived. Gu Junqing and Wang Teng were assigned to different boxes. As they were about to follow their respective guides, Gu Junqing suddenly proposed they switch. He told Wang that his box would be better for viewing the auction. Wang nodded in agreement. He did not know what Gu Junqing was planning, but he did not really care about such trivial matters. Gu Junqing walked into his box and waited quietly for the auction to begin. 4 tall waitresses with revealing outfits soon entered. They had been sent to serve distinguished guests, and were prepared to handle even the most indecent requests. They had expected to serve a pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man. They were surprised to find such a stunningly handsome young man instead. Any trace of hesitation in their hearts vanished instantly. They were even blushing and fighting to get closer, as they would be willing to sleep with such a handsome man for free, let alone given his noble status. Gu Junqing glanced at them. They were quite attractive, though still several notches below his heroines. Compared to the average person, however, they were certainly beautiful. He held his wine glass, knowing full well what they were thinking, and spoke coldly. He told them he was not that kind of person. He instructed them to just sit there, pour his wine, and massage his shoulders. His appetite had been spoiled by his heroines. Furthermore, he saw no value in such meaningless consumption. Only young people would fail to understand the value of their own assets. Like a veteran, he already knew the importance of health preservation. He needed to save his remaining energy for where it counted. Besides, who outside did not know that Gu Junqing was always a man of high integrity and self-discipline? The 4 tall, pretty waitresses looked disappointed as they replied. 2 were assigned to cut fruit for Gu Junqing, while 1 massaged his shoulders, and the other kneaded his calves. Gu Junqing watched the audience below as they crowded in, and began to take their seats. He scanned the floor and immediately spotted Lin Fan, who was sitting in the auction area wearing a black robe with a calm expression. He already knew Lin Fan's goal from Yaqingxian. He would not let him succeed so easily. A strange glint flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. An auction was not just about force, it ultimately came down to financial power. Did Lin Fan really think he could buy what he wanted with the 10 million he had stolen? Moreover, that 10 million was only obtained because Gu Junqing had allowed it. Asking for help with money laundering from Gu's people was like throwing meat to a dog. It would be too simple to sabotage him. At this moment, a stage slowly rose in the center of the auction floor. A woman in a tight cheongsam uniform stood on it, wearing heavy makeup, light red eyeshadow, and rose-colored lips. Below the cheongsam were a pair of slender jade legs, paired with black stockings, and she stepped on 10-centimeter stilettos. She appeared exceptionally alluring and slender, full of charm. She introduced herself as the auctioneer, Yaya, and welcomed everyone to today's event. She stated that the auction would be conducted on the principles of openness, fairness, justice, and honesty. She hoped everyone would bid enthusiastically, and wished everyone good luck. She added that she would randomly select a lucky member of the audience to join her for dinner tonight. She rattled off the customary opening remarks, which made the hundreds of people below applaud in unison. The atmosphere in the room began to boil with excitement. Someone whispered, asking why she was named Yaya when just standing there made him feel so agitated. Another person replied that it was just the usual routine. He noted that the auction house used such gimmicks to stimulate the audience's adrenaline, but he admitted it worked because his pants were moving. Someone else scoffed, saying dinner had been a long time ago. They speculated she was just looking for a sugar daddy to spend the night with. They joked about whether the honest man who eventually marries her will know she was being so seductive to a room full of men. Yaya faced these comments with a smile, never losing her composure. For someone at her level, maintaining elegance was a duty. She had been hired specifically to stir up the atmosphere. Yaya placed the transparent box brought by the staff onto the camera stand. A painting inside the transparent box was immediately displayed to everyone. She placed the item against her chest, and a snowy white expanse was also captured on the big screen, perhaps to highlight the painting, or perhaps for other reasons. The crowd began to suspect they were not at an auction, but in a brothel, and that the item being auctioned was not a painting but a courtesan. Yaya tapped her gavel to quiet the crowd before speaking in a seductive voice. She announced the first item, a genuine work by Tang Bovu. She explained that it had many flaws which lowered the price, otherwise, its value would be immeasurable. The starting price was 5 million Sia coins, with minimum increments of 200,000. She told everyone to bid enthusiastically and let her see which big shot would offer more. Many of the bigwigs in the crowd felt their bodies go weak from her words. A pot-bellied middle-aged man raised his paddle and shouted that he would pay 7 million for the night, before correcting himself to say he meant the painting, claiming to be a loyal fan of Tang Bovu. Yaya giggled, which made the man's eyes water and fill with heat. She said the bid was 7 million going once. Another middle-aged man raised his paddle, his eyes glued to the big screen, his mouth nearly drooling, as he offered 7.5 million. The crowd did not want to expose him. Was he really a fan of the painting, or was he just craving her body? He was despicable. Yaya's expression grew even more seductive as she acknowledged the generous bid of 7.5 million going once. She received a commission on all items sold at the auction. The higher the price, the higher her commission. She saw these men as nothing more than fat pigs. She did not actually like these greasy men at all. She wanted to live the life of the upper class. Perhaps only 2 people in the room could offer that. These were the people in the 4 boxes, standing tall above the crowd. She knew that 2 young masters from the 4 major families had arrived today. As long as she could latch onto them, her future would be secure. She was sure she would pick one of them during her raffle tonight. As long as she could get pregnant with one of their children after spending the night, she might just be able to marry into their family. Chapter 412. Yaya had been in this industry long enough to distinguish between money and actual power. She was looking for a young noble who possessed both. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. Items were swapped out like a conveyor belt, and the vendors were blooming with joy. They realized their items were selling for far higher than expected. An item worth 700,000 was being driven up to 1 million, and naturally, they were thrilled with the extra profit. They all knew this was thanks to their renowned auctioneer Yaya. Her enchanting appearance and revealing attire drove the male bosses in the room to a frenzy. They bid wildly, all hoping to gain her favor and perhaps an invitation to dinner. The next item is the target for many in the room. It carries the wishes of 10 generations for loyalty and symbolizes the beauty and eternity of love. Even Yaya felt a twinge of envy when she saw the name of the next lot. Diamonds held an incomparable allure for every woman, and few could resist them. Diamonds are forever was just a clever marketing slogan. Based on Junqing's past life, if all the diamonds on Earth were divided equally, everyone would receive over 15 grams, or 75 carats. Yet, women were deeply emotional. They simply believed that diamonds equaled love, and there was nothing to be done about that. This item is the eternal heart, the eye of the moon. The starting price is 20 million xia currency, with minimum increments of 1 million. Yaya took out the box containing the eye of the moon, and placed it on the projection stand. A magnificent, vibrantly colored diamond appeared before everyone's eyes. This item is valuable not just for its commercial worth, but for its collection potential and the stories behind it. It is well worth the price, and if you gift it to the woman you love, I am sure she would grant any request you have. As Yaya spoke the last sentence, her eyes flickered, and her voice turned alluring. The bosses, big names, and celebrities in the audience understood her meaning immediately. Win the bid and present it to her, and becoming her guest for the night would be a near certainty. Some business magnates scoffed at the idea. What kind of woman was worth spending tens of millions on a diamond? If a woman was beautiful, that was fine. But even if she was gold-plated, she was not worth that price. Of course, there were plenty of sycophants willing to bid for a night with a beauty. Wang Teng, sitting in the private box, felt his eyes light up. He had been bored all night, and finally, his dream item had arrived. If he obtained this, Fang Ruoxi would surely look at him with admiration and fall deeply in love with him. The starting price of 20 million cooled the room down significantly. The amateur bidders with insufficient funds finally calmed themselves. Still, there were those who fancied themselves wealthy enough to raise their paddles. This gentleman has bid 22 million, 24 million. The number of bidders dwindled until only a few remained at 34 million. Although 30 or 40 million was not much to those present, these business titans were sharp. That much money could be invested to make a fortune, so why spend it on an item whose symbolic value outweighed its practical use? Money was not meant to be spent like that. 35 million. A famous male star shouted confidently. He had spent years in the entertainment industry, and money was no longer his primary pursuit. He wanted a pure and beautiful love, and this diamond ring was his stepping stone. No woman could resist the value of an eternal heart. Furthermore, he might even use this diamond to hook a top-tier woman like Yaya. He was not stupid enough to actually give it to her though, he would just play with her. Just as his last rival stopped bidding, and the star felt victory in his grasp, a voice spoke up. 40 million. Everyone looked around in surprise, searching for the source of the voice. Someone had raised the price by 5 million instantly, which was not how even the richest tycoons usually operated. The star looked back, trying to identify the speaker. Someone pointed shakily upstairs. It seems the sound came from above. What, is someone from the 4 great families buying this diamond? Someone asked in astonishment. Tisk tisk, it must be another sycophant obsessed with love. But 40 million is not much for their family background, a business tycoon said with a shake of his head. The walls of the private box were made of one-way glass, so he could see out, but those outside could not see in. The fact that everyone was looking toward him made Wang Teng flush with excitement, and he ignored the waitress catering to him. This is the feeling of being a rich man that I want. I will rule Luodu. I am the king of Luodu. Wang Teng roared excitedly. These shameful words made the waitress feel embarrassed for him, her toes curling inside her shoes. Is this guy not a distinguished young noble? Why does he act like an idiot? One sister whispered to the other. Exactly. You have no idea. I got goosebumps from pure embarrassment just now. I was actually thinking of throwing myself at this guy earlier. Good thing I hesitated because I was not that into his looks. Wang Teng only heard the waitresses whispering and did not pay much mind. The feeling of being the center of attention was too intoxicating. He decided he must reveal his identity and enjoy this feeling of being admired by thousands every day. His assets had already been transferred, so he would no longer be like a mere second-generation heir like Junqing. He would become the head of his family and rule above everyone. He would be a king of Luoda far more successful than Junqing. This young master has raised the bid to 40 million. Is there any higher offer? Yaya's expression became even more excited, her charming demeanor and swaying body making the people in the room swallow hard. 41 million. The male star hesitated, but although he was not from Luoda, he had heard of the 4 great families and decided to grit his teeth and add 1 million for the sake of the one he loved. 50 million. Wang Teng scoffed when he saw someone else raise the bid, increasing it by nearly 9 million to declare his absolute resolve. This time, the male star completely abandoned the idea of the eternal heart. Congratulations to the gentleman upstairs for winning this diamond. We will have it delivered to you shortly, Yaya said with a joyous expression. Chapter 413. Wang Teng left with satisfaction after winning the heart of eternity. He could still afford the 50 million. After all, he was the man who had emptied the Wang family's assets. Junqing smiled, using his inside eye to confirm that Wang Teng had indeed left. He sent a casual message to Fang Ruoxiu and stopped paying attention. Fang Ruoxiu already believed that Junqing was behind everything, so she did not care if it came through his hands or not. Splash! Far away at the Fang residence, Fang Ruoxiu was bathing. One porcelain arm reached out of the water to wipe away soap bubbles, but when her dedicated ringtone for Junqing rang, she stood up from the tub immediately without drying herself. Her curvaceous figure was revealed, breathtakingly beautiful. When she saw the message, her smile bloomed like a flower, stunning in its beauty. Ding. Host, you have stirred the heart of the heroine Fang Ruoxiu. You are rewarded with 2,000 villain points. The atmosphere in the venue heated up again due to Wang Teng's lavish spending. The crowd clicked their tongues. Spending 50 million on a rock with almost no value, hyped up entirely by marketing, was truly extravagant. Yaya saw the lights in Wang Teng's box extinguish and shook her head with a hint of regret. She knew he had no interest in her. Although she felt a bit disappointed, she realized he was someone far beyond her reach. Now we are auctioning a mysterious medicinal herb, Yaya said, introducing the item to the crowd below with a mysterious air. Lin Fan's expression turned excited as he saw the herb on the big screen, knowing his chance had arrived. He had found it inconceivable to see a mere diamond fetch a high price of 50 million earlier. Even after robbing a large company today, he had only managed to steal a little over 10 million. Junqing slowly revealed a smile in his eyes. Oh, can herbs be auctioned here too? Could it be some kind of century-old ginseng? One of the wealthy guests asked in confusion. They wondered what kind of herb could make it into an auction of this caliber. It is not those things. The experts are not entirely sure what this herb is called, but its efficacy is truly astonishing, Yaya said slowly, successfully piquing everyone's curiosity. Miss Yaya, please do not keep us in suspense. Tell us what effects it has, one guest shouted. This herb can greatly enhance a man's performance, Yaya replied. We have tested it. We only took a tiny sliver of this herb and ground out a little juice, which gave the lab mice great vitality, she said with a seductive charm. It tired out 5 female mice in a single night. The wealthy guests below looked at each other, still looking a bit hesitant. Lin Fan looked disappointed, as this was a blood-chi grass. It was crucial for martial artists to increase their vitality and break through bottlenecks, and it pained him to see it fed to mice. But that was only tested on mice. Is the effect on humans significant? A guest asked. We have also tested it on human volunteers, Yaya answered. A small amount made him much stronger than usual, and the enhancement in that area was substantial. Upon hearing that it was effective for humans, many showed interest. Men fear nothing more than being unable to perform, and since these wealthy men had often drained their bodies with money and pleasure, they naturally needed such things. The effect is permanent. I am quite curious to know just how strong a man will be after eating this herb, Yaya teased. She giggled softly, seemingly trying to entice everyone present. This statement completely ignited the atmosphere, and many of the guests looked interested. They might not be able to afford tens of millions, but this was just an herb, so how expensive could it possibly be, even with magical medicinal effects? Besides, the blue pills on the market were enough for many people's daily needs. Seeing the heated atmosphere, Yaya nodded with satisfaction and announced the price. Because this herb was obtained by chance and there is only one, plus we have already used a small amount for testing, the starting price is only 500,000, Yaya explained. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing the starting price of 500,000, as he had been terrified his stolen 10 million would not be enough. However, it seemed the auction house still had some sense. They knew that even if the effect was astonishing, they dared not set the price too high. 1 million, a wealthy guest shouted, raising their paddle immediately after Yaya finished speaking, ignoring the gazes of others. 1,300,000, 1,500,000, an obese middle-aged man cried out. Brothers, I have a friend who really needs this herb, so please let me have it, he pleaded with an anxious expression, his belly so large it made one wonder if he was pregnant. Old Wang, I think you are the one who needs it, a business rival mocked. Everyone here knows your wife, and her demands like a tigress must be hard on you. Now that you mention it, Old Wang probably cannot even see his own junk when he looks down, and maybe he has not seen what it looks like in a long time, the rival continued, drawing laughter. The pot-bellied executive was mocked by many, but he could not refute it, turning red in the face, because it was the truth. These taunts did not stop others from bidding, as the effects they had seen were truly astonishing. Who would not covet the ability to satisfy 5 female mice in a row without even catching their breath? You can say a man is bad at studying or bad at business, but you cannot say he is bad in bed. That is a man's final dignity, and even if he cannot perform, he will force himself to do it just once. Soon, the price of the herb was bid up to 5 million, which would be unthinkable to a normal man, but to these executives, its effect was amazing. As the analyst said, it does not matter how small the item is, as long as it targets the right audience, people will buy it no matter how expensive it is, Yaya muttered to herself. She could not believe a single herb could be so attractive. 8 million, Lin Fan announced, frowning as he increased the price by 3 million. He felt that if he did not bid now, he would lose his chance, as this group of people was simply crazy. 8,500,000, the man known as Old Wang shouted, adding that the boy could not scare anyone. 9 million. If you stop bidding, I will not only help you restore your performance, I will also cure your illness. Otherwise your days are numbered, Lin Fan said with a frown. He was an invincible grandmaster, and no one in his sect would ever dare to speak to him like this, so if this were not the city, he could have crippled this trash with a single breath. Chapter 414. My time is running out. CEO Wang's expression tightened. Tell me what is going on first, then I will decide whether to bid or not. He feared that the man might actually have real ability. On stage, Yaya was about to intervene, because auction rules forbade interfering with the bidding process. However, a voice crackled through her earpiece from backstage, telling her to let it play out, so she stood down. Have you tried to lose weight, only to see no results? Lin Fan asked, his expression indifferent. His medical skills had reached the level of a master, making it effortless for him to diagnose a person. That is right, Wang replied instinctively. Furthermore, your appetite has decreased, your abdomen feels bloated, and you have indigestion. You occasionally experience nausea and vomiting, yet despite eating very little and throwing up, you cannot lose any weight. Exactly. So, master, why can't I lose weight? Why do I keep getting fatter? Wang asked excitedly, starting to believe the man. He loathed his obese, pot-bellied appearance, and had tried to change it to no avail. Looking down, he saw nothing but his belly, and could not even see his own manhood, a situation that made him feel like dying, and invited mockery from his wife. He had seen many doctors, but none could explain why. That is because you have been poisoned, Lin Fan continued. Poisoned? Impossible. I never eat food from outside, so how could I be poisoned? Wang's face turned pale as if he had suddenly realized something. This poison will cause you to keep gaining weight until you cannot move. Then you will eventually die from obesity. Everyone will think you simply died from a lack of self-control, Lin Fan said indifferently. You should check on those around you, and you will likely find your answers. It must be that bitch. She wants to swallow my assets to support my driver. I knew she was having an affair with him. Wang's expression twisted for a moment as realization dawned on him. Master, I will not compete for this herb. Please, save me. Wang bowed sincerely to Lin Fan. It is simple. As long as you stop consuming the poison, your body will naturally metabolize the residue. Lin Fan's expression softened. He loved the sight of others bowing to him, as it helped him forget the times he had to bow to others. Thank you, master. Wang walked out with a ferocious look, determined not to let his cheating wife or the driver get away with this. He finally understood why his wife refused to share a bed with him, thinking it was because of his size, but now it was clear she had been unfaithful for a long time. Lin Fan's display left everyone in the room hesitant to compete, and they looked at him with a hint of awe. Good thing I grabbed 10 million today, otherwise I really would not have enough to buy it, Lin Fan thought to himself as he watched the scene. He gazed at the herb above, his heart racing with excitement. Bang! 9 million, going twice. Yaya's interest was piqued, and she continued, tapping the gavel. Just as Yaya was about to strike for the third time, a woman's voice shouted out, 10 million. Someone is actually bidding against this guy. The crowd below searched for the source of the voice, their eyes fixed on a corner. Specifically, the people seated below Junqing's private box. The voice, it came from above, the girl said, frantically pointing upward, while being stared at by hundreds of eyes. Above? That meant another one of the 4 great families had made a move. The big shots quickly averted their gazes, not daring to look any further. They did not know which family it was, but they knew they could not afford to provoke any of them. Sir, do you wish to increase your bid? Yaya glanced upward with surprise before turning her gaze back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth. 11 million. He had about 1 million of his own, and had just taken 10 million from the Fang family, giving him a total of 11 million. No one expected someone to outbid him after he had just demonstrated his skills. A mere 11 million. Increase the bid to 15 million immediately. Little boy, do you still want to compete with me in financial power? The woman's voice shouted from upstairs, though she sounded a bit weak. Clearly not the one in charge. Lin Fan spun around, his robe snapping in the air as he glared at the private box upstairs, his eyes blazing with anger. If anyone here can lend me money, I will repay you in the future, he announced to the crowd, suppressing his rage. He had no money left to bid, so he had to ask if anyone present would lend to him. However, how many people present dared to offend one of the 4 great families? They were busy looking out for their own survival, so why would they lend money to Lin Fan? Only someone from outside Luodu might have the nerve. Lin Fan watched the crowd, feeling helpless as no one spoke up. His eyes flickered as he considered just seizing it by force, but his face had been seen by everyone here, and doing so would make him a wanted man. He hesitated, knowing that auctions usually had security measures in place, like the display case covering the herb. If he made a move, the herb would likely be transported away through the stand's mechanism. Perhaps he could just find out which family was upstairs and go to their estate later to take it. He pondered, thinking that Luodu had been peaceful for too long and lacked martial arts masters, giving him the confidence to be invincible there. With that thought, Lin Fan calmed down. Which family is that upstairs? I will surely repay this in the future, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. The crowd was in an uproar, as it seemed someone was actually daring to challenge the status of the 4 great families. It was effectively an open provocation. Yaya concentrated as she checked with the backstage crew, and upon receiving their reply, she realized the box upstairs was reserved for the Wang family. Gu Junqing sat in the center of the private box, his elbow resting on the table, as he supported his chin with a smile playing on his lips. Repeat exactly what I told you, Gu Junqing said after a moment, a hint of amusement in his voice. Say this. I do not change my name or surname. I am Wang Teng of the Luodu Wang family. My family never fears a challenge. Understood, the waitress who had been serving Gu Junqing replied. I do not change my name or surname. I am Wang Teng, son of the head of the Luodu Wang family. My family never fears a challenge, the waitress said, trembling as she ran to the microphone to relay the words Gu Junqing had given her. The crowd erupted into an uproar. So it is the Wang family. No wonder they are so arrogant and domineering. I guessed it was the Wang family. The Gu family is always humble and polite, known for their outstanding character and gentlemanly conduct, and the other 2 families run by women are even more refined. It could only be the Wang family, one CEO said with a knowing expression. You hindsight hero. Besides bragging, what else can you do? Other CEOs said with disdain. Chapter 415. The Wang family. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. He said nothing more and returned to his seat. 15 million, 3 times. Sold. Yaya struck the gavel, finalizing the price at 15 million. Ding. Host has altered the plot and intercepted a key item for the protagonist Lin Fan to reach the Foundation establishment stage. Protagonist Lin Fan's luck minus 300. Host's villain luck plus 300. Reward 5,000 villain points. Gu Junqing stood up and left with a faint smile. Someone would naturally deliver the blood grass to him later. The blood grass was not particularly useful for him, as his yellow emperor's inner cannon already provided him with abundant blood energy. Still, having more was always excellent. After all, very few people were like him, able to keep so many fish in the sea. Every little bit helped, and finishing it would allow him to support a few more heroines. Lin Fan headed toward the auction area, wanting to see if he could corner this person from the Wang family. If he failed to corner him, he would personally go to the Wang family to seize the blood grass. On the other side, Wang Teng gripped the box containing the Eye of the Moon tightly, looking ecstatic. Upon returning home, he shouted immediately, Wife, look what gift I brought you. Fan Ruoxiu had just finished bathing, and was sitting on the sofa with a solemn yet shy expression. Her delicate face, watery eyes, and cascading black hair gave Wang Teng a feeling of peace and beauty. The fact that such a picturesque beauty was his wife caused Wang Teng's excitement to swell within him. Fan Ruoxiu knew what Wang Teng was bringing, and she looked at him with anticipation. She had wanted Gu Junqing to give it to her personally, but he said that the barrier between brother-in-law and sister-in-law limited them. It had to be delivered through Wang Teng, but she accepted it happily. As long as it came from him, it was fine. Unfortunately, Fan Ruoxiu did not know that Gu Junqing had contributed nothing from start to finish. Both the company and the diamond were funded by Wang Teng. Even if she knew, Fan Ruoxiu would not care now. After such a long time, few women could resist Gu Junqing's charm, and her heart already belonged to him. Wang Teng looked at Fan Ruoxiu's expectant expression, which reminded him of a child waiting for candy. He felt even more excited. She must have fallen in love with me to be so happy about a gift I gave her. Wang Teng's joy was about to overflow. Look. Wang Teng knelt on one knee and slowly opened the diamond ring box, revealing a glistening and crystal-clear gem. Wife, I was very poor back then. I did not even give you a diamond when we married. I want this diamond to represent my heart and make up for the regrets of the past. Wang Teng spoke with deep affection. Why are you acting so fake? Fan Ruoxiu frowned. Was he not just a tool? Their marriage contract was merely a transaction in the beginning. Forget it. She decided not to think about it. What do you mean fake? Wang Teng froze, not knowing what had happened. Fan Ruoxiu frowned and took the Eye of the Moon, which Wang Teng had bought for tens of millions, directly from his hand. All right, I am going upstairs. Fan Ruoxiu walked upstairs happily with the box, leaving a bewildered Wang Teng behind. He was still thinking about what had happened. Was it over already? Shouldn't there be an enthusiastic kiss, or something similar? Hey, Wang Teng wanted to call out to her, but Fan Ruoxiu had already reached the upper floor. With no other option, Wang Teng slumped on the sofa, dejected, and muttered to himself. Brother Gu, Ruoxiu did not have the reaction you described. You said she would be so excited that she would kiss me, but nothing happened. Brother, what are you saying? Gu Junqing's voice suddenly appeared by Wang Teng's ear, giving him a huge fright. He thought it was a ghost, appearing right as he spoke of Gu Junqing. He did not calm down until he turned around and saw Gu Junqing standing in front of him. Brother Gu, why are you here? Were there no items you liked at the auction? Wang Teng asked casually. I have already bought what I needed to buy. Am I not here to see how you are doing, brother? Gu Junqing thought of the furious Lin Fan, a trace of a smile flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a slight smirk. Gu Junqing sat opposite Wang Teng and reclined on the sofa, looking as comfortable as if he were back in his own home. Was your wife happy when she received the gift? She was happy, yes, but her attitude toward me has not changed at all. Brother Gu, your method does not work at all. Wang Teng looked at Gu Junqing and said with a hint of reproach. That is impossible. Usually, women are very happy when they receive such gifts. Gu Junqing feigned confusion. I do not know whether. She was happy when she first saw me, but she became cold again after taking the gift. Wang Teng looked sorrowful and conflicted, sounding somewhat puzzled. He was truly bewildered as to why a woman could change her expression so quickly. She had been happy when he entered and when she saw the gift, yet she left immediately after taking it. Brother, you are just too thin-skinned. How about I go and talk to her to see what she really thinks of you? Gu Junqing acted as if he was thinking of his brother's best interests. That would be great. Let us go upstairs and talk to Ruoxiu now. Wang Teng was overjoyed by Gu Junqing's words and stood up, though he continued with some hesitation. I really do not want to spend tens of millions only to see Ruoxiu's face once. Do not worry. She must be very happy inside. Do not be anxious. Gu Junqing said earnestly. All right, remember to say some good things about your brother later. Wang Teng sighed helplessly. Knock knock. Gu Junqing and Wang Teng went upstairs together, and Wang Teng knocked on Fang Ruoxiu's door. Ruoxiu, please open the door. Can we talk? I have nothing to talk to you about. Fang Ruoxiu was admiring the eye of the moon in the ring box. She was so happy that Gu Junqing had given her such a valuable gift. When she heard Wang Teng's voice, she only replied coldly. Look, she will not even talk to me now. Wang Teng said to Gu Junqing, looking as miserable as Wu Daolin. Gu Junqing gave Wang Teng a reassuring look, stepped forward, and knocked softly. Sister-in-law, please open the door. Before Gu Junqing finished, the sound of pattering footsteps was heard, and Fang Ruoxiu opened her door. Junqing, why are you here? Fang Ruoxiu said, pleasantly surprised. She had been thinking about how to thank him. I came to see your diamond and how beautiful it is. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Then come in quickly. Bang. Without even looking at Wang Teng, Fang Ruoxiu pulled Gu Junqing into the room and shut the door, nearly hitting Wang Teng's nose as he tried to enter. Wang Teng rubbed his nose and stood there with a bitter smile. He could only pray that Gu Junqing would comfort her and put in a good word for him. Chapter 416. Junqing, is it beautiful? Fang Ruoxiu picked up the moon's pupil embedded in the ring with great care and held it up for Gu Junqing to see, her expression brimming with joy. It was clear she was very fond of the gift. It's beautiful, but it would look even better on your hand. Gu Junqing smiled as he took the ring from the box, took her right hand, and slowly slid it onto her ring finger, a symbol of their passionate love. Junqing, I'm afraid of scratching it. Perhaps I shouldn't wear it. Fang Ruoxiu hesitated for a moment, wondering if she was really worthy of such a priceless ring. That won't do. I think this gemstone isn't even good enough for you. Gu Junqing looked at her with feigned affection. Sorry, big brother. Sister-in-law is just too charming and adorable. I can't help it if she believes I bought this, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. These words made Fang Ruoxiu blush deeply, and she lowered her head shyly to look at the moon's pupil diamond ring on her hand. Junqing, I don't know how to repay you, Fang Ruoxiu whispered, a silent decision forming in her heart. Sister-in-law, do we really need to say thank you to each other? Gu Junqing gently covered her lips with one hand while pulling her waist close into his embrace with the other. Junqing, murmuring his name, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his thin lips. The two became entangled, their clothes and items scattered across the floor. Wang Teng returned to his room, feeling increasingly frustrated. He turned on a video game and slaughtered his enemies, yet he still could not soothe the knot in his chest, as if something precious was slipping away from him forever. I don't know why, but I'm feeling irritable. Wang Teng sighed and paced back and forth in his cramped room. Even gaming could no longer bring him any happiness. Right, I wonder how Junqing's persuasion is going. Will Ruoxiu give me some kind of reward? After all, it was a multi-million-dollar gift. Wang Teng stood still and muttered to himself. Moments later, Wang Teng could wait no longer. He left his distant room and headed toward Fang Ruoxiu's room. Seeing no signs that her door had been opened, he realized Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxiu might still be inside. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Teng knocked on the door. Junqing, Ruoxiu, are you still there? He called out. A slight movement came from inside the room at the sound of Wang Teng's voice. Gu Junqing's voice followed shortly after. Big brother, I am still persuading her. She has decided to give you a reward, as she doesn't want to let your kindness go to waste. Really? That's great. Wang Teng's face lit up, and the frustration in his heart instantly vanished. Of course, big brother, you should know my skills by now. I made her extremely happy and satisfied, which is why she feels she should give you a reward. Smack. Gu Junqing's voice trembled slightly as he tapped her bottom with his left hand, signaling her not to be so tense, to relax, and not grip so tightly just because Wang Teng was right outside the door. So what is Ruoxiu doing now? How does she plan to reward me? Standing outside the door, Wang Teng was incredibly excited, his mind already conjuring up visions of their future life together. He vowed to have children with her as soon as possible. Thinking of Fang Ruoxiu's unattainable elegance and those pink, luscious lips, he couldn't stop his body from reacting. She intends to cook you a meal and knit you a hat. Gu Junqing's voice seemed faint, accompanied by some rhythmic thumping sounds that made it hard for Wang Teng to hear clearly. However, he caught the gist of it. She plans to knit and cook. Isn't that what a virtuous wife does? Could Ruoxiu be planning to retire from the business world and focus on being a devoted wife and mother? This thought sent Wang Teng into a frenzy of excitement, as he was certain this was the hidden meaning behind her gesture. Let me speak to her. I want to hear from her directly if this is true, Wang Teng said with extreme excitement. This request put Gu Junqing in a difficult position. The current state of his sister-in-law was not ideal for conversation, as she could barely muffle her soft moans, and if she tried to speak, she would surely cry out. At that thought, Gu Junqing slowed his pace slightly. He leaned over her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Sister-in-law, Big Brother wants to talk to you. Keep your voice down so you don't give us away." Fang Ruoxiu covered her mouth with both hands, letting out a faint moan like the call of a nightingale. Her delicate body slumped against the bed, seemingly drained of all strength. Hearing Gu Junqing's words, she shivered from the stimulation, and could only nod slowly in agreement. Wang Teng, do you have anything to ask? Fang Ruoxiu's voice was stuttered, broken frequently by something he couldn't discern. Ruoxiu, I just heard from Junqing that you plan to knit a hat for me. Although Wang Teng was puzzled by her strange tone, hearing her voice filled him with joy. Yes. I plan to bring you a very beautiful hat, As if hit by some sudden stimulation, Fang Ruoxiu's voice suddenly turned alluring. Outside the door, Wang Teng felt a jolt in his heart, the feeling that something of his was being taken away growing even more intense. Ruoxiu, open the door. What is happening? Are you all right? Wang Teng waited anxiously outside the door, desperate to know what was going on. I'm fine. I'm just spicy. It's so spicy. I'm eating spicy strips. They are delicious. Fang Ruoxiu continued to speak slowly and seductively, her words slurred and breathless. Is that so? Junqing, are you there? Is your sister-in-law really eating spicy strips? Wang Teng asked anxiously, clearly flustered. She's lying to you. She isn't eating any spicy strips. Gu Junqing's voice was extremely deep and hoarse, as if he were enduring something intense. She is actually practicing yoga, which is why she is panting like that. She wants to make herself even more beautiful. Chapter 417. Your sister-in-law is actually practicing yoga. That is why she is panting, as she is trying to make herself more beautiful. Gu Junqing's words made Wang Teng relax. He thought, why would she be eating spicy strips so late at night if she was not looking for trouble? However, was it not improper to practice yoga in front of Gu Junqing? Ruoxiu, Junqing is still inside. Tell him to leave, and you should practice yoga by yourself. Wang Teng said this earnestly, feeling a bit worried and impatient. He had never even seen his wife look beautiful while practicing yoga, and he wanted to see her elegant form. If I leave now, won't my sister-in-law scold you to death? Gu Junqing thought to himself without speaking. He looked down at Fang Ruoxiu, who was taking his pleasure, and felt she was about to break. You do not have to worry. I am just having Junqing help me stretch my legs. Ugh. Fang Ruoxiu stuttered, and at the end, she let out a soft, charming moan as if struck by something. The sound made Wang Teng's heart flutter. What a charming voice. That is my wife after all. However, stretching legs? Does that mean he is touching my wife's legs? Wang Teng felt a pang of jealousy. He had never even held his wife's hand, and the closest they ever got was when they first met and he accidentally bumped her shoulder, causing her to drop her things. He had never touched her soft, fair skin since then. This would not do. So how could he let that kid, Gu Junqing, help his wife stretch? Ruoxiu, Junqing is a guest. How can you let him help you stretch? Open the door, and let me help you instead. Wang Teng pleaded earnestly. Brother, it is fine. Do not be so polite. Let me just handle the stretching, as I am a professional at this. You might not know, but I am extremely proficient in this area. Gu Junqing curled his lip and stretched Fang Ruoxiu's legs upwards into a standard pose. There was no need to doubt him, as he was indeed extremely proficient. He had experimented with many heroines before. If there were a diploma for this, he would at least be at a doctoral level, and could publish several papers on it. That is embarrassing. Even if you are a professional, your sister-in-law really should not let a guest do this. Wang Teng swallowed his jealousy and sighed. Brother, she is actually just afraid you are too busy. She gave the physically demanding tasks to me, so please understand her good intentions. Gu Junqing spoke as if he were looking out for Wang Teng. She knows you have been running around all day, and are tired, so she left this little task of leg stretching to me, right sister-in-law? Gu Junqing added force as he spoke. Yes. This little thing, just leave it to Junqing. Fang Ruoxiu said, unable to bear it any longer. She rolled her eyes at Gu Junqing, thinking he was truly wicked and enjoyed treating people this way. She wondered if Wang Teng would rush in to fight Gu Junqing if he ever found out. So that is how it is. Ruoxiu, I did not know you cared for me so much. If I had known, I would have worked even harder for you. Wang Teng said affectionately, moved by her kindness. Brother, I am going to start increasing the intensity of the stretch. Do you want to listen? Gu Junqing's handsome features twitched with mischief as he smiled. Sure, go ahead, Wang Tang said with a hint of interest. Knowing how much Ruoxia loved him, his mood immediately brightened. Even with Gu Junqing inside helping his wife, he felt no jealousy. He knew Fang Ruoxia well after so long. She was a woman who took things seriously, was breathtakingly beautiful, and was loyal. Once she loved someone, she would not love another, so he felt safe letting them be. But be gentle, and do not hurt your sister-in-law. Of course, how could I hurt her? She is feeling very comfortable right now. Right, sister-in-law? Gu Junqing asked with a smile, causing Fang Ruoxia to roll her eyes again, feeling ashamed of his wicked thoughts. Xuanja was right. Junqing is a scoundrel, and he even likes doing it right in front of Wang Tang, she muttered internally. Junqing, you cannot fold me like this. After a while, Fang Ruoxia exclaimed with a weak, breathless voice. She sounded like she was running out of air. It is so embarrassing. Wang Tang did not hear the last 4 words clearly. Junqing, be careful. Do not break your sister-in-law's bones. If she says it hurts, then stop. Wang Tang advised from outside the door. He could not see inside, but the unknown was the most alluring part. He imagined Fang Ruoxia's curvy and flexible body, and he chuckled to himself. As long as she had him in her heart, one day, he would be able to enjoy the fun of being with her himself. I know, brother. Just think of me as her personal trainer. Rest assured, you can trust my technique. I definitely will not hurt her. He added to himself though, that he did not know if he would break her. Ugh, hum. Fang Ruoxia could only let out soft squeaks like a little piglet, unable to speak anymore. Truthfully, few heroines could endure Gu Junqing's deadly tempo and intense rhythm. Fang Ruoxia certainly could not, especially with Wang Tang right outside the door. She felt an extremely stimulating shiver. Time ticked by, and after half an hour, Wang Tang felt the sounds inside were becoming increasingly strange, with gasps and moans interweaving. Hey, Junqing, that is about enough. Your sister-in-law does not usually exercise for that long. Wang Tang could not take it anymore and spoke loudly. Do not worry, brother. I have almost finished this set of exercises, and your sister-in-law is very satisfied. Gu Junqing's voice drifted out, letting Wang Tang breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the room, Gu Junqing embraced Fang Ruoxia on the bed. Sister-in-law, you belong to me completely now, and you can only be mine. Gu Junqing gently stroked Fang Ruoxia's flushed cheek, his other hand smoothing the hair that had stuck to her face. Her hair was damp with sweat, clinging to her beautiful face. Chapter 418. Inside the room, the dim light reflected off Fang Ruoxia's skin, illuminating her face, which was more beautiful than any flower. Her delicate, jade-like body appeared like an exquisite work of art carved from white marble. She clung to Gu Junqing's arm with her soft, pale arms, replying to Wang Tang in a weak, breathless voice. Wang Tang, we have finished training. Go prepare some dinner for us to eat later. Wang Tang, having listened for a long time outside, replied happily, sounding more submissive than ever. He felt convinced that Fang Ruoxia must truly care about him. Junqing, let us go eat in a little while, Fang Ruoxia said, her tone seductive. Her face, flushed from their recent intimacy, was more beautiful than usual, like a freshly blossomed flower displaying its ultimate beauty. Her shy, loving eyes were filled with affection, a stark contrast to her typically gentle and reserved demeanor. Anyone experienced would know at a glance that she had just lost her innocence. System alert. Wang Tang has voluntarily eavesdropped on the host and heroine. Reward, title ultimate cuckold. Reward, 3,000 villain points. System alert. Host has claimed heroine Fang Ruoxia for the first time. Fang Ruoxia's luck minus 200. Host's luck plus 200. System alert. Host has completely altered the plot. Reward, 30,000 villain points. Sure, let us take a shower and clean up first. Gu Junqing replied with a faint smile. He inwardly scoffed at the system. What was this ultimate cuckold title? He was Gu, not Wang. Was it his fault he cuckolded Wang Tang? The lady was just too charming, and he could not help himself. Besides, was Fang Ruoxia not the one who initiated it? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. This damn charisma of mine. Fang Ruoxia nodded shyly, her arms wrapping bashfully around Gu Junqing's neck. Gu Junqing swept her up, and they stepped into the bathroom. Naturally, they engaged in another intense battle in the tub, splashing water everywhere. Ruoxia, dinner is ready. You can come out and eat now. Wang Tang, having prepared the meal, waited a while before growing puzzled that Fang Ruoxia had not come down, so he walked to the door of her room. Splash, splash, splash. Thump, thump. Wang Tang pressed his ear against the door, confused by the strange sounds coming from inside. All right, we will be out soon. Gu Junqing's voice drifted through, deep, charming, and filled with amusement. There was nothing he could do about it. Every time she heard the voice of this good brother Wang Tang, she grew exceptionally tense. Tension, naturally, led to being tighter. Looking at Fang Ruoxia beneath him, her flushed cheeks and pure, beautiful face making her look like a goddess of the clouds, Gu Junqing felt a sense of achievement. He pounced like a tiger descending the mountain, and the water flowed even more jubilantly, turning the spacious bathroom into a flooded scene. This time, Wang Tang did not have to wait long. Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxia walked out of the room quickly. Fang Ruoxia appeared as if she had just bathed, her face flushed, her long, silky black hair draped behind her shoulders. Her slim, tall figure was fair and soft, her flawless skin radiant, and she walked out with a shy expression, looking as vibrant as a peach blossom covered in dew. Unfortunately, Wang Tang was still a novice and could not tell that the woman had just experienced intimacy. If it were Gu Junqing, he would have been able to tell at a glance that Fang Ruoxiu was no longer a virgin. However, Wang Tang still had a remnant of luck. For some reason, his heart stung, but his luck was not strong enough anymore. It could only provide a minor warning, not nearly enough to serve as a proper alert for this son of destiny, who had become a live-in son-in-law. Did you just finish showering? Wang Tang stared at Fang Ruoxiu for a moment. Of course. Do you not shower after exercising? Fang Ruoxiu retorted, casting a seductive, sidelong glance at Wang Tang. It was not intentional, but after her recent intimacy, she unconsciously exuded a seductive charm. She was beautiful beyond compare. This playful, almost coquettish look made Wang Tang's heart race, and he stopped wondering why Gu Junqing was in the bathroom with her. He had eyes only for Fang Ruoxiu. Haha, that is right. One has to shower after working out. Wang Tang scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly, acting like a simp infatuated by her beauty. Gu Junqing, standing next to Fang Ruoxiu, looked refined and handsome, regarding Wang Tang with a profound, knowing gaze. He truly could not understand how such a foolish person became a protagonist. It seemed not all protagonists were brilliant or gifted, as there were simps and live-in son-in-laws like Wang Tang. I get the feeling Wang Tang's IQ struggles to break 60. He is probably on par with a smart dog. Wait, am I insulting the dog? Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. Let us go, let us go. Stop chatting. Fang Ruoxiu sighed as she looked at Wang Tang's goofy smile. Why had she agreed to this sham marriage in the first place? Perhaps if Gu Junqing had not appeared, she might have just lived with him forever out of sheer laziness. Thinking of that, Fang Ruoxiu shuddered. She definitely did not want that. However, had the story proceeded according to the original plot, Fang Ruoxiu would have gradually fallen for Wang Tang and his protagonist halo. Unfortunately, Gu Junqing had hijacked the plot from the very beginning. Ever since Gu Junqing learned of the heroine Fang Ruoxiu, everything had unfolded exactly according to his schemes. The fact that Gu Junqing had spent a massive amount of villain points to mask Wang Tang's fate resonance had given him plenty of ideas. He thought of farming protagonists or exploiting them. Gu Junqing decided that in the future, when he encountered certain protagonists, he did not need to finish them off immediately. Once he had fleeced them of their worth, he could keep them like little piglets, using them to provide whatever conveniences he needed. It was like his fellow countryman, the entertainment industry protagonist, who was currently building bricks for Gu Junqing's cultural empire, creating movies and TV shows that people in this other world had never seen. They led the trends among the people of the Xia Kingdom, and brought Gu Junqing substantial income. Culture from another world was incredibly attractive to the people here. Maybe I should open a factory later, full of low-threat protagonists, all working for me. Then I can become Director Gu. Gu Junqing mused, thinking it sounded like a good idea. He called it the Protagonist Farm, a play on words for a pig farm. After all, there were many ways to utilize protagonists, especially those wealth god types who made money every second without doing a thing. Gu Junqing felt they were prime candidates for his factory. Chapter 419. Brother Wang, your cooking is getting better and better. You must have studied it quite diligently, Gu Junqing praised. Come to think of it, Wang Tang, the protagonist, was truly generous. It was not enough that his wife had been played with right through the wall, he even had to cook for him and help him recover his strength. Gu Junqing felt that Wang Tang was more qualified to call himself a good man than he was. He was a real man. Not at all, it's something I should learn, Wang Tang said modestly, while glancing sideways at Fang Ruoxiu, seemingly wanting her to praise him as well. However, Fang Ruoxiu remained completely unresponsive, smiling one moment and lost in thought the next. Come, Junqing, you put in so much effort earlier, you should eat more. Hearing Gu Junqing's praise, Fang Ruoxiu quickly began piling food into his bowl, spoonful by spoonful, until it was overflowing. She even made sure to scoop extra portions of the wolfberry stewed pork kidneys for him. Sister-in-law, you should eat yourself. Your exertion earlier was also significant, so you need to eat more as well, Gu Junqing replied with a smile, returning the gesture by serving her a few spoonfuls. You in particular, should eat more meat to replenish your energy, so you won't get tired halfway through next time. It's best if you handle the heavy lifting yourself, sister-in-law. Gu Junqing gave Fang Ruoxiu a meaningful look, causing her face to flush bright red like peach blossoms as a blush spread across her cheeks. The two of them were practically flirting right in front of him, yet Wang Tang completely failed to pick up on it. He grew jealous of Gu Junqing again, as Fang Ruoxiu had never served him food like that, and her expression seemed almost dazed. After listening to Gu Junqing, he looked at Fang Ruoxiu with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ruoxiu, do you see that I'm right? You need to eat more meat usually to have the stamina for exercise. You can't just be reckless for the sake of keeping your figure. Wang Tang looked at Fang Ruoxiu, who was wearing the moon's pupil, and felt that the tens of millions he spent today were worth it. He assumed that because Fang Ruoxiu didn't ask in surprise how he could afford it, she must have already guessed his identity. That was why his tone carried a hint of instruction. He was a young master of the Wang family, and one only had to look at Gu Junqing's status in Luodu to understand his own. His status in Luodu was second to only a few, and above tens of millions of people. Teaching a lesson to someone like Fang Ruoxiu should be easy. Gu Junqing's gaze towards Wang Tang became increasingly strange. What a good man. He was so worried that his wife wouldn't satisfy Gu Junqing that he made sure she increased her stamina. He was starting to admire Wang Tang's style. Who asked for your opinion? Fang Ruoxiu, lacking the twisted thoughts that Gu Junqing had, replied with an impatient look. If Gu Junqing hadn't forbidden her from revealing the truth, she would have done so long ago, instead of waiting until now. Hey you! Wang Tang was left speechless. Why was Ruoxiu still treating him like this? Did she still not know his identity as the young master of the Wang family, or that he had been secretly helping her keep the Fang family afloat? Wang Tang thought, feeling somewhat depressed. He had abandoned his own family for her and transferred many of the Wang family's assets under her name, yet she still treated him like this. He couldn't understand it. Of course, if he knew that all his actions were being credited to Gu Junqing by Fang Ruoxiu, he would likely understand. At the same time, Wang Tang signaled to Gu Junqing with his eyes, asking him to speak up. He felt that something was wrong. Hadn't his brother Gu said that Fang Ruoxiu would be very grateful to him? Why was she still being so fierce towards him? What about the cooking and knitting hats for him that they had discussed? As for Gu Junqing's reaction, he naturally couldn't be bothered with him. He felt that Wang Tang was beyond saving, and only by seeing the truth with his own eyes would he ever realize the reality. However, he didn't want to do that now. There was no need. Wang Tang only had one last use left in his plans. Thinking of this, a strange, cold glint appeared in Gu Junqing's eyes. Wang Tang didn't receive the support he expected from Gu Junqing, but instead, Fang Ruoxiu spoke up again. What's with the eye? We have finished eating. You go clean up. Gu Junqing and I still have things to do. Seeing that Gu Junqing had finished everything she had served him, Fang Ruoxiu instructed Wang Tang indifferently. Ha, we still have things to do? How come I didn't know? Gu Junqing pondered. He gave Fang Ruoxiu a complex look. He had thought his sister-in-law would be a normal heroine, but to his surprise, she was also a woman who craved his body. Did she not know that men are like sugarcane? After being squeezed so many times, it's hard to extract any more juice. However, having just experienced the joys of their intimate union, Fang Ruoxiu could not easily let Gu Junqing off the hook. It was her first time experiencing the feeling of reaching the absolute peak of pleasure, a sensation that was truly intoxicating. Not to mention Gu Junqing's profound techniques, which didn't even need to be discussed. He had honed them through experimentation with many heroines, for practice is the only truth that tests technique, as Gu Junqing often said. One could only say there is nothing special about it, just practice. What else do you need to discuss with Brother Gu? Wang Tang looked at Fang Ruoxiu with pleading eyes. The air of authority he had just been projecting vanished instantly as Fang Ruoxiu seemed to get angry. These were the lingering effects of years of habit. Whenever Fang Ruoxiu was angry, he couldn't resist and could only cower. It wasn't something that could change overnight just because his status and position had changed. We still need to discuss some business matters. This is a deal worth hundreds of millions or even billions. Is that something you can understand? Fang Ruoxiu said righteously, while glancing shyly and seductively at Gu Junqing. Tisk tisk, where did my gentle and moving sister-in-law go? Shouldn't she be showing concern for her younger brother? Gu Junqing wondered to himself. No wonder Fang Ruoxiu served him so much wolfberry and pork kidney soup. It turned out she was planning on going another round. Billions? Was she planning to completely empty out his treasury? Ha, women. Such a vicious thought. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs, he muttered internally. Wang Tang lowered his head. He really didn't understand, as he lacked the experience. But he was a young master of the Wang family. Even if he had been drained, he could still pull out hundreds of millions. Forget it. Just clean up downstairs. We'll be down in a while. It shouldn't take long. Fang Ruoxiu stood up solemnly, pretending to pick up a stack of contracts and a pen, and signaled to Gu Junqing to follow her. What choice did Gu Junqing have? Since his sister-in-law had a need, he had no choice but to charge forward. At the same time, he patted his half-baked big brother on the shoulder. Don't worry, big brother. You are tired from your business, so you can leave such physically demanding work to me. After saying this, Gu Junqing walked upstairs, leaving Wang Tang alone to ponder the meaning of his words. His intelligence was truly less than a dog's. Chapter 420. Gu Junqing held Fang Ruoxiu, that big white fish, in his arms. After quite a struggle, he had finally subdued her. She was no longer jumping around. While a dead fish might occasionally twitch, Fang Ruoxiu was completely drained of strength. She lay there, limp and boneless, utterly exhausted. Only when Gu Junqing touched her would her body stiffen for a moment. She could only murmur, "No more, little brother." Looking at her face, flushed like a peach, and seeing she was unwilling to even open her eyes, Gu Junqing settled her down with a sense of satisfaction. Sister-in-law, why must you do this to yourself? Do you really think I, Gu Junqing, am the type of person who needs such nourishment? Gu Junqing clicked his tongue in mock lamentation, before standing up and leaving the room. When he reached the downstairs area, Wang Tang was still sitting there looking miserable. Junqing, how did your business talk go? Wang Tang asked casually as soon as he saw Gu Junqing descend. Don't worry, brother Wang. You know what kind of person I am, don't you? Not a single cent of those hundreds of millions slipped through. I poured it all into your wife, Gu Junqing said with a straight face. Wang Tang automatically assumed that Gu Junqing had ceded all the profits to Fang Ruoxiu, feeling both relieved and grateful. This Gu Junqing was truly a great brother. He had occasionally heard Gu Junqing helping them while Fang Ruoxiu talked to Chairman Fang, and noticed he often included them in business deals. He felt certain this was all done out of respect for him. Brother Gu, you are truly a good man. You have taken such good care of your sister-in-law. I see her complexion has been excellent lately, her face rosy and her mood superb. It seems the situation of the Fang family has truly improved under our help, Wang Teng said with emotion. That is true. I have certainly opened quite a few back doors for her. Gu Junqing sat opposite Wang Teng and nodded knowingly at the comment. Do not misunderstand the meaning of opening back doors. He had only just started driving, so he had not yet entered through the back door, but whether he would in the future was uncertain. Wang Teng helped with Fang Ruoxiu's career, while he, Gu Junqing, addressed her needs and was responsible for keeping her satisfied. He had sacrificed too much for the rise of the Fang family. If they still could not ascend to the position of one of the four great families after all this, then it would truly be time for a change. After Gu Junqing spoke, the two sat in silence for a while. Gu Junqing sat down and began to brew tea using the Fang family's equipment. He was a man who understood health preservation, no, a boy, since he had just reached adulthood, and was still an 18-year-old child. Despite being a child, he had already experienced the hardships of a man. He had sacrificed far too much. Gu Junqing took a sip of tea and sighed. By the way, Junqing, you have been in contact with your sister-in-law for so long today. What exactly is her attitude toward me? Wang Teng hesitated for a moment before speaking up, wanting to know what Fang Ruoxiu was really thinking. However, he also felt that Gu Junqing was an outsider, and he felt a bit awkward bothering him. If Gu Junqing knew that Wang Teng considered him an outsider, he would surely vehemently refute it. He was someone who had delved deep into the battlefield, and knew every depth and breadth of his sister-in-law. How could he possibly be considered an outsider? Sister-in-law feels she cannot quite trust you. After all, you did not have much ambition in the past. She wants you to completely take control of the Wang family and merge it with the Fang family before she will be satisfied. Gu Junqing continued earnestly. By the way, Brother Wang, why don't you return to the Wang family now? You should transfer whatever remaining assets the Wang family has as soon as possible. Your father has likely given up by now. The Wang family still thought Wang Teng had the talent of a genius as his father claimed. Little did they know, he was an even more treacherous character than the former young master of the Wang family, Wang Wu. Wang Wu only took a few shares of the company, leaving the real estate, assets, paintings, and gems untouched. Wang Teng, on the other hand, had directly transferred almost all the transferable property of the Wang family, turning it into an empty shell in an instant. It was truly a marvel that such legendary talents appeared among the Wang family descendants simultaneously. One had to say that it would be a travesty if the Wang family did not collapse. All right, then I will return to the Wang family. I will use the Wang family as a dowry to marry Ruoxiu again. I am sure she will love me even more then. Wang Teng gathered his motivation, stood up abruptly, and strode out of the Fang residence. As Gu Junqing watched Wang Teng walk out the door, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He knew that once Wang Teng returned, it would be difficult for him to come back. After finishing the tea, he thoughtfully went upstairs to tell Fang Ruoxiu he was leaving, and then stood up to depart. He planned to discuss with his master, Ji Zuyu, how to handle the child of luck, Lin Fan. Lin Fan had once injured Ji Zuyu, forcing her to recover for several years. If not for Gu Junqing's Yellow Emperor's inner cannon, it would have been difficult to cure her with medicine alone. Of course, Gu Junqing would never be so foolish. Even if his god-level medical skills could cure her, he would not do so. Was the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon not much more effective? Let us return to several tens of minutes ago. Not long after Gu Junqing left the auction, the invincible Grandmaster Lin Fan returned to the auction house, feeling frustrated. He had failed to track down the person from the Wang family who auctioned his blood-chi grass, so he had to return to the auction venue with regret. Lin Fan walked into the backstage area of the auction with an invincible demeanor. It was filled with security guards and staff responsible for cleanup and protecting the auction items. Who are you? A security guard stopped Lin Fan and questioned him after seeing someone enter the backstage without a work badge. I want to see your auctioneer, yeah. Lin Fan commanded indifferently. He unleashed the aura of an invincible grandmaster, making it hard for the security guard to breathe. Another bumpkin here to see yeah. Do you think you can just see Sister Yaya whenever you want? Although the security guard was intimidated by Lin Fan's power, it was his duty. If Yaya could be seen by just anyone, the crowd at the auction would have charged indirectly. I do not want to repeat myself. Send Yaya out. Lin Fan frowned and continued. He wanted to ask her if there was any remaining stock of the blood-chi grass. If not, he would have no choice but to pay the Wang family a personal visit. I cannot do that. Backstage rules state that auctioneer Yaya cannot see people at will. Besides, I will not move out of the way. What can you do about it? The security guard provoked him. With so many security personnel behind him, surely he did not need to fear a single person. What can I do about it? Lin Fan repeated the guard's words with a cold sneer, his eyes as cold as ice. With a sudden flash, Lin Fan leapt up. A horizontal kick in midair sent the security guard flying into a distant wall, cracking the structure upon impact. A mere mortal wanting to challenge an expert at the 9th grade limit was simply asking for death. The surrounding security guards turned pale at the sight and hurriedly rushed over to surround Lin Fan. Lin Fan sneered. It was time for his most familiar routine. He should have used force to teach these blind fools a lesson long ago. Chapter 421. The security guard spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground after Lin Fan kicked him away. Lin Fan knew this was a city filled with prying eyes, or else a single kick would have shattered the man completely. The surrounding guards exchanged glances, hesitant at the sight. Relying on their numbers, they steeled themselves and surged forward, led by the strongest among them. I already gave you a chance. Why did you waste it? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with cold intent. Did they really think numbers could threaten him? The first guard reached him, his face twisted in a feral snarl as he hurled a punch toward Lin Fan's face. Watching the fist close in, Lin Fan offered a cold smile. To him, the movement was no faster than a crawling tortoise, so he lazily threw his own punch to meet the guard's thunderous strike. Boom! Lin Fan's fist connected, and the sickening sound of bone shattering echoed through the room. The guard's hand crumpled like an egg hitting a rock, and he flew backward with a look of pure shock before crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. The dozen other guards stopped dead in their tracks, frozen by the sight. Not one of them dared to move forward. What is going on here? A commanding voice rang out as someone from the management team arrived, drawn by the commotion. A stern-looking middle-aged man emerged with sharp, piercing eyes. He was the chief manager of the auction, responsible for overseeing every detail of the event. Chief, this man insists on seeing the auctioneer Yaya. We couldn't stop him. The guards retreated in terror as they scrambled to report to him. Was this even human? He had broken bones and sent a man flying several meters away with a casual flick of his wrist. Seeking Yaya, take these two away for medical treatment. The chief ordered in a deep voice, his eyes locked on Lin Fan. The guards wasted no time, hauling their severely injured colleagues away. They were terrified to remain in that space a second longer. You possess remarkable skills. Why cause such trouble over a woman like Yaya? The chief asked, clearly puzzled. Yaya was undoubtedly stunning, and her bewitching smile was enough to drive any man to madness. Even he had once entertained the fantasy of courting her, only to be rejected. Yaya had shown no interest in him, leaving him with deep regret. Me for Yaya. Lin Fan paused, then let out a scoffing laugh. I am simply here to ask her a question. Whatever you need to ask, you can ask me. I am in charge of everything regarding this auction. The chief replied with a grave tone. Forget it. Just take me to see Yaya. Lin Fan said coldly. He did have a slight interest in Yaya, who had commanded the auction stage with such ease and flair. He claims he isn't here for her. What a hypocrite. The chief muttered to himself. He had offered his help, yet the man had outright dismissed him. Swallowing his frustration, the chief kept silent and led Lin Fan to Yaya's room. Lin Fan's strength was simply too overwhelming. Though the chief had some martial training himself, he could clearly sense the terrifying energy hidden within Lin Fan's lean frame. By every measure of breath and posture, this man was a master. He was not someone the chief could stand against. Knock knock. Yaya, someone is here to see you. The chief called out. Coming. Yaya's voice drifted through the door, sultry and enticing. The chief felt his resolve waver. He wondered what it would be like to have her beneath him, to hear her delicate moans. Most men would struggle to keep their composure at the mere sound of her voice. The chief composed himself, forcing his racing heart to calm. He knew a woman like Yaya had vast ambitions and would never settle for someone like him. The door creaked open. Yaya stood there in a red cheongsam, the fabric clinging to her curves in a display of pure, intoxicating temptation. Oh, if it isn't the chief. To what do I owe the pleasure? Planning something naughty again, are we? She let out a giggle. Yaya teased him with a look that made his heart tighten. He knew this was just a habit she had perfected over the years to manipulate men. You could not take her seriously. If you did, you would become nothing more than a plaything in her palm. She was a true enchantress. Though he lacked high status, he had no intention of being a lapdog. This guest has some questions for you. Answer them properly, and stop playing your games. The chief glared at her and gave the order before turning to leave. He feared if he stayed any longer, his own restraint would crumble completely. Oh, Yaya shifted her alluring gaze toward Lin Fan, gauging his age and presence. She began to sense that he was no ordinary man. The way the usually stern chief feared him made it clear that this man was someone of significance. Yaya narrowed her eyes. Come inside, let's talk. Fine. Lin Fan nodded slightly. His martial will was incredibly resilient, and he was rarely swayed by women. Yet, even he had to admit that standing before such an enchanting woman, he felt a flicker of reaction he couldn't entirely dismiss. Once they were seated opposite each other, Yaya laughed softly. What brings you here? Surely you aren't looking for a tryst with me, She stretched out on the sofa, shifting her slender waist with a grace that mimicked a beautiful snake. Watching Yaya, whose every movement was steeped in charm, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Now he understood why auction items sold for double their value whenever she was the auctioneer. It was like car dealers hiring models. Cars promoted by stunning women always triggered a buying frenzy among middle-aged men. They would always offer righteous excuses, claiming they weren't interested in the model, but simply loved the car. You misunderstand. I am only here to ask about the source of the blood essence grass from the auction. Lin Fan softened his tone, speaking calmly. He did not treat her with the same icy detachment he showed toward men. Giggle. Do people still use the term young lady these days? Perhaps I should address you as young master? Yaya covered her mouth with a soft smile. Blood essence grass? I didn't realize you had a need for that sort of thing, young master. She glanced suggestively at a certain part of his body before letting out a playful laugh. Chapter 422. I am not joking with you. Where did you find the blood chi herbs? Lin Fan frowned slightly. Don't be so fierce. It makes you look less handsome, Yaya said softly with a charming, seductive tone. Our exploration team found the blood chi herb in a mysterious location. We thought it looked strange, so we brought it back, but we haven't been able to find the spot again when sending people back. She straightened her posture and answered seriously. Lin Fan lowered his head, lost in thought after hearing Yaya's explanation. He felt that finding another blood chi herb was unlikely. It seemed he would have to go to the Wang family and see if he could acquire it there. The blood chi herb was crucial for his advancement path. If the Wang family was willing to hand it over willingly, it would be fine. If they refused, he would have no choice but to start a slaughter. Does this young master have any other advice? Yaya asked with a light cough, noticing Lin Fan's contemplative state. Which family auctioned the blood chi herb today? Are you certain it was the Wang family? Lin Fan was interrupted from his thoughts and stared directly into her eyes. Even though the person at the time said he would stand by his actions, he needed to confirm just in case. Yaya's expression flickered slightly, showing signs of hesitation, as if she were afraid to disclose the information. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan understood that it must be the Wang family. Otherwise, Yaya would not be afraid to speak. Is there anything else you need? Yaya crossed her legs, outlining her stunning curves. Do you want to follow me? Lin Fan suddenly said, looking extremely serious. Follow you? What would I gain by doing that? Yaya asked with a chuckle. Power. The power to control everything. Lin Fan spoke with solemnity. This was the same pitch he had used to try and recruit Ye Qingxian of the Ye family. Unfortunately, that young man from the Gu family had crushed his efforts with financial pressure, preventing Ye Qingxian from being swayed. Had it worked, he believed he could have taken Ye Qingxian as his apprentice. Thinking about it now, Lin Fan felt a hint of regret. I am a woman. Why would I need the power to control everything? Yaya countered. No one is without the need for power. Only by having the strength to hold your destiny in your own hands can you possess everything. My fate is determined by me, not the heavens. Lin Fan's eyes burned with intensity. This was the strength he craved and had pursued for a long time. The blood chi herb was the key to his next realm. He would do whatever it took to obtain it, and no one would stop his pursuit of greater power. Giggle, that is very passionate. What would I need to do? You aren't going to say you want to do me, are you? Yaya breathed out like an orchid, her face full of allure. This remark made Lin Fan's heart flutter. While his will to pursue the ultimate martial path was firm, pursuing martial arts did not stop him from pursuing women. You can be my maid. You would just be responsible for my daily life, or help me when I occasionally need it. Nothing else is required of you. At the same time, I will teach you advanced martial arts along the way. I dare not boast that I can train you to be invincible in the world, but I can at least ensure you are bulletproof. Lin Fan spoke with the demeanor of a high-level expert, acting as if he were bestowing a favor upon her, as if Yaya was getting an incredible bargain. At the 3rd or 4th rank, one is already immune to standard pistol bullets. Even if the body cannot withstand it, dodging is an easy feat. It was classic. Such invincible grandmaster protagonists loved to take beautiful women as their maids or servants. One had to wonder what kind of fetish he was trying to satisfy. Giggle, never mind. I do not want to do that. I am living quite freely on my own right now, and I do not need that much power. For a woman, being beautiful is enough. I do not want to become big, burly, and covered in muscle knots. Yaya pouted, refusing him clearly. Won't you consider it? Lin Fan invited her again. He genuinely wanted a maid to manage his life. Since living in the sect, he had been doing everything himself, leaving him with little time to train. If not for finding a way to break through, he would have returned to the sect already. Speaking of which, Lin Fan felt a bit depressed. If Gu Junlin had not disrupted his plans for Luo City, he would have already subdued the Ye family for his own use. Then, relying on the Ye family to auction this blood chi herb, he would have advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Afterward, he would have continued to conquer the forces of Luo City, to serve his own goals and pursue the next realm. Studying is for the poor, but martial arts are for the rich. It is impossible to raise one's strength in this era without a good family background. He had left because his sect could no longer provide the support he needed for the next realm. I will not consider it, Yaya said with absolute finality. Although she was not at the very top of high society, she was still a hot commodity in Luo City. Why would she go and be a maid for someone she didn't even know? This was a joke. Furthermore, she was no longer just an ordinary woman. She had just received an invitation from someone unexpected. At the thought of this, Yaya's eyes flickered for a moment. You do not know how big of an opportunity you have missed. But since you have decided for yourself, do not blame others later. Lin Fan stood up, chin held high, looking down on her. Yaya, who usually lived life with an all the world is a stage attitude, was left speechless by his words. She rubbed her forehead, utterly dumbfounded. Her seductive abilities were rendered useless, as if she had been silenced and couldn't say a word. Seeing Yaya's firm expression, Lin Fan still felt a tinge of regret. It seemed he wouldn't be recruiting a beautiful maid today. He could afford a common one, but common ones were not worth having. To him, they could not please the eye and might even be ugly enough to ruin his state of mind. It was not that he did not like women, but he was a loyal beauty addict. He had no interest in anyone who was not beautiful. He had adored Jizuyu in the same way. He had not expected her to run away from their marriage, leading him to hold a grudge and strike back in a fit of rage. Lin Fan left the room with a sense of regret, planning to head to the Wang family as soon as possible. He worried that the blood chi herb might be wasted, perhaps consumed by someone as if it were a blue pill. Chapter 423. Yaya let out a sigh of relief as she watched Lin Fan walk out. She knew her performance had been convincing. She had long desired to get close to members of the four great families, so she had paid close attention to the auction of the blood cheatgrass. After checking the surveillance footage and comparing it with the maids who served them, she arrived at a startling conclusion. The person who entered the Wang family's private box was not the so-called Wang Teng, but someone she never would have imagined. It was Gu Junqing, the young man with an impeccable reputation among the public. However, only those with a modicum of status in Luodu knew just how terrifying he truly was. Phrases like flipping hands for clouds and rain were insufficient to describe the horror of his machinations. He held the entire city of Luodu in the palm of his hand. The four great families had stood in Luodu for decades or centuries, yet he could dismantle any one of them whenever he pleased. Every member of Luodu's upper echelon knew that the Wang family's decline was the result of Gu Junqing's calculations. The Wang family was currently smearing Gu Junqing, spreading word everywhere about how insidious he supposedly was. Yet, these tactics were completely ineffective against him. Gu Junqing's absolute dominance in Luodu was already a rushing torrent that nothing could block. This was why she had been so incredibly excited when she received the call from the Gu family earlier. The Gu family had actually invited her to work at their company, offering excellent benefits. If she performed well, it was even possible that she might meet that legendary, refined young gentleman. This was exactly why she had rejected Lin Fan. Hell, working for the thriving, all-powerful Gu family compared to being a maid for someone of unknown background. There was no comparison. I would have to be brain dead to become your maid, she muttered to herself as she watched Lin Fan leave. Still, she had been genuinely surprised when she received that call. After all, who would have thought the Gu family would invite someone like her to their company? While she considered herself quite attractive, she had enough self-awareness to know what kind of place the Gu family was. What she did not know was that if Gu Junqing had not sent someone to call her, she might have actually agreed to become Lin Fan's maid. Gu Junqing had discovered on a whim that she was merely a supporting female character in Lin Fan's novel. He figured Lin Fan would not have high standards for such a woman, so she would be perfectly suited as a servant or maid. Putting her behavior aside, based purely on appearance and figure, Yaya scored well above 85, rivaling the main heroines who scored over 90. That was why Gu Junqing had ordered his subordinates to poach her first. As long as she was not brain dead, she would naturally choose the promising future of the Gu family over a currently down-and-out son of luck. Even if she were influenced by the protagonist's aura, the immense benefits offered by the Gu family were clearly impossible to resist. Under the Gu family's instruction, she had also successfully shifted all the blame for the blood cheatgrass auction onto the Wang family. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to meet young Master Gu, the Prince Charming of Luodu, she mused. I would even pay to sleep with him once. Yaya sank into the sofa, envisioning the handsome young man, whose very gaze could captivate thousands of girls. Suddenly, she felt a heat rising in her body, and her slender, intoxicating hands began to drift toward her own sensitive areas. A captivating blush crept across her face. Merely thinking about Gu Junqing's face and his mesmerizing physique was enough to make her wet. It had to be said that Gu Junqing was her primary goal for joining the Gu Corporation. Only a man like him was worthy of her. Lin Fan raced toward the Wang family's territory at an astonishing speed. He intended to reach their estate as quickly as possible, fearing that whoever had auctioned the blood cheatgrass might waste its potential. Since relying on transportation would be too slow, he decided to run there himself. By relying solely on his physical strength, he could reach speeds of several hundred kilometers per hour. No ordinary vehicle could keep up with him. Neither his destructive power nor his mobility could be matched by current land armor. Perhaps only the mechs from Gundam or Transformers could compare. Just as Lin Fan was rushing toward the Wang family, they were holding a council meeting. They had been at it for a whole day, yet they still had not figured out a path forward for the family. Numerous powerful figures and decision-makers of the Wang family sat around a round table, discussing their future. The last time they had held such a meeting was when Wang Wu had sold off a significant portion of the family shares. That act had allowed him to usurp the position of the family head, Wang Wen, leading to the rise of the current patriarch, Wang Chong. Yet, before much time had passed, Wang Chong's son, Wang Teng, had transferred the majority of the family's assets. This had led to the total collapse of the Wang family as it stood today. Bang, bang. The oldest member of the Wang family, the elder, slammed his cane heavily against the ground. Wang Chong, we supported you to become the head of the Wang family. Is this how you repay us? Exactly. Didn't you say your son was a genius of unparalleled talent? An elderly woman glared at Wang Chong with resentment. You made us hand over our power to him, promising he would lead the Wang family to glory and make us great again. But look at us now. The Wang family is on the verge of ruin. That fine son of Wang Chong was even more of a spendthrift than Wang Wu had been. The previous incident had not been a moment of life and death, but this time, the family was truly in immediate danger of annihilation. A family's foundation was never measured solely by company shares. It was established through a combination of property, connections, deeds, calligraphy, antiques, and cash flow, which defined the status of a top-tier family. That was why the elders had not panicked much when Wang Wu sold those shares. Now, however, due to Wang Teng's treachery, the family's assets and foundation had been transferred to the Fang family. Even many of the Wang family's connections had been handed over to the Fang family by Wang Teng and Wang Chong. It was only recently that they had realized the Wang family was on the brink of collapse, which was why they had all come to hold Wang Chong accountable. Wang Chong, you bastard. Do you realize the Wang family might not even exist tomorrow? When that happens, you won't have a good end either. The elders continued to berate Wang Chong. Wang Chong finally understood how the former family head, Wang Wen, must have felt after being sabotaged by his own son. Why did the children of other families bring glory to their kin, while the juniors of the Wang family did nothing but ruin their fathers? He felt a deep sense of despair. Chapter 424. Wang Chong, what are we supposed to do next? You need to come up with a plan immediately, one of the Wang family members said with clear impatience. If the Wang family falls, no one in this room will be able to escape unscathed. The other factions in Luodu will swoop in like sharks smelling blood to carve up the spoils. Of course, the most likely outcome is the Gu family, that absolute behemoth, simply swallowing us whole. We have all grown accustomed to the comfortable life under the protection of the Wang family's prestige. If the Wang family falls, our easy lives will vanish, and we might even face retaliation from our former enemies. In the past, no one dared to move against us due to the Wang family's influence, but now, those enemies will surely strike at a fractured, crumbling household. I honestly don't know what to do about the Wang family anymore, Wang Chong said with a bitter smile. He had only just taken office, and he never expected the family to collapse under his watch. Didn't your son arrive at the family estate? Call him out immediately and let us see this prodigy of yours. Someone shouted at Wang Chong, dripping with sarcasm. The mood within the entire family was spiraling toward collapse. Many had already begun siphoning off the remaining funds to ensure they got a cut before everything fell apart. Your son certainly has talent. To be able to move that much capital without us knowing, he is truly exceptional at thievery, someone mocked. We have the Gu family pressing us from the outside, and your son playing the rat on the inside. Someone added, noting that if people hadn't been desperate to sell property for quick cash under Gu's pressure, they never would have realized the assets were being stolen. The family meeting was a cacophony of noise. With 20 or 30 people arguing like they were at a marketplace, there was no clear path forward. Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Wang Chong realized this couldn't continue, and stood up to try and stop the panic. A family without a backbone was destined to collapse. If this were the Gu family, Gu Junqing would have total authority, and his presence alone would steady the ship. Spit. One of the family elders spat directly on Wang Chong. Wang Chong's temples throbbed with rage, but he couldn't say a word. He knew the current crisis was largely due to his own indulgence of Wang Teng. Enough. Wang Chong slammed his hand on the table and roared. That finally grabbed their attention. Then call the son of a bitch out here already. Once the room quieted down, they waited for Wang Teng to appear. Wang Teng made an entrance full of pretension, as if he brought his own background music. He walked out with an indifferent expression, which would have shocked anyone from the Fang family who knew him as weak and submissive. Hello, elders. Wang Teng smiled calmly. Hello, my ass. You bastard, you actually dare to come back? An elder stood up and cursed, looking like he wanted to beat Wang Teng to death. When the elder realized no one was actually stopping him, he sat back down with a look of awkwardness. Wang Teng, I know you moved the Wang family assets to the Fang family. Just return them, and we will let this slide. The eldest family patriarch spoke up. They dared not pressure him too hard since the family's lifeblood was now in his hands. Though they all wanted to curse him, the current crisis meant retrieving the assets was the only priority. Wang Chong, say something. Your son is right here. Tell him to return the property. Impatient voices rose from the crowd. Exactly, Wang Teng. We are family, after all. Why would you give our resources to the Fang family? The others joined in, trying to persuade him. Wang Teng sneered inwardly. Having listened to them, he knew the family was rotten to the core, and would collapse eventually regardless of his actions. Fortunately, his brother Gu Junqing had suggested building a faction with himself at the center. Otherwise, the family would have been ruined by this group of people anyway. He felt a surge of gratitude toward Gu Junqing. Gu had been a great friend, not only taking care of his wife, but also offering guidance on how to manage the family business. If I rise to power, brother Junqing, rest assured that even if I go against the Gu family, I will spare your lives. Though you dared to touch my wife, so that part of you is a bit treacherous. He remained incredibly jealous of the closeness between Fang Ruoxiu and Gu Junqing. He had no idea that while Gu Junqing was persuading him to go to the Wang family, Gu was actually upstairs, rolling in the sheets with the wife he obsessed over. His wife, who usually wouldn't even let him touch her, was at that very moment surrendering to Gu Junqing. If he ever found out, he would surely want to fight Gu Junqing to the death. Humph, look at all of you now. Wang Teng scoffed. You are all hysterical, thinking only of your own interests instead of the family. Moving the assets was my way of teaching you old fossils a lesson. We've learned our lesson. Can you please return the assets to the family? They asked with suppressed frustration. That is impossible. I will consolidate all power in my own hands. Wang Teng sat next to his father, crossing his legs with an air of unshakable confidence. However, I can offer you a way out. In the future, you may work for my company. Your company? Where did you get a company? A bumpkin like you has a company? An elder asked, unable to keep his composure now that the assets were definitively gone. Exactly. You transferred everything to the Fang family. What does it have to do with you, a live-in son-in-law? We are one of the 4 great families, and the son of our patriarch is a live-in son-in-law for a small family. Have you no shame? What is the difference between the Fang family and my company? Wang Teng was unfazed by the agitation around him and spoke casually. Rest assured, I am not that stupid. The transfer procedures were completed properly. Although they are nominally owned by the Fang family, they are actually still in my control. Chapter 425. Do you really have the means for that? The Wang family members questioned. Rest assured, I have someone helping me. If you acknowledge me as the head of the Wang family and obey my commands, I can guarantee your survival. Wang Teng spoke with absolute confidence. If the family assets remained under their control, they might reluctantly accept this arrangement. After all, they assumed Wang Teng was simply vying for the position of family head to usurp his own father. Looking at Wang Chang's livid expression, they could see he hadn't held the position for long. However, they did not believe Wang Teng had the capability to control the Fang family, as he did not seem intelligent enough. No smart person would drain their own family's blood to sustain their wife's family. Furthermore, Wang Teng wasn't just draining them. He was uprooting the entire family. Only Wang Teng would do something so reckless. Everyone cast disdainful looks at Wang Chang, wondering if this was really the legendary son he had boasted about. You say you have help, but who is this person? Asked a member of the Wang family, who had spotted a potential flaw. The person helping me? You should all know him. He is my good brother, Wang Teng said with a nostalgic expression. We all know him. Is he someone famous? How could a lowly son-in-law like you know such a big shot, let alone be his brother? A member of the Wang family questioned. They were important figures in the Wang family. There were few people in Luodu that all of them would know, likely only the leaders of the 4 great families. Then you are simply ignorant, Wang Teng scoffed with disdain. Did they really think he was just a small-time son-in-law? Then tell us, who gave you this advice? If he is truly trustworthy, we will believe you. I am sure you all know him, but why not guess? He is the most popular figure in Luodu right now, Wang Teng said with a smile. Wait, are you saying it was Junqing who advised you? An elderly member of the Wang family asked. His expression suddenly filled with horror as a thought struck him. Exactly, it is Junqing, my good brother, Wang Teng said with a grin, waiting to watch their jaws drop. You. The eldest patriarch of the Wang family pointed a trembling hand at Wang Teng, his face flushed with rage. He seemed about to speak, but before he could, he gasped for air and collapsed backward as his vision went dark. Great-uncle, grandfather. The patriarch's collapse caused chaos, and the servants were quickly ordered to carry him away, as he could not handle the shock. It's over, it's finished. Why did we have to get involved with that disaster god again? The Wang family is doomed. If those assets come back, I'd rather stand on my head and shit than eat it all clean. It wasn't just the patriarch. Many of the Wang family elders slumped in their chairs, convinced that the family was finished and all hope was lost. Wang Teng blinked his eyes in confusion and looked at his father beside him. Don't look at me, you unfilial son. I have never heard of a piece of trash who hands over their ancestral foundation on a silver platter. You are going to be the death of me. Wang Chang slumped against his chair, his vision swimming. He felt deep shame toward his ancestors for siring such a creature. If he had known Wang Teng was hanging out with Junqing, he would never have handed over the seal of the family head. Is brother Gu really this popular in the Wang family? No, infamous would be the better word, Wang Teng thought, feeling that something was wrong. Wang Chang, look at the absolute idiot of a son you raised. How could he trust a manipulative snake like Junqing? An elder, who had not yet fainted, stood up and pointed at Wang Chang. I am sorry, ancestor. I should have just shot him against the wall instead of bringing him into this world, Wang Chang said, his face ashen. Wang Teng had once told him that he had connections in the Gu family, a high-ranking individual who would prevent the Gu family from suppressing them further, urging him to continue supporting the Fang family. During that period, the Gu family had indeed eased their pressure on the Wang family, leading him to trust Wang Teng. He had genuinely believed Wang Teng was the child of destiny, who would lead the Wang family to greatness. He had granted him immense authority, allowing him to bypass the usual protocols and act without consultation. He had never expected Wang Teng to betray his trust in such a manner. The person behind the scenes giving him advice was none other than the terrifying Junqing. It was truly hopeless. Wang Chang sighed. Since taking charge of the Wang family, he had fulfilled his duties, studying the situations of other families and the recent changes in Luodu. Through subtle clues, he finally understood why the former head of the Wang family, Wang Wen, had valued Junqing so highly. He had initially thought he was just a junior, but the more he studied him, the more he realized how terrifying this man was. He was meticulous, setting trap after trap until you didn't even know which step led into the snare. He now understood why the Gu family had stopped suppressing the Wang family for a while. They were busy utilizing massive funds to acquire the Ye family. If he had utilized the remaining assets of the Wang family back then, he might have been able to make a comeback, while the Gu family was short on cash. He had assumed at the time that Wang Teng had played a role, giving the Wang family a chance to breathe. In reality, Junqing had already calculated everything, mastering the timing and the human heart to the extreme. Furthermore, the forces in Luodu had been integrated by Junqing without anyone noticing, connecting legitimate and underground businesses into a massive chain. It was already spreading outward like a virus. Why does everyone seem so hopeless? I already told you all the assets are in my hands, Wang Teng said, puzzled. The reason is that Gu Junqing never gives anyone a chance. He definitely has a contingency plan for you as well, and it is impossible for the Wang family to rise again. Wang Chong looked grim and couldn't even bring himself to look at Wang Teng anymore. Rest assured, everyone, Gu Junqing is a truly good person, Wang Teng said, feeling helpless. If the distant Gu Junqing knew he was considered a good person in Wang Teng's heart, he would likely treat him as a kindred spirit. Only Wang Teng knew that he, Gu, was a good man. Chapter 426. He is a good person? What a fucking bullshit thing to say. You wouldn't understand unless you had dealt with Gu Junqing in the business world. Someone who had been burned by Gu Junqing spoke angrily. Damn it, he puts on the act of a refined gentleman who knows how to yield. In business, however, he won't give a single inch. If you have something worth $1 million, he will haggle you down until you are paying him to take it. You sell it at a loss, and he still acts like you are the one getting the bargain. I am pretty cunning myself, but that guy is 100 times more insidious than I am. Also, Wang Wu sold off our family stocks, and it was Gu Junqing plotting behind the scenes. Our family is falling apart because that old bastard Gu Junqing orchestrated it all. He lured away all our subordinates, leaving our family isolated and helpless in Luodu. The entire Wang family grew furious whenever Gu Junqing's name was mentioned. Gu Junqing's methods of financial manipulation were too advanced, utilizing strategies unheard of in this world. He systematically beat back the Wang family in business and swindled everyone he possibly could. He also turned many of the family's pawns against them, and some even stabbed the family in the back. Coupled with the internal treachery of Wang Teng and Wang Wu, most of the family's assets were sold off or transferred. Otherwise, a family with such a vast foundation would not have collapsed so quickly. So my brother is this famous. I thought he was just another prominent young master of a wealthy family. Wang Teng muttered as he watched the family condemn Gu Junqing. He felt something was off. Why would someone like that be friends with him? Perhaps it was because of his own personal charisma? Wang Teng felt perplexed. He recalled the contracts he signed and realized there were no obvious loopholes. They were clearly written, and he was not stupid enough to miss someone trying to cheat him. The only downside was the agreement he signed with Fang Ruoxiu. If they divorced or if anything happened to him, all his assets would belong to her. But Wang Teng dismissed the thought. How could that be? Fang Ruoxiu loved him too much to ever harm him, so he just smiled it off. Wang Teng concluded that Gu Junqing treated him well, and Fang Ruoxiu would not hurt him. He decided the old men in the Wang family must be the ones with the problem. Wang Teng even sent a text to Fang Ruoxiu in his spare time. Wife, have you missed me? I will make you look at me in a new light soon. Since these elders were so afraid of Gu Junqing, it meant he had a better chance of taking control of the entire Wang family. After all, Gu Junqing was like a brother to him from another mother. He planned to use the reputation of being Gu Junqing's brother to dominate Luodu. Since Gu Junqing was so famous, he could certainly accomplish a lot using his name. Unfortunately, Fang Ruoxiu had just finished a fierce battle with Gu Junqing and was currently sound asleep. She had no time to respond to Wang Teng's message. Just then, the tightly closed door of the Wang family's conference room was suddenly kicked open. A tall man in a black robe walked in, his face obscured by the hood, with only a pair of piercing eyes visible. The man who had been rushing for so long was Lin Fan. The chaotic Wang family meeting room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at the intruder. They frowned, as none of them recognized the person before them. Who are you and why are you here? Someone asked with a furrowed brow. This was the Wang family's conference room, guarded by specialists. It should have been impossible for any ordinary person to enter. Where are the guards outside? Someone muttered. Don't misunderstand, I am just looking for someone. As for those useless bags of wine and rice, they are currently asleep, Lin Fan said indifferently. So you are here to cause trouble. Do you think there is no one left in the Wang family? A family member scoffed. Lin Fan slowly walked toward the round table, his sharp and terrifying gaze sweeping across the room. He exuded an aura that made every member of the Wang family break into a cold sweat. Only then did they realize that the intruder was a martial arts master. Wang Heng, this person is yours. Don't kill him, just cripple him, and that will vent our frustration, a family member said to the middle-aged man standing aside. Wang Heng, the middle-aged man, kept his eyes closed with his arms crossed over his chest. He seemed completely uninterested in the power struggles of the Wang family. However, he opened his eyes for the first time when Lin Fan entered. He cared nothing for politics, only for martial arts and strength. He once fought 38 people alone, killing 18 of them. He eventually relied on the Wang family's power to evade legal consequences, ruling it as self-defense. Later, with the family's financial backing, he received endless medicinal herbs and training from hidden masters. He reached the 6th realm of martial arts, where he could easily fight 100 men, earning the title of a human tank. From then on, he became the Wang family's guardian, their strongest fighter. You are strong, I am interested, Wang Heng said cautiously to Lin Fan. I have no intention of being an enemy to the Wang family. I just need to find one person, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan assessed Wang Heng's strength and found him to be quite skilled. He had not expected to encounter such a martial arts expert in a city other than the capital. A 6th realm master was not threatened by even the strongest or most numerous bandits. As expected of one of the 4 great families, they still had some foundation. Lin Fan nodded, but thinking that this level of strength was enough to oppose him was overly simplistic. Is that so? Then take my punch, die. Wang Heng saw Lin Fan's dismissive attitude and grew furious. He glared at him, unleashed his full power, and charged at Lin Fan like an ancient beast. Boom! He threw a punch toward Lin Fan's face, causing the air to vibrate. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed to freeze. Even though the Wang family had confidence in Wang Heng, they held their breath as they watched. Lin Fan smiled with disdain and lightly threw a punch, meeting Wang Heng's fist. The onlookers had been unimpressed, believing Lin Fan would be blown away upon contact. They knew Wang Heng's strength well. Standing at 2 meters tall, he towered over Lin Fan like a wild bear. However, the moment their fists collided, something shocking happened. The 2-meter-tall giant, Wang Heng, was sent flying like a weak chick. Do you think you can turn the world upside down just by reaching the 6th realm? Lin Fan sneered at the crowd. Chapter 427. The members of the Wang family stared at Lin Fan in terror, realizing that even Wang Heng was no match for his single punch. They wondered who this powerhouse was and if they truly had no hope left. One bodyguard, hidden among the group, stealthily reached for a pistol at his waist. As he moved to aim, he locked eyes with Lin Fan, who was watching him with a mocking smile. Terror seized the man as he tried to raise his weapon, but Lin Fan simply flicked his finger. A surge of energy flew from his hand, knocking the gun away before he moved with supernatural speed to the bodyguard's side, knocking him unconscious with a single palm strike. The scene filled the remaining members of the Wang family with absolute despair. Lin Fan addressed the group with an indifferent tone. He was still wearing his signature black robe, and the previous scuffle had not caused a ripple in his composure. An elder of the Wang family spoke up with a sorrowful expression, asking what he wanted, assuming he had come to plunder them. He could not understand why such a powerful figure would stoop to such acts. Lin Fan fixed his intense, oppressive gaze on the elder. He demanded to know which one was Wang Teng, asking why he had sent for him. Wang Teng, who had been sitting calmly at the head of the table, panicked when he saw Lin Fan crush his family's defenses with such overwhelming strength. Hearing that this monster had specifically come for him only intensified his dread. Lin Fan looked down at the crowd with an air of superiority. He asked if Wang Teng had claimed to be a man of his word, unwilling to change his name or hide his identity. Upon hearing that the attacker was specifically looking for Wang Teng, the Wang family members turned toward him and erupted in angry shouts, calling him a scourge. Someone quietly called the police, realizing this was no longer a minor matter. With Wang Heng defeated, no one else in the room could stand against Lin Fan. The Wang family had never suffered such humiliation since rising to become one of the 4 great families. Now, with their business schemed away by Junqing, even their front door had been kicked in. Wang Teng stood up, trembling. Having never encountered such a powerhouse, he gathered his courage and shouted, asking what business the stranger had with him, claiming he had never offended him. He felt like crying inside, as he had never even met this man before. He wondered why he was being targeted. Lin Fan flashed to stand in front of Wang Teng, speaking in a low, dangerous voice. He demanded the blood chi grass, promising to spare his life and even offer him a lucky chance in return. Wang Teng stared at Lin Fan in total confusion, finding the demand absurd. He had no idea what the blood chi grass was, so he had no way to hand it over. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and grabbed Wang Teng by the collar. He threatened to cripple him if he did not speak honestly. Wang Teng cried out that he really did not know what the man was talking about. Held firmly in Lin Fan's grip, he lacked the courage to even resist. This son-in-law protagonist still had no idea he had been set up by his supposed good brother, Junqing. The members of the Wang family huddled together and urged Wang Teng to confess. They reasoned that handing the item over would be better for everyone. They pleaded with him not to doom them all, telling him to just give the stranger whatever he wanted. Wang Teng replied bitterly that he truly did not know what the man wanted. Lin Fan spoke coldly, ignoring his plea. He refused to believe a word Wang Teng said. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment before admitting that he had attended the auction. Lin Fan's eyes turned icy as he looked at Wang Teng. He unleashed his full aura, pressing down on him with such intense pressure that Wang Teng could barely breathe. Lin Fan was fully prepared to kill him if he did not produce the item. In the world of cultivators, killing to seize treasure was considered perfectly normal. Some cultivators would even grow greedy when encountering a wealthy person on the road. For him, the pursuit of strength provided far more satisfaction than the accumulation of mere wealth. This reality destined the world of cultivators to be inherently brutal. Wang Teng stammered that he really did not know what was happening. Lin Fan wondered internally why the man still refused to confess at this stage. For an ordinary person, the blood chi grass only served to enhance vitality, so there was no reason to risk one's life over a single herb. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd of Wang family members spoke up, asking Wang Teng if the tea he had just finished was brewed with the blood chi grass. The Wang family members looked around in confusion, trying to identify the source of the voice. Lin Fan frowned and released Wang Teng, stepping forward to inspect the teacup. He lifted it to sniff the contents, and a flash of rage crossed his face. He realized the tea had indeed been brewed with the blood chi grass. Lin Fan was consumed by fury, his anger erupting from within. He screamed about how the man could dare to waste such a treasure and obstruct his path to enlightenment. He struck Wang Teng, sending him flying several meters away. The other members of the Wang family could only tremble and watch from a distance. As Wang Teng flew through the air, he remained completely bewildered. The tea had been served by his own family, so he wondered why he was the only one being beaten. He wondered what the blood chi grass even was. This was the last thought to cross his mind before Lin Fan began using him as a punching bag, unleashing all his pent-up rage. The idea that the item he needed for his foundation establishment had been brewed into tea was absolutely ludicrous. That was his destiny, his chance at greatness. Lin Fan felt his anger boil over as he beat Wang Teng until he was covered in blood, looking miserable. Wang Chang rushed forward, shouting for him to stop hurting his son. Although he had once been disappointed enough in Wang Teng to wish he had never been born, he still considered him a son he was once proud of. Wang Teng tried to call for his father, but before he could finish, Lin Fan struck him again with a fist, rendering him unable to speak. Lin Fan responded with a powerful kick that sent Wang Chang flying, knocking him unconscious instantly. Seeing this, the rest of the Wang family scattered like birds and beasts, refusing to risk their lives for the pair who had doomed them. Lin Fan had no intention of killing the entire Wang family, so he simply continued to beat Wang Teng. He even held back his strength, intentionally prolonging the torture. Suddenly, the sound of sirens echoed in the distance, indicating that someone from the Wang family had already called the authorities. Chapter 428. Lin Fan took a regretful look at the teacup. It seemed the blood chi grass was useless, so he would have to look for other opportunities elsewhere. With that thought, Lin Fan knocked Wang Teng unconscious. He delivered a harsh kick to Wang Teng's crotch. Even in his comatose state, Wang Teng seemed unable to endure the agony, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Lin Fan snorted coldly and turned to leave, paying no further mind to the blood-soaked, unconscious Wang Teng. He had struck with precise measure. Although the external injuries did not appear too severe, Wang Teng's internal organs were completely shattered. There was no chance of survival. It was only a matter of time before he expired. Ding. Due to your schemes, the child of luck, Lin Fan, has crippled the child of luck, Wang Teng. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 300, and Wang Teng's protagonist luck has decreased by 300. Your villain luck has increased by 600. Ding. The plot involving Lin Fan has changed. You have been rewarded with 6,000 villain points. Ding. Wang Teng's status as a protagonist has been stripped away, and his storyline has concluded. You have been rewarded with 50,000 villain points. Far away on the other side of Ludo, Gu Junqing received the notifications from the system. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It appeared his plan had basically succeeded. Wang Teng was nothing more than bait he had left behind. If he wanted to break Wang Teng's mentality and drain his protagonist luck, all he had to do was let Wang Teng catch him being intimate with Fang Ruoxiu. That would have likely sent Wang Teng into a frenzy. However, he had to leave Wang Teng with some luck value specifically to milk Lin Fan's luck. Generally speaking, when a child of luck kills another, they absorb the other's luck. But if the kill was orchestrated by Gu Junqing, the lost luck would be plundered by him instead. He went through all this trouble just to siphon off Lin Fan's luck. There was no helping it. Lin Fan's passive ability to grow stronger in battle was simply ridiculous. It made Gu Junqing unwilling to even face him, for fear that they would start a fight, and Lin Fan would inexplicably break through in the middle of it. This was a common skill for some fantasy protagonists. They were constantly breaking through during combat without any fear of chi deviation. Others had to be extremely cautious when breaking through a bottleneck, requiring pills, spiritual veins, and even guardians to watch over them. Meanwhile, these protagonists only needed to fight to break through, treating it as easily as eating and drinking. Furthermore, Lin Fan could grow stronger as he fought, increasing his combat power by several times. While Gu Junqing was not afraid, there was no need to clash head-on, so he preferred to keep harvesting him for resources. Gu Junqing sat in his luxury sedan and closed his eyes in thought for a while. There was actually a key point regarding how he framed Wang Teng. A portion of that blood chi grass had been delivered directly to the Wang family by his subordinates and steeped in Wang Teng's tea. In truth, Gu Junqing had planted many people within the Wang family to confuse the situation. Many of the Wang family's high-ranking officials were his people, and quite a few of them had been swindled by him in the past. It was because the Wang family members were under his thumb, having many compromising secrets held by him, that the family fell apart so rapidly. It was the same logic as with Wang Wu back then. The people of the Wang family were too easy to turn against them, so easy that Gu Junqing initially suspected he was being deceived. The Wang family was truly decayed. They lacked education regarding family loyalty, to the point that no one valued the family as a whole. It was unlike the Gu family's action-oriented and united nature, which closely revolved around Gu Junqing. Even if there were internal struggles, they were kept within a controlled range. They would not be like the Wang family, fighting for power, and even colluding with outsiders. No matter how vast a family was, it could hardly withstand the situation of internal rebellion and external attack. Even a country would struggle, let alone a mere Wang family. After today, the Wang family would no longer exist in Luodu. After all, once Wang Teng cooled down, all the assets of the Wang family would naturally fall into the hands of Fang Ruoxiu. And what was the relationship between Fang Ruoxiu and Gu Junqing? It was intimate, a forbidden bond. It made little difference whether it was in Fang Ruoxiu's hands or in Gu Junqing's. After all, Wang Teng had been standing outside the door, and yet Fang Ruoxiu had been willing to let Gu Junqing take her right behind that wall. Did that not prove the heart of this child of luck? Gu Junqing finished reviewing his plan with his eyes closed and stepped out of the car. He climbed over the wall with familiarity, making his way into his master, Jizuyu's, bedroom. The balcony of the bedroom was not locked, seemingly to facilitate someone's frequent acts of climbing over the wall. As Gu Junqing quietly stepped into the room, he he saw Jizuyu sitting cross-legged on the platform. Her black hair, reaching her waist, swayed in the evening breeze drifting in from the balcony. Her features remained as exquisite and elegant as ever, ethereal and fairy-like. Her lips were soft and glistening, and her smooth, slender legs were tucked beneath her while her jade-like arms were crossed in front of her chest, revealing a delicate, pale, and flawless complexion. Gu Junqing looked her up and down with an appreciative gaze. He noticed that under his frequent irrigation, her aura had become even more elegant and peerlessly beautiful, much like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Such a beautiful woman had been deceived into his hands by him using only a few minor tricks back then. Even though Lin Fan was an invincible grandmaster, who had risen from obscurity with formidable strength and exceptional talent, he was still deeply enamored with a woman like Jizuyu. He even harbored the urge to destroy what he could not obtain, just so others would not have her. Yet he could not capture Jizuyu's heart, and he was even despised by her. It had to be said that when Gu Junqing succeeded, his appearance must have played a significant role. Good looks are always useful everywhere. Gu Junqing admired her from head to toe, finally causing the meditating Jizuyu to open her eyes in resignation. That look made Jizuyu get goosebumps. "Why are you here again?" she asked with a helpless expression. "Does master not want me to come?" Gu Junqing raised his handsome eyebrows, a hint of a smile appearing in his starry eyes. "I do not," Jizuyu said decisively, because she knew that whenever Gu Junqing arrived, nothing good ever happened. Thinking of the positions Gu Junqing made her take, and the time he did that beside her eldest disciple, Chen Lingyu, Jizuyu felt a wave of shyness. She could not understand where Gu Junqing came up with so many ways to play. He only knew how to play in such shameful ways. "Is that so? If master did not want your disciple here, why would you have opened the door for me?" Gu Junqing slowly walked forward, gently hugging Jizuyu's slender waist, his eyebrows slightly raised. His master was just being hypocritical, and he understood. Chapter 429. So the balcony is the door for a sneaky thief like you. Ji Yui's voice was cold and aloof, reminiscent of a fairy from the Guanggan Palace. She was serene, elegant, and gentle. "Master, I cannot allow you to speak of yourself that way." Gu Junqing blinked, intentionally brushing his hand over her supple waist with a suggestive smirk. "You," Ji Yui glared at him, flushed with embarrassment. "Enough of your nonsense, tell me why you came here today." She pouted slightly. "I will show my hand, I am here to be a sneaky thief." Gu Junqing said righteously. "If you keep talking like that, get out right now." Ji Yui was nearly laughing out of anger. Her disciple was perfect in every way, except for this habit of bullying his master. It was a love-hate relationship. "Fine, fine, I will stop." Gu Junqing replied with a faint smile. Ji Yui's temperament had always been calm and indifferent after years of living in seclusion. She rarely experienced emotional volatility. However, ever since meeting Gu Junqing, she felt shy and angry constantly. Her emotions had fluctuated more in this short time than in the decades before they met. Gu Junqing slowly loosened his grip on her waist, pinching it one last time, before letting go. He lifted his finger to his nose, catching the faint, refreshing fragrance lingering on his skin. "I came to see you today to bring you some news." Gu Junqing interrupted her, cutting off her annoyed gaze. "What news?" She glared at him, thinking about what a rebellious disciple he was, always liking to tease her. "The person who wounded you has appeared." His words shocked her. "What? You mean Lin Fan has come to Luodu?" Ji Yui frowned, a trace of worry blooming in her heart. She wondered if he had come for her or for another reason. Memories of the past flooded her mind. She was originally the daughter of the sect master of the Xiantian sect, possessing great authority, sharp intellect, and stunning beauty. The other disciples revered her as the senior sister. Lin Fan was nothing more than a stable boy filled with wild ambitions, responsible for tending the horses. She had encountered him by chance, and seeing his hardships and determination to learn martial arts, she took pity on him. She taught him a few skills and assigned others to care for him, granting him special convenience. But everything changed later. After her mother left due to unknown circumstances, her father stopped caring for her, and her status in the sect plummeted. Lin Fan, however, rose through the ranks. Ji Yuiyu had been like a noble benefactor who gave him a boost, and once he succeeded, he took flight. Back then, he still treated her with great respect, calling her senior sister at every turn. Until one day, he stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, or perhaps revealed his innate genius. He took first place in the sect competition, and his strength climbed steadily until he surpassed all his peers and even the elders. Only then did he show his ambition, intending to ask her father for her hand in marriage. Her father, who treated her like thin air, was more than willing to exchange a daughter he disliked for the loyalty of the sect's greatest genius. Why wouldn't he? She knew the character of Lin Fan well. He was a man who looked down on everything and prioritized his own strength above all else, so naturally, she did not care for him. She fled to avoid the marriage, and while Lin Fan pursued her, he struck her down, leaving her severely wounded. It was inconceivable. Someone who had received so much kindness did not feel gratitude, but instead tried to kill his benefactor simply because she would not marry him. How could she ever love a man like that? If not for her advanced medical skills, she might have lost her life and her cultivation, but now, having met Gu Junqing, she had fully recovered. Gu Junqing noticed the worry on her face, seemingly lost in thought. He waved a hand in front of her. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Where did you encounter him? Ji Yuyu asked, her expression solemn. She knew how terrifying Lin Fan's strength was. Challenging those stronger than him was as easy as eating and drinking, and he often broke through in the middle of a fight. I met him by chance, and he is extremely powerful. If not for a bottleneck holding him back, he would have likely broken through to the next realm already, Gu Junqing said, acting serious. Indeed, given his talent, reaching the next realm is simple. If it were not for the current era where spiritual energy is scarce and technology prevails, no bottleneck could possibly hold him back. Ji Yuyu paced the room, speaking with a touch of emotion. Although she disliked Lin Fan, she had to admit his talent was the greatest she had ever seen. She had been called a heaven-gifted woman, but she still fell far short of Lin Fan, so much so that he could challenge her across tiers of cultivation. Junqing, perhaps I should leave. I will continue to look for a quiet, secluded place to live. Ji Yuiyu's expression grew dim. As long as she left, and as long as Gu Junqing did not reveal his connection to her, Lin Fan would not target him. That way, Gu Junqing could live safely in Luodu. She felt that she was the reason Lin Fan had appeared in the city. Master, what kind of foolish things are you saying? How could I let you return to the mountains all alone? It took so much effort for your disciple to heal your wounds, so how could I possibly let you leave now? Gu Junqing said with a chuckle. According to the cultivation method from the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, he had indeed poured a lot of energy into it. The ancients said that a drop of essence was worth 10 drops of blood, and he could hardly count how much he had put into Ji Yuyu. You rebellious disciple, can't you see I am doing this for your own good? Ji Yuyu felt a surge of anger upon seeing his unserious demeanor, her teeth gnashing in frustration. Did this disciple think that toppling his own master was something to be proud of? He even brought it up every single day. If Gu Junqing knew what she was thinking, he would surely tell her. Toppling one's own female master was indeed something to be proud of, and who didn't like a rebellious disciple? Master, do not worry. It is just a Lin Fan, so leave everything to your disciple, Gu Junqing said, acting as if it were nothing. To him, unless it was an immortal emperor protagonist appearing from the start, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 430. You do not know how strong Lin Fan is. I even suspect his current power is enough to defeat someone a full major realm above him. Ji Yu sighed. She had to admit that Lin Fan's innate talent truly surpassed most others. For a genius of his caliber, cultivation realms were not a binding constraint. Do not doubt it, he truly can. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Lin Fan's base combat power was already at 999. If his destiny was not weakened, and he utilized his talent to grow stronger the more he fought, he could indeed multiply his strength enough to challenge a higher realm. Master, do not worry. Leave everything to me. Give all your worries to me, and I will not let you down, Gu Junqing answered with a smile. Furthermore, if Ji ran away, he would inevitably still be targeted by Lin Fan, the protagonist. Perhaps this was simply the fate between a protagonist and a villain. Moreover, given his standing in Luodu, if he planned carefully, dealing with a Lin Fan would be quite simple. Besides, with Ji Yu present, she was not only a formidable combatant, but also a key point to easily weaken Lin Fan's protagonist luck value. As long as Lin Fan's luck value was weakened below 3,000 points, his talent for growing stronger in battle would naturally lose its effect. At that point, manipulating Lin Fan would be effortless. Very well, I will listen to you. Ji Yu nodded in agreement. If Gu Junqing did not want her to leave, then she was willing to listen to his advice. Truth be told, she did not want to leave Gu Junqing if she could help it. Unknowingly, she had already developed deep feelings for this rebellious disciple of hers, so she naturally did not want to be far away from him. However, if you come into conflict with him, you must notify me. I am your master, after all. You cannot bear this alone. Ji Yu instructed him again. This was her affair, and she did not want to offload all the burdens onto Gu Junqing. If I have any need, I will certainly inform master. I am not a reckless brute. Gu Junqing felt a bit helpless. Did he look like a brute who would charge in without thinking? You say you are not. Who else but a brute like you would do those things with your master right next to your drunken senior sister? Ji Yu said, her face suddenly flushing with shyness. Her bright eyes fixed on Gu Junqing, looking as though she desperately wanted to bite him to death. Only Gu Junqing could elicit such an expression from the indifferent and unworldly Ji Yu. She did not even hate Lin Fan that much for what he had done to her, yet she cared deeply about Gu Junqing's special methods. Master, I think if you were to name some adult films, you would be very eye-catching. It gives a sense of stealing another man's wife right in front of him, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. However, on the surface, Gu Junqing simply coughed lightly. Master, were you not also quite, well, excited at that time? Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows, casting an ambiguous glance at Ji Yu, with the meaning clearly visible in his eyes. You still dare to say that? Ji Yu angrily struck Gu Junqing's chest with her palm. When it hit his chest, however, it was feather-light, feeling more like flirting. Gu Junqing gently took hold of the slender, jade-like hand resting on his chest, finding the tactile sensation soft and smooth, which stirred his heart. Master, do not worry. Your affairs are the affairs of us disciples. Do not fear causing us trouble, Gu Junqing said softly. The tenderness and affection in his words made the normally indifferent Ji Yu feel a tremor in her heart. Ding, the host has stirred the heart of the heroine Ji Yu. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding, the host has stirred the heart of the heroine Ji Yu. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding, the host has stirred the heart of the heroine Ji Yu. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ji Yu looked at Gu Junqing's handsome face and nodded gently. Then master, let us discuss how to deal with this Lin Fan. Seeing Ji Yu's expression, Gu Junqing chuckled and said, very well, let me tell you about his moves and weaknesses first. Ji Yu nodded, agreeing to Gu Junqing's proposal. Actually, the most important thing for us right now is to improve our strength, not to study others, right? Gu Junqing blinked, hinting at Ji Yu. That is true. Based on what you said, Lin Fan's strength should be at the peak of the 9th grade, while we are still at the 8th grade. On paper, we should indeed improve properly. We need at least one 9th grade expert, and then the two of us can take care of Lin Fan. Ji Yu did not understand the hidden meaning in Gu Junqing's words and simply continued to analyze according to his suggestion. At the same time, she lowered her head to think about methods to improve their strength and how to deal with Lin Fan. Then what is master waiting for? Improving our strength is urgent now. While Ji Yu was lost in thought, Gu Junqing had already moved close to her, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. He used one hand to gently lift Ji Yu's head, looking at the hint of bewilderment in her moist eyes, and chuckled, master, we can indeed produce a 9th grade expert first. It just depends on how hard master works. After all, his cultivation technique was the Yellow Emperor's classic, which allowed for dual cultivation and mutual growth. Before Ji Yu could resist, he kissed her cherry red lips. His hands did not stop, and the white gauze covering Ji Yu's body drifted to the floor amidst their entanglement. Ji Yu's eyes widened. This time, she truly understood what Gu Junqing meant. However, thinking of Gu Junqing's earlier words, her hands that were meant to push him away slowly began to grip his collar instead. Her moist, clear eyes slowly closed, and she began to respond to Gu Junqing. The room suddenly fell quiet, with nothing remaining but their lingering affection. After the storm had passed, Gu Junqing gently held Ji Yu's shoulders as they entered a period of recovery. A hint of a smile touched Gu Junqing's heart. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, I must thank you. If it were not for your arrival making master feel a sense of crisis, she would not have been so proactive. Just now, this was the first time in their many encounters that Ji Yu had been so proactive. Her taking the lead was no small matter. Furthermore, Lin Fan had played an undeniable role in the original accidental encounter between Gu Junqing and Ji Yu. It was he who caused Ji Yu to be injured, preventing her strength from improving for years, which had nearly become a knot in her heart. Therefore, upon learning that Gu Junqing possessed a method to heal her injuries, she was naturally willing to try actively. It could be said that the more Lin Fan jumped around, the more delightful the bedroom entertainment between Ji Yu and Gu Junqing became. Gu Junqing even felt that Lin Fan was a truly good person, acting as a catalyst for the relationship between himself and Ji Yu. Not only was he helpful in conquering Ji Yu, but he also deserved credit for helping Gu Junqing develop new positions. Chapter 431. Ji Zuyu's pretty face glowed with a charming flush as she lay on Gu Junqing's chest, unwilling to move. Outwardly she seemed calm, but inside, she was a storm of emotions. What had she just done? What in the world had she just done? She still could not believe that she had been so aggressive just moments ago. Ji Zuyu never dreamed there would be a day where she would be the one on top, allowing Gu Junqing to unlock so many positions she had previously been too embarrassed to try. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became with Gu Junqing. She wondered why he had kept bringing up Lin Fan and acting so emotional about her leaving. She felt this was all a scheme to force her into taking the initiative. Usually, he would never say those kinds of things to her. Consumed by this realization, she turned and bit down hard on Gu Junqing's collarbone. Unlike his other girlfriends, Ji Zuyu could easily break through his defenses. As an 8th grade martial artist, her strength was not far off from his, and she left a clear red mark on his skin. Yet, she clearly still cared for him, holding back enough force to avoid actually hurting him. Gu Junqing arched a brow, offering no resistance as he let her bite him. After all, she was his master, and he was nothing if not a filial disciple. He knew she was just embarrassed and angry. Letting her vent now would naturally lead to more benefits for him later. As long as he slowly opened her heart, there would be many more delightful experiences to share. Ji Zuyu's physical flexibility was indeed far superior to his other women, allowing for positions they had never dared to attempt before. Master, was that satisfying? Gu Junqing looked at her with an ambiguous glint in his eyes. This only made her hate him more, that rebellious disciple who knew only how to tease her. If you dare say another word, I will bite you to death. The two of them quieted down, soothing each other for a while. Ji Zuyu lay silently against his chest, listening to the heartbeat that brought her such peace. By the way, master, do you feel any improvement in your strength? Gu Junqing suddenly shifted the topic, speaking with a serious expression. There seems to be some improvement. However, I have only recently reached the 8th grade, and my reserves are not yet enough to break into the 9th. Ji Zuyu carefully examined her internal state. She pushed aside the warm, flowing sensation that kept her face flushed and focused her attention on her dantian. I am almost there, though I intend to give Lin Fan a surprise. Gu Junqing smiled faintly. What kind of surprise? Ji Zuyu asked, her curiosity piqued. You will know in due time. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. He was actually planning to reach the peak of the 8th grade, and then use his villain points to break through mid-battle against Lin Fan. Even though using points to increase strength was costly, it would be enough to shatter the bottleneck. Besides, imagine how crushed Lin Fan would be to see someone else breaking through in the middle of a fight, just like him, especially when that someone was the disciple of his own White Moonlight. It was like having a secret skill you were immensely proud of, only to find that others could do it too, and perhaps even better. If that person happened to be someone you despised, your mentality would surely collapse. Fine, keep it to yourself then. Ji Zuyu pouted and glared at him, shifting her posture as the previous position had become uncomfortable. Master, improving one's strength is a long road. We should continue to apply ourselves. Gu Junqing, stirred by her movement, felt his interest reignite. He rolled over to cover her once more. Ji Zuyu could only cover her mouth helplessly, terrified that any noise would attract the attention of her eldest disciple sleeping in the next room. She felt like a small boat on the vast ocean, left to the mercy of the crashing waves. She tossed and turned, clinging tightly to her only anchor. Chapter 432. Following another wildly fulfilling night, Ji Zuyu stood on the balcony, gazing blankly at the rising sun in the distance. Her heart was in turmoil, and her exquisite, beautiful face was flushed, resembling the morning glow, and adding a unique allure to her features. Her pale, translucent skin retained a lingering flush, a red and white complexion that was truly captivating. Suddenly, a pair of slender, powerful hands wrapped around her waist, pulling her back against a warm chest. Master, time for sleep. Warm breath tickled her earlobe, causing a shiver. You rebellious disciple, I should have let you die in the tiger's den. Ji Zuyu felt a surge of turbulent emotions inside. Gu Junqing had actually made her try that inverted hook position just moments ago. She almost killed him in a fit of shame and anger, and her mood was still far from settled. Master, that position allows us to communicate more deeply, and it is helpful for improving our cultivation. Gu Junqing continued to spout nonsense. So, stop being angry. He thought to himself that he really was a dutiful disciple for having to coax his angry master, with absolutely no realization that he had done anything wrong. Don't you dare say another word. Ji Zuyu felt she had indulged Gu Junqing far too much, letting him do whatever he pleased from last night until now. Ahem, I will stop talking. Master, you should go get some rest. I have already cleaned the sheets, so I will be leaving first. Gu Junqing cleared his throat, sensing it was best to retreat before her anger flared up again. Get lost. Ji Zuyu snorted coldly before walking back to her room with a slightly unsteady gait. So heartless. Not long after Gu Junqing left Ji Zuyu's place, Fang Ruoxiu called him. Junqing, please come to the hospital quickly. I don't know why, but Wang Tang was beaten and hospitalized. They say he is in critical condition. Fang Ruoxiu's voice was filled with anxiety. She had received a text from the hospital this morning regarding his status. Although she had no feelings for Wang Tang, he was still the man she had lived with, and he was her husband in name. Now that his life was in the balance, she was completely lost. She had only received a message from him yesterday, and now she was staring at a critical condition notice. Being just a housewife, she had no idea how to handle such a situation, so she immediately turned to Gu Junqing for help. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I am on my way, rest assured. Gu Junqing's gentle words comforted the flustered woman. Okay, Junqing, please hurry. Come pick me up first. Fang Ruoxiu calmed down slightly. Gu Junqing hung up the phone and leaned back into the comfortable seat. Brother, rest easy. I will take care of your widow, he thought to himself. Soon, Gu Junqing arrived at the hospital and spotted Fang Ruoxiu waiting anxiously outside. She wore a white, casual business suit that highlighted her natural elegance. Her large, watery eyes seemed to speak for themselves, and her luscious red lips radiated the charm of a young woman, while her slender legs drew the attention of passers-by. Still staring? Even with such severe kidney deficiency, you are still looking. I tell you to work harder at home, but you say you can't. Yet you stare at beautiful women with such energy. A woman pulled on the ear of a middle-aged man. Ow, ow, stop pulling. The middle-aged man, knowing he was in the wrong, followed his wife's lead and reluctantly looked away. There was another patient in a hospital gown, clutching his crotch as if he had just undergone surgery. He was being helped by a young nurse and was walking with great difficulty. Upon seeing Fang Ruoxiu, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes, but he immediately grimaced in pain and grabbed the nurse's arm. Hurry, hurry. The stitches opened again. It hurts like hell. The nurse glanced in Fang Ruoxiu's direction and understood. I told you, you just had surgery and can't get excited. Now look, the stitches have popped. The nurse chided him while helping him back for more surgery. Gu Junqing knew exactly what kind of procedure that brother had undergone. Fang Ruoxiu spotted him and waved. Junqing, come over here. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm here. Let's go see how our brother is doing, Gu Junqing said with a serious expression. Chapter 433. Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxiu walked into the ward. The room was occupied only by Wang Tang and a young doctor wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. Wang Tang lay lonely on the hospital bed, covered in bandages like a mummy. His eyes were tightly closed, an oxygen mask covered his mouth, and a heart rate monitor stood beside him. It seemed the Wang family had abandoned him here after dropping him off at the hospital. They clearly wanted nothing more to do with him. Wang Tang's father had also been knocked unconscious by a single blow from Lin Fan. This was why Wang Tang remained alone in the room. So, what is Wang Tang's condition right now? Fang Ruoxiu asked with a hint of anxiety. The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed. He won't last long, perhaps within a week. His internal injuries are too severe, so it is basically time to prepare for a farewell ceremony. We even had to find your contact information on his phone. We have no idea if he has any other family. The doctor shook his head and walked out of the room. He briefly glanced at Gu Junqing before stepping out into the hallway. Gu Junqing gave a subtle nod to Gu Ming, acknowledging his presence, and then ignored him. Gu Ming had been specifically sent to check if Wang Teng could still be saved. If he could be, Gu Ming was to finish the job, but if not, he was simply to observe. Lin Fan was truly ruthless. He had struck to kill, yet he hadn't fully committed to it, leaving the man with just enough breath to linger. Fang Ruoxiu fell silent after hearing the doctor's words. She sighed, feeling a sense of loss. It wasn't because of any attachment to Wang Teng, but rather a reflection on the impermanence of life. Someone who was full of energy yesterday was now on the verge of death. Wang Teng, how did you end up like this? Fang Ruoxiu pulled a chair beside the hospital bed while the ventilator beeped rhythmically. Hearing her voice, Wang Teng struggled to open his eyes. Ruoxiu. Yes, it's me. How did you end up like this? Fang Ruoxiu asked with a confused expression. I was attacked by a man in black. Someone framed me. I swear I never took the blood qi grass. Oh. Wang Teng spoke through tears after waking up, sounding aggrieved. Okay, you didn't take it. You didn't take it, Fang Ruoxiu coaxed. Wang Teng was near death, so it was better to indulge him while he was still around. Fang Ruoxiu thought to herself. She felt that since he was already in such a state, there would be no other chances to humor him if she didn't do it now. Seeing that Fang Ruoxiu was willing to believe him, a look of relief appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He felt a sudden surge of strength, as if he were experiencing a final burst of life before death. Brother Wang, how are you feeling? Are you doing any better? Gu Junqing spoke with a hint of regret. I feel full of energy right now, Brother Gu. You don't need to worry. Wang Teng turned his head to speak to Gu Junqing. That was great to hear. He was in high spirits. Then my sister-in-law, and I can rest easy. She has been very worried about you, Gu Junqing said with a smile. Don't worry about me, Ruoxiu. Once I get out of the hospital, I will definitely build a massive empire so I can marry you again properly. Wang Teng said excitedly. What had he heard? Fang Ruoxiu actually cared about him. She really did love him after all. Fang Ruoxiu could only offer an awkward smile. She didn't dare tell him that she actually felt very little. Honestly, the emotional investment she had in a pet dog kept for years would be deeper than what she felt for Wang Teng. Seeing Wang Teng in this state, Gu Junqing couldn't bear to deceive him any longer. He kindly lifted the modification on his memories, restoring them to their original state. Wang Teng clutched his head. His mind felt suddenly clearer, and things that had confused him moments ago now made perfect sense, as if an obstruction had been removed. What just happened to me? Wang Teng shook his head as the memories in his mind began to reassemble. His brain analyzed the information, piecing together the fragmented images. His body trembled slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Why had he suddenly let his guard down against Gu Junqing and even sworn to be his brother? Why had he transferred his assets when he could have easily kept control of the Wang family? Why had he foolishly believed them while they were clearly involved in unspeakable acts behind his back, even cheering for them through the wall and telling Gu Junqing to be gentle? Why had he been framed for buying the blood qi grass when he had never purchased it at all? He had finally figured it all out. Enduring the excruciating pain, he managed to lift a trembling, fractured hand and pointed it at Gu Junqing. You are a devil. You must be a devil. His voice trembled, and he had lost all the energy he had a moment ago now that he understood everything. It all started when Gu Junqing asked Fang Ruoxiu to go out with him. He had been full of suspicion toward Gu Junqing, so why did his favorability suddenly skyrocket, even resulting in a false memory of Gu Junqing saving his life? What was going on? He had trusted Gu Junqing completely after that, obeying every word like a puppet on a string. He had even allowed them to get close, going as far as telling him to take good care of Fang Ruoxiu. Thinking of this, tears streamed down Wang Teng's face as he stared at the white ceiling. Wang Teng, what is wrong? Fang Ruoxiu looked at him, confused by the shift from his energetic state to this sobbing mess. Wang Teng, do not be ungrateful. Fang Ruoxiu frowned. She had only visited out of kindness because he was dying, yet she was being berated. What have you ever given me? All you gave me was the reality of your illicit affair with Gu Junqing and the fact that you cheated on me. Wang Teng continued to roar, disregarding the physical toll on his body and the frantic beeping of the heart monitor. Wang Teng, the marriage agreement stated clearly that it was just a contract, without emotional or physical attachment. Either party had the right to dissolve the engagement if they found someone else. Fang Ruoxiu said coldly. We had no feelings for each other from the start. We were like two strangers. Even if I did something with Gu Junqing, you cannot blame me. There is no need to act as if I betrayed you, as we were never truly involved. Although she was surprised by Wang Teng's sudden realization, she felt a sense of relief. She had long wanted to clarify their relationship. Since Wang Teng had brought it up, she could finally make a clean break from him. Wang Teng offered a miserable smile. Why was he unable to move Fang Ruoxiu's heart in the slightest? In truth, he could not be blamed. It was simply that Gu Junqing had stolen the spotlight entirely. In stories like this, the heroine usually detests the male lead from the beginning, or at the very least feels nothing for him. With Gu Junqing stealing every scene, it was only natural that Fang Ruoxiu would develop feelings for him and grow to despise Wang Teng even more. Chapter 434. Wang Teng listened to Fang Ruoxiu's account and let out a bitter laugh. He felt that his life had turned out to be so miserable, when it was supposed to have been brilliant. He was clearly the eldest son of a top-tier family, yet he had fallen to such a pathetic state. His wife did not love him, and his family had abandoned him, leaving him with nothing. The thought that he had been manipulated like a puppet by Gu Junqing until he lost everything filled him with rage. Wang Teng looked at Gu Junqing like a bloodthirsty beast, wishing he could devour him alive. Brother, what happened all of a sudden? Why are you looking at me like that? Sister-in-law, I am scared. Gu Junqing said in a timid tone, as he wrapped his arms around Fang Ruoxiu's slender waist. He buried his head into Fang Ruoxiu's bosom, and right in front of Wang Teng, he rubbed against her ample chest, pressing himself closer to her. Wang Teng watched as Fang Ruoxiu allowed Gu Junqing to hold and nuzzle her without any resistance, and even stroke his head from time to time. His mood sank into deep despair, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Was it you who set me up last night? Wang Teng roared in a low voice, forcing the words out from his throat. He wanted to know if Gu Junqing had framed him yesterday. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the blood gas herb was soaking in his tea? Last night. Why, I was sleeping with sister-in-law, holding her fragrant body. It was quite wonderful, so why would I frame you? Gu Junqing said with a smiling lie. Although he had indeed held Fang Ruoxiu for a long time last night, he had actually spent the entire night with Ji Zuyu. However, he could not tell Fang Ruoxiu that, or she would be angry. Of course, he claimed that he had slept with Fang Ruoxiu all night, and left in the morning. Since Fang Ruoxiu had been exhausted to the point of unconsciousness last night, she would believe any truth he fed her. Gu Junqing's words made Fang Ruoxiu blush, and she gave him a light tap, looking utterly bashful. Watching his wife and Gu Junqing flirting, Wang Teng felt like he was going to vomit blood. He was the rightful husband, yet he did not even dare to hold Fang Ruoxiu's hand. Meanwhile, Gu Junqing was brazenly burying himself in her broad embrace. He had been cuckolded, he had been wearing a green hat. Only now did he understand what Fang Ruoxiu meant when she said she was weaving a hat for him. Why were there so many clues that he had completely ignored? The most infuriating thing was the yoga sessions, with Fang Ruoxiu's rapid breathing, the intermittent cries, and the indistinct sounds of impact, all of which proved that Fang Ruoxiu and Gu Junqing were doing something on the other side of the wall. Yet, he had truly believed that Gu Junqing was helping Fang Ruoxiu with yoga, and even cheered Gu Junqing on. Although Gu Junqing denied that last night had anything to do with him, Wang Teng's sixth sense told him that it definitely involved Gu Junqing. Wang Teng replayed the words of the man in black from yesterday. The auction, the box switch, the pupil of the moon, the blood gas herb, everything connected, and he realized that all his hard work had simply paved the way for Gu Junqing. All the credit had been stolen by Gu Junqing, while he was left to take the fall. Gu Junqing, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Wang Teng cursed him with a tone as terrifying as hell. The woman he loved had been stolen, and his family had collapsed, making Gu Junqing the person he hated the most. Is that so? Then you are welcome to come back and try, Gu Junqing said, his expression cold and emotionless, the complete opposite of his previous demeanor. He would not soften his heart for any protagonist, because he knew that if he did, he might end up lying on the hospital bed like Wang Teng. This look caused Wang Teng to drift into a daze, as he felt he was seeing a high and mighty god overlooking everything. Yet, it also seemed like he saw another face hidden in the depths, evil, ruthless, and indifferent, completely unfathomable. It left him unable to distinguish which one was the real Gu Junqing. But it no longer mattered which one was real, as he could clearly feel his life coming to an end. Brother Wang Teng, do not worry, I will take good care of sister-in-law and the Fang family, Gu Junqing said indifferently. He leaned into Wang Teng's ear and whispered, I will also merge your Wang family into the Fang family. I will take good care of sister-in-law, even in bed. Perhaps the world will even praise me as a good man, someone who bravely took on the responsibility of caring for a widow after my brother passed away prematurely, Gu Junqing said with a faint smile. Fang Ruoxiu blinked, not knowing what Gu Junqing had said to Wang Teng, but she did not care. She was now devoted entirely to Gu Junqing, especially after doing yoga with him. Sister-in-law, let us leave first and let brother Wang get some rest. Gu Junqing stood up, took Fang Ruoxiu's hand, and walked out of the ward, even thoughtfully closing the door for Wang Teng. The sight of them holding hands made Wang Teng's eyes turn bloodshot, and he wanted to go mad with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. His body was too severely injured, and his last breath was fading away, as his vision turned black, and his head spun. No, I cannot die yet. If I die, all the Wang family's assets will be completely gone, and I cannot let Gu Junqing get his way. Wang Teng struggled to reach for the phone on the table. He wanted to contact the lawyer he had entrusted to modify the contracts he had signed. His mind was clearer than ever, but his body was weaker than it had ever been. As he reached out, he collapsed onto the floor. If his fortune had not been completely drained, there might have been a slim chance. But unfortunately, he had no fortune left. The fortune that was once enough to condense into a hat had been completely consumed. This signaled that his fate had run its course, and he slowly stopped breathing. Doctor, something is wrong with bed number 9, the nurse cried out, and Wang Teng was finally dead. Ding, protagonist Wang Teng has died. Host receives 5,000 villain points. Gu Junqing received the notification, remained silent for a moment, and solidified his resolve. He would not have any mercy for protagonists, as each one of them was merely nutrients to make him stronger. Junqing, Wang Teng is dead, Fang Ruoxiu said suddenly and silently, feeling strange about why she had such an intuition. Yes, I know. Sister-in-law, do not worry, I will treat you well. Gu Junqing looked at Fang Ruoxiu, knowing this was an effect of her heroine aura, a form of spiritual connection. Yes, I believe you. Fang Ruoxiu set aside her feeling of loss and walked back to the Fang family home with Gu Junqing. She had spent a long time with Wang Teng, and even if she had spent that long with a dog, she would have felt a twinge of heartbreak. Fang Ruoxiu and Gu Junqing spent many days in bliss, trying pleasures and positions she had never experienced before. However, she soon lost the mood for that. She was busy and stressed every single day, so she no longer had the energy to experiment with Gu Junqing, finally sparing the increasingly thin Gu Junqing. In May, a major earthquake struck Luodu. The Wang family, one of the four great families that had stood tall in Luodu for centuries, collapsed under the siege of various forces, companies, and clans. Rumors spread that before the Wang family collapsed, their assets had all been transferred away. The remaining assets were insufficient to pay off the debts, leaving them with no choice but to declare bankruptcy. The remaining assets were sealed off or auctioned, and even the Wang family residence and manor were sold off for tens of billions. Like a whale fall, the collapse of the Wang family provided development opportunities for many other forces. Countless factions sprouted up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and Luodu radiated a new glow. In this feast, the Fang family emerged as the biggest winner. However, the upper echelons of Luodu understood whose protection the Fang family had grown under, so they naturally would not provoke them. The Fang family was eventually recommended as a member of the new four great families. The new four great families consisted of the Fang, Li, Ya, and Zhou families, who had also benefited from this feast. As for the Gu family, they had become a clan that stood above all other powers in Luodu. The Gu family of Luodu had almost become synonymous with the Xiao nation. Chapter 435. Gu Junqing walked out of the Fang family estate with a haggard expression. He had not slept or rested for days, and he had spent the entire month of May constantly satisfying his various girlfriends. If he were not still young and practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, which kept his blood and vitality exceptionally abundant, any ordinary man would have shriveled up completely. A man is like a stick of sugarcane. Once the juices are drained, he becomes nothing but fiber. The cause of this situation was that the situation in Luodu had been too peaceful recently, and his girlfriends had nothing to do. He had to toil away with his sister-in-law, Fang Ruoxiu, and travel great distances to practice dual cultivation with Ji Zuyu and his other confidants. It is no exaggeration to say that he was physically and mentally exhausted. He began to understand the kings of ancient times. It is no wonder they did not live long lives. Take Yu Ying and Yu Jinlian, for example, those two sharks in their prime. They operated on the principle of never stopping until Gu Junqing was completely drained. With his internal classic enhancing their own constitutions, they were only getting stronger. When a woman can do nearly 100 sit-ups in a minute, you have to ask yourself, is that scary or what? They were like superwomen. Even for Gu Junqing, satisfying them easily was no longer a simple task. Because of this, Gu Junqing hurried to speed up the process of changing the situation in Luodu. He gave them all something to do, which successfully allowed him to get a reprieve. While a good man should be full of vigor, like a pile driver on a construction site, there is a limit. Even the cows on a production team deserve a break, and livestock need to rest too. Gu Junqing touched his kidneys and shook his head with a sigh. He just wanted to say to them, I am so glad I have you. Suddenly, Gu Junqing's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was from Mirong Wan, the school beauty heroine, who his predecessor had been constantly fawning over. He had been quite busy lately though. He could only manage his time to make an occasional phone call to check in on her. Wanner, what brings you the time to call me? Gu Junqing asked with a faint smile. Humph, I have always had time, but I could never wait for your call. Mirong Wan's voice carried a hint of anger and doubt. She had wanted to say that since she could not wait for his call, she wondered if he did not love her anymore. However, before she could finish, Gu Junqing cut her off. Say no more, I am very angry right now. Wanner, how could you have not called me for so long? Do you not miss me? Gu Junqing knew exactly what Mirong Wan wanted to say. He struck first, shifting the blame entirely onto her. Brother Junqing, how could I not miss you? Please don't be angry. It does not look good when you are upset. Hearing that Gu Junqing was angry, Mirong Wan spoke hurriedly. Her previously angry tone vanished instantly, replaced by a soothing tone. Young girls are so easy to manipulate, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. When a girl comes to question you, a man must always seize the initiative. If you catch her off guard with questions, you can pull her into your own rhythm. If you get caught up in her rhythm, the situation changes drastically. Take, for example, when a girl is sulking alone, and you run over to ask her why she is angry. The boyfriend asks, what is wrong? Why are you crying? The girlfriend secretly wipes her tears and says, oh, I am not. The boyfriend continues, tell me what you are crying about. The girlfriend roars, do you not know why I am crying? The boyfriend exclaims, hey, why are you shouting? The girlfriend retorts, oh, you are yelling at me. The boyfriend sighs helplessly and asks, hey, what are you crying for? Just tell me. The girlfriend turns her head away angrily and says, forget it, there is nothing to say. You are just like this, Gu Junqing, you are just like this. The boyfriend asks, can you not be so sarcastic? Can we just talk properly? The girlfriend slaps the boyfriend, you are scolding me. Fine, I am leaving. The boyfriend helplessly grabs her hand, saying, don't go, I am wrong. She pulls away, let go of me. You just scolded me, and you won't even let me leave. I apologize, it is just a habit. The girlfriend screams with a distorted voice, if you are used to that, does that mean you will hit me every day? Funny, after the boyfriend barely manages to coax her back, the girlfriend immediately posts on social media. Unfamiliar city, unfamiliar street. In the end, no one understands me. In the end, I had to carry it all alone. This is a classic case of a boy falling into a girl's trap, being toyed with completely helplessly. But Junqing is different. He strikes first, walking the girl's path so that she has nowhere to go. Of course, this only works on young girls. If it were mature and sensible older women, they would simply think about how to squeeze Junqing even drier without saying a word. Junqing, do not be angry. We will definitely call you more often in the future, Mirongwon said ingratiatingly. Fine, then I will forgive you, Junqing said, sitting in the car with a calm and collected demeanor. One has to say that the saying, the favorite of nothing to fear, is truly correct. As for Mirongwon, Luo Ningyu watched her with some frustration. Look at you surrendered immediately, even though we agreed to confront Brother Junqing. I heard Brother Junqing's voice, and I felt my body go soft. Mirongwon sighed, her usually cold and beautiful face showing a trace of sorrow. Besides, if you can do better, then you go ahead. Mirongwon handed the phone to Luo Ningyu, wanting to see how Luo Ningyu would handle it. Brother Junqing. Luo Ningyu's light and mischievous voice came through the phone. What is it? And you, little girl, you haven't called me either. Should you be punished too? Junqing continued. Brother Junqing, we just haven't seen you in a long time, so our tone was a bit harsh. Don't be angry, if all else fails. Next time the two of us will be yours together, Luo Ningyu said coquettishly. Beside her, Mirongwon held her head in her hands. Just a moment ago, Luo Ningyu was lecturing her, but now she had surrendered even faster than her, and even sold her out. However, regarding doing some shameful things with Junqing together, she felt a faint expectation in her heart for some unknown reason. That is acceptable. Junqing nodded with a look of gratification. Compared to those older sisters, girls like Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu were simply as pure as little angels. They were too cute. Tell me, what is the matter today? Junqing asked. First, we missed you, Brother Junqing. Second, the college entrance exams are over, and we are holding a graduation party, so we want to invite you to come. Luo Ningyu turned on the speakerphone and lay on the bed with Mirongwon, dangling their tender feet as she spoke. Chapter 436. Attending a class reunion? Junqing checked his schedule and found he did indeed have some free time. Of course. After all, I am a part of the class. Junqing replied with a smile. Generally speaking, the combination of a female lead, a supporting female character, and a public gathering was the perfect hunting ground for a protagonist. That is great. Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu cheered in unison. By the way, Ningyu, how did your exam go? Any chance of getting into walking? Junqing had his fill of the main course and was ready for dessert. The two young women were quite adorable. It seems okay. I felt this year's college entrance exam was actually quite simple, Luo Ningyu replied, sounding a bit uncertain. Is that so? You were crying during the last entrance exam, acting as if I were the reason you failed, Junqing said with amusement. That is because I wanted to go to the same school as Brother Junqing. I would have been heartbroken if I failed, Luo Ningyu said, acting coy and adorable. Ew, stop with the baby talk. Mirongwon teased from the side. You are annoying. Luo Ningyu slapped Mirongwon's rear, causing a gasp of surprise. Mirongwon quickly retaliated, not willing to let that slide. Junqing smiled as he listened to their playful banter over the phone. Even though he was currently maintaining a state of extreme righteousness, he still had no resistance toward cute girls with sweet voices. Fine, I am done playing. I want to talk to Brother Junqing, Mirongwon conceded, realizing she could not win against Luo Ningyu. She simply was not as uninhibited as Luo Ningyu, who kept targeting her sensitive spots. You two are truly close. Why don't you both just marry me in the future? Junqing teased. Junqing's words made Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu blush, and they exchanged a quick look. Brother Junqing, don't say such embarrassing things. We haven't even started university yet, but after we graduate, we can get married, have a baby, and look for a good house near a reputable kindergarten. Right. After kindergarten, there is elementary school. Once he is in school, we can relax, and we can each have our own baby, and let them play together. Oh, by the way, what names do you think we should give the babies? Before Junqing could even respond, Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu were already discussing which kindergarten their future children would attend. They had started by telling him not to say embarrassing things, yet now they were excitedly planning a family. It reminded him of the saying that some people plan their children's kindergarten the moment they see their partner. Junqing sighed with resignation. All right, don't worry about all that just yet. Junqing interrupted to get them to stop. No, Brother Junqing, this is important. At least we don't have to worry about money since your family is so wealthy. Mirongwon even began counting on her fingers how much the dowry for her future son would cost. Exactly, Luo Ningyu agreed. By the end, Junqing could not even get a word in. It was a pity this was a phone call. If it had been in person, he would have been able to intervene. Though in that case, the intervention would have been physical. Ahem, sorry, Brother Junqing. We got carried away. Mirongwon apologized. They had not realized they had drifted into talking about children. They were still innocent maidens, after all. It was just an example of parental foresight. Perhaps a bit too early. Junqing could only offer that single reaction. After a bit more idle chatter, Junqing asked, what time is the party tonight? Do you need me to pick you up? I booked the Wanjia Hotel for 7 tonight. We can go to karaoke after dinner, Mirongwon said while kicking her feet. No need to pick us up. Let's just meet outside the restaurant. Gu Junqing had no interest in managing the class, so Mirongwon naturally took on the role of class monitor and organized all the activities. That works. See you then. Gu Junqing hung up the phone. He should be able to make time by 7. Gu Junqing stepped out of his car. It was only June, but Loadu was already starting to heat up. The streets were filled with fair legs and various colored stockings, making this the favorite season for men in Loadu. Whether it was bare legs or long, stocking-clad limbs, they were like passing clouds to Gu Junqing, holding no temptation. Even the usually enticing black stockings appeared as lifeless as inanimate objects, and he kept his gaze fixed ahead. Of course, many young women, seeing how handsome he was, wanted to approach him for his contact information, but Gu Junqing was not that kind of man and declined them all. Distracting thoughts were often linked to physical vitality. Once that vitality was depleted, one naturally stopped having wandering thoughts. He was a man who needed to recuperate, so he could not be so reckless. As he walked down the street, Gu Junqing spotted a Western-style dessert shop in the distance, knowing he had arrived at his meeting spot. Young Master Gu, you finally arrived. It is so difficult to invite you out for a drink. A coquettish voice rang out. It was Yaya, the auctioneer. Gu Junqing looked toward the sound. Yaya had long hair cascading down like a waterfall and wore a hazy white gauze dress, soft and light, swaying like an invisible mist in the wind, perfectly hugging her graceful figure. She wore strapped high heels, revealing tender, white toes and slender, delicate, porcelain-smooth feet. Yaya looked at the incomparably handsome man before her with sparkling eyes. The young master of the Gu family possessed a peerless demeanor that met her every expectation. He was truly one of a kind. Speak. Why did you want to see me? Did you just want to grab a meal after closing such a big deal? Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. After he had intercepted this woman from Lin Fan, he had almost forgotten about her. After all, she was just a supporting character, and while she provided some villain points, she was not worth keeping in mind for long. However, while this supporting character was beautiful, she was far too seductive. A simple twitch of her lips made it seem like she was flirting, even if she had no such intention. She reminded him of Yu Jinlian, who was similar to Yaya. However, Yu Jinlian's situation was far better, as she did not have to flaunt her face in public. If Gu Junqing had not instantly recognized that Yaya was still a virgin, he would have mistaken her for a woman of loose morals. Chapter 437. Can't I just ask young Master Gu out for a drink? Yaya said coquettishly, twisting her body with a playful, insistent pout. Gu Junqing couldn't help but sigh. This woman was truly something else, and he wondered how Lin Fan would treat her if he ever took her in. He hoped Lin Fan wouldn't have his little maid serving him in bed. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Yaya exuded a unique charm that gave people the greatest delusion in life, that she was interested in them. In reality, she didn't care about you at all, and it was all just wishful thinking. It was no wonder the people at the auctions went crazy bidding for her. If a man were unfortunate enough to fall for her, he would be completely at her mercy. In modern terms, she was a bona fide scumbag. Was this some kind of seduction technique? Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. He didn't intend to get emotionally attached to this supporting character. Of course, if it were just a physical fling, he wouldn't mind at all. A player meeting a seductress, it was hard to say who would conquer whom. Yaya acted this way because she had set her sights on Gu Junqing ever since she started working for the Gu family. After all, among the new 4 great families, the Lin family was a newcomer, and she didn't know their situation, while the other families were all led by women. That left only the Gu family, the recognized leader in Loadu. Gu Junqing, the young master of the Gu family, was widely considered the Prince of Loadu, having led his family to this position in such a short time. His talent was truly exceptional, not to mention his face, which was enough to leave anyone intoxicated. He had shown his face for only a short time, yet he was crowned the dream lover of thousands of girls. Fans had even coined embarrassing slogans like the dream of 900 million girls or the placebo for lonely maidens. Naturally, she was captivated as well. You secured such a massive deal for the Gu family, one large enough to earn you a significant favor, and you're only asking to buy me a drink? Gu Junqing asked, raising an eyebrow. Is that not allowed? Here, let me pour young Master Gu a drink first. Yaya stood up coquettishly, intending to pour him a glass. Don't bother. I don't drink when I'm relaxing, it's bad for the body. Gu Junqing declined with a wave of his hand. Just brew me a pot of tea instead. This is an imported wine I bought specifically from abroad. It may not compare to what the Gu family buys, but it's still quite good. Won't you have a taste, young master? Sorry, I'm not drinking. Gu Junqing leaned back against the chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. Spending all day exercising crazily in bed, he felt he needed to give his waist a break. It hadn't let him down once. Tea was much better. It cleansed the liver, improved eyesight, and nourished the kidneys. Young Master Gu really is different from other young masters. You're quite interesting, Yaya giggled. Here came the routine, labeling himself as different from the others to provoke a sense of competitiveness. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. However, he had given himself a day off, so why not play along with this scumbag? Oh, and what are other young masters like? Gu Junqing asked, appearing somewhat interested. To appear like elite figures, other young masters will pretend to appreciate red wine even if they hate it. But you're different, young Master Gu. You're authentic, and I love authentic people, Yaya explained. Internally, she grumbled about the absurdity of drinking tea instead of her expensive wine. She had spent so much money expecting him to enjoy it, yet he refused. What kind of high society heir drank tea like a commoner? She was a great beauty standing right here, and he wanted her to use her delicate hands to make tea. All right, go brew the tea. We can continue talking after. Heh, she's so fake. Saying she likes authentic people when she's the most hypocritical person here, Gu Junqing thought to himself. He could tell at a glance that Yaya was complaining about him in her heart. He didn't mind though. It was just for fun anyway. Fine. Yaya smiled with difficulty, though the smile lacked its usual charm. She turned her back to Gu Junqing to prepare the tea, twisting her hips and waist in an attempt to catch his gaze. I've seen enough of my sister-in-law to make me vomit. My heart is as solid as iron, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Yaya was still trying to seduce Gu Junqing, not realizing he had seen so much of his sister-in-law that he had become completely desensitized. If Gu Junqing's late brother Wang, who had been dead for over a month, heard his thoughts, he wondered if he would rise from the grave. Could ashes even come back to life? Gu Junqing pondered this question. Yaya felt a gaze scanning her body and felt smug, thinking the young master was finally hooked. However, when Gu Junqing's eyes shifted away so quickly, the smile on her face froze. Is he a monk? Weren't the rumors saying he was a playboy? Yaya gritted her teeth. She had researched gossip about Gu Junqing to find his weaknesses. While some information was absurd, a few points seemed credible, such as the claim that he had many girlfriends, which led her to conclude he was a lech heir. That point seemed convincing enough. She had been happy to learn it because she felt she lacked nothing in terms of looks and beauty. If Gu Junqing was a lech heir, she was confident she could take him down. He only glanced at me once and stopped. Has my charm faded? Yaya fell into self-doubt, her confidence crumbling. Ding. Host has stirred feelings of self-doubt in the supporting character Yaya, rewarding the host with 2,000 villain points. So it's not just about winning the hearts of the heroines or making them jealous that earns villain points, Gu Junqing mused. He had tried winning the hearts of the heroines many times to gain points. He could only occasionally make them jealous, usually with the sweet ones like Nirong Wan, Luo Ningyu, and Lin Qingzu. As for the big sharks, he had given up on making them jealous. Take his master, Ji Zuyu, for example. She rarely got jealous, but if she did, billions could die. It would be Gu Junqing who suffered the consequences. It really wasn't worth the risk for a few measly villain points. Chapter 438. Why isn't the tea ready yet? Gu Junqing asked, looking relaxed. He only came today because Yaya had contributed significantly to the Gu family, and for the sake of the villain points he could gain. If just any woman could schedule a meeting with him, he would be far too busy to function. It is coming, young Master Gu. Do not be so anxious, you are not a young lad anymore, why the rush? Yaya picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea, a faint, ambiguous smile on her lips. You must have remembered wrong. I have only just reached adulthood, and my virginity is still intact, so what else would I be if not a young lad? Gu Junqing sipped the tea. While the quality of the leaves was mediocre, Yaya's technique was quite good, making the overall experience acceptable. However, this woman was trying to play games with him. Impatient. Did he really look like the type? Just ask his girlfriends. Everyone knew that Gu Junqing loved romantic atmosphere most of all. He would never explore those deep paths until they begged him for it. Virginity still intact? Did the young Master Gu really think he could convince her he kept himself pure despite juggling so many girls? Was he trying to make her laugh to death? Yaya muttered to herself. No matter how she looked at it, this was clearly just Gu Junqing playing with her. Hee, young Master Gu, you are truly a comedian. Everyone knows how you play with major forces in the palm of your hand, so how could you possibly struggle to attract a young girl? Yaya laughed, her body shaking with amusement. Because they are all older sisters. Gu Junqing let out a soft sigh, unsure if it was because of the fragrant tea, or the thought of his girlfriends. The two fell silent for a moment as Gu Junqing sat upright, sipping tea to preserve his health. The steam from the cup swirled upward, casting a hazy light on Gu Junqing's face, and making him look even more elegant, causing Yaya to stare in a trance. Just as she was about to become truly obsessed, Yaya shook her head quickly. Her goal today was to make Gu Junqing fall for her, so why was she the one falling instead? Young Master Gu, I would like to ask you a question. Yaya stood up and leaned over to pour more tea for him, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. The white gauze dress she wore revealed her proud curves perfectly as she leaned forward. It was obvious she was trying to seduce Gu Junqing. Go ahead and ask, since she was willing. Gu Junqing watched her with a playful and calculating gaze. It seemed they weren't quite as good as that little girl Luo Ningyu's, and teacher Yu's were perhaps rounder and better shaped. These were about one handful, overall worthy of an 85 out of 100 rating. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Feeling Gu Junqing's gaze locked onto a certain spot, Yaya's pretty face flushed with a rosy hue. Young Master Gu does not seem to be as much of a gentleman as you claim. Yaya covered her collar with her delicate hands, her fox-like eyes seemingly speaking, as she shot a subtle glare at him. Tisk tisk, playing the innocent card, poor form. I just want to ask. Some girls say 12 centimeters is too long and painful, while others say 8 centimeters is already too much to handle. Young Master Gu has spent so much time in the romantic field, you must know what length is best for a girl, right? Yaya blinked her eyes, pretending to be confused. Trying to play games with him, Gu Junqing maintained a mysterious smile. Then 20 centimeters would be just right. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. 20 centimeters? I was talking about the height of high heels. What are you thinking about, young Master Gu? Yaya mimicked a triumphant expression, covering her mouth with a smile. It seemed causing Gu Junqing to be speechless was a great joy for her. I was also talking about the height of high heels. Were you thinking about something else? Gu Junqing asked with a look of feigned confusion. A 20-centimeter heel, am I walking on stilts? Yeah, retorted. Gu Junqing finished his tea and said nonchalantly, in that case, do you think you would be taller than me wearing 20-centimeter heels? Was I wrong to say it was just right? This statement made Yaya livid. They were just teasing each other, so why did he have to make it a personal attack? She was over 1.5 meters tall, and that was not her fault. Yaya felt depressed and frustrated after Gu Junqing's comment. Young Master Gu, your sarcasm is a bit too direct. Would you like to check my poor heart, which has shattered into pieces? Yaya took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She kept chanting to herself that she was not angry. Ding. The host's words have caused the supporting character Yaya to feel depressed. Rewarding 2,000 villain points. You are quite direct with your teasing too. Alright, is there anything else? If not, I will be leaving, as I have already fulfilled your wish. Gu Junqing stood up and said indifferently. Yaya's wish was merely to call him out to see him. He had already sat here for a long time, giving enough face to her role as a supporting character. Upon hearing this, Yaya's expression stiffened. Was Gu Junqing not supposed to be a lecher? Seeing her, a great beauty, serving him diligently without him making a move was one thing. But did he really want to leave now? She had negotiated such a huge contract for the Gu family. Did he really think she only came to drink tea? No rush, no rush. Why is young Master Gu in such a hurry to leave? We haven't had some fun yet. Yaya hurriedly grabbed Gu Junqing's arm, not letting him stand up to leave. Some fun. I was wondering why you spent such a high price just to have the Gu family fulfill one of your wishes, all just to see me. So you really are deeply in love with me and harbor ulterior motives. Let me say this first, I am not that kind of man. Gu Junqing said righteously, his expression as upright as the monk Tang Santang refusing the queen of Western Liang. His crude words were merely to mask his inner integrity. Those who know. The smile on Yaya's face began to crack, her mindset completely collapsing. Ding. The host's words have caused the supporting character Yaya to feel depressed. Rewarding 2,000 villain points. Ding. The host's words have caused the supporting character Yaya to feel depressed. Rewarding 2,000 villain points. Ding. The host's words have caused the supporting character Yaya to feel depressed. Rewarding 2,000 villain points. Young Master Gu, you must be overthinking it. I only have admiration and respect for you. Yaya managed to force these words out through gritted teeth. Is that so? Then it is fine. Gu Junqing's expression softened for a moment, and he spoke with an expression of relief. Since there is nothing else, does Miss Yaya have any other questions? Gu Junqing asked indifferently again. No, nothing. Yaya forced a smile, as she truly had no more tricks to keep him there. However, young Master Junqing, could you please have a drink with me? Just consider it my final wish. Yaya picked up the wine glass she had poured for Gu Junqing earlier, looking at him with pleading eyes. Of course, Gu Junqing nodded and took the wine glass she handed him. Chapter 439. Gu Junqing took a small sip of red wine. He tasted something unusual, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Just as he expected, this wine had been drugged. He wondered what the woman in front of him wanted. Gu Junqing's eyes deepened with intrigue. How is it? How does the wine taste? Yaya asked nervously. He drank it. He actually drank it. Yaya was so nervous that her rounded toes curled slightly, showing how much she cared whether Gu Junqing had consumed it. My assessment is this. What is it? It is better to drink tea, Gu Junqing said calmly. Yaya rolled her eyes at him. He was just a young man, so why was he acting like such an old soul? Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Oh my, I am so lightheaded, am I drunk? Gu Junqing feigned dizziness, clutching his forehead. Moments later, he slumped forward onto the table. To be honest, his acting was not great, and was actually quite exaggerated. Fortunately, Yaya did not notice. Young Master Gu, what is wrong? Are you feeling dizzy? Do you need me to help you rest? Yaya touched his arm with concern. Gu Junqing did not respond, nor did he make a sound. He appeared to be in a deep, unconscious state. A triumphant smile curled the corners of Yaya's lips. So what if you are a young master? So what if you are the crown prince of Loadu? You have still fallen under my spell. She even dared to pinch Gu Junqing's face, teasing the skin there. I am so jealous. How is your skin even better than mine? Still, the rumors about you being the heartthrob of Loadu are well deserved, Yaya muttered. She traced the incomparable lines of his face with her fingers. This time, her obsession was clear in her eyes. With such a handsome face, I hope you are not just all looks and no substance, she whispered. Gu Junqing, currently feigning unconsciousness, had 3 question marks pop up in his mind. Was that term meant for him? If you asked any of the heroines, they would all know that while he appeared as a delicate jade-faced gentleman, he was actually a powerhouse in the bedroom. Watching his dazed appearance, Yaya stepped forward and draped his arm over her neck to lift him. It felt heavy at first, but she suddenly found it quite easy to hoist him up. The shift in weight made her doubt herself for a moment. Young Master Gu, are you awake? Yaya asked tentatively. Seeing no reaction from him, she finally let out a sigh of relief. I knew it would work. The seller said 1 dose could knock out an elephant, so I used 2 or 3 times that, she muttered, while carrying him. Gu Junqing's mouth twitched slightly. If he were not a master of medicine himself, even as an 8th-rank powerhouse, he would have likely been knocked out cold without any defenses. He could have easily slept for days on end without waking up. Yaya placed Gu Junqing in the bedroom and sat beside him, swaying her curvaceous and alluring figure. Gu Junqing waited for a moment, but Yaya did nothing further. He had expected a band of thugs to kidnap him and force Yaya to seduce him on their behalf. Clearly, he had overthought it. Forget about thugs. A single sniff told him he was in Yaya's private boudoir. The room smelled of sweet incense and a faint, subtle fragrance identical to Yaya's own scent. It smells like a vixen in here, Gu Junqing mused. I wonder if the television dramas are telling the truth, Yaya suddenly whispered. The shows always play the same thing. A young master has a one-night stand with a woman, gets her pregnant, she runs away, and then after some dramatic reunion, she becomes the young mistress. Yaya seemed nervous, so she turned on the television to review the plot. Masterly, this is not your child. It is clearly carved from the same mold as me, yet you still deny it. You disappeared after a one night together, but I will not let you go this time. You will be the mistress of the Li family. Hearing the sounds from the TV, Gu Junqing's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and a vein pulsed on his forehead. He had expected this supporting character to have a grand scheme, perhaps holding him hostage to threaten the Gu family. At the very least, she should have called his father. Something like, "Hello, your son is in my hands. Transfer 10 billion to my account immediately, and do not tell the police, or we will kill him." Then she could send a photo of Gu Junqing looking beaten and naked to Gu Junqing. He never expected this supporting character to be so pathetic. Despite looking seductively charming, and not like a good person, her heart was surprisingly simple. She just wanted to have a baby? Did she really need to drug him for that? Gu Junqing felt truly heartbroken for her. From now on, shouldn't every primetime soap opera carry a warning that the contents are purely fictional and should not be imitated? Although these films actually came from his own company, he had his native protagonist, whose luck had been thoroughly drained, to thank for writing these soapy dramas. It turned out that some protagonists did not need to be eliminated immediately. Even after their luck was drained, they still had plenty of residual value. As Gu Junqing contemplated how to better exploit the protagonists in the future, Yaya finished watching the show. Phew, I am the master of the Fox Pavilion. How can I be so nervous? If I can take him down and make him fall under my spell, then life at the Fox Pavilion will be much easier. Yaya murmured to herself while looking at Gu Junqing. Fox Pavilion? What kind of place was that? What if I get some chicken blood by the bed to make him think it was my first time? Then I run away, find a boy who looks like him, and then have him inherit the family business? Yaya continued to whisper to herself, deep in thought. This vicious woman did not want to give of herself, yet she expected him to raise another man's child. No, that will not work. If he takes the child for a paternity test, then it will all be over. After much deliberation, Yaya decided that the runaway while pregnant method was safer. Sigh, you're getting a bargain, Yaya said, sighing as she looked at the sleeping Prince Charming, Gu Junqing. Wait, that doesn't feel right. It is hard to say who is getting the better deal, she muttered, while gazing at Gu Junqing's cold, smooth, and perfect face. Yaya's slender hand slowly untied the gauze skirt that clung to her like a light mist. Gu Junqing closed his eyes, hearing the clothes drop, and immediately felt a warm body cover his own. Chapter 440. Rustling sounds drifted from the bedroom, and Gu Junqing felt his brow slowly unfurrow. Good lord, they say a woman's buttons are hard to undo on a wedding night, but a man's belt is impossible too. Yaya leaned against Gu Junqing's knees, almost crying in frustration. Truth be told, most men were in such a hurry they stripped themselves. They rarely needed a woman to undo their belts. Tisk tisk, it seemed she was quite the amateur at betting men. Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. She tugged at it for ages but couldn't get it loose. Even with force, it would not budge. Her training had taught her how to smile and seduce men. Unfortunately, it had not included how to unbuckle a belt. She had made up her mind, yet she could not even strip the man. If the big shots saw this, they would definitely think she was a fake. She was a legendary seductress, a woman who toyed with the hearts of countless powerful men. Yet, here she was, unable to undo a simple belt when it counted. Let me teach you. You are stressing me out. Just undo the buckle first. Yaya followed the voice automatically. She assumed it was heaven guiding her actions. That's right, the moving piece in the middle. Just pull it outward to release it. Click. Finally open. Thanks. Yaya let out a sigh of relief. As she purred the thanks, she suddenly froze, her entire body rigid. Where did that voice come from? Like a robot, Yaya slowly raised her head. She locked eyes with Gu Junqing, who was looking at her with a smirk. She was stunned for a moment, forgetting she was only in her undergarments. She just stared at Gu Junqing in silence. Naturally, Gu Junqing was quite pleased with the view. Yaya was a stunning beauty with a slender, graceful figure. Having her draped across his knees like this was, admittedly, quite stimulating. How are you awake? Even with her usual composure, the shock caused her voice to crack. What, can't I be awake? Gu Junqing arched an eyebrow. But I watched you drink all that alcohol. Yaya hesitated. You didn't really think that alcohol would affect me, did you? Gu Junqing asked with a laugh. But that shouldn't be possible. Yaya looked bewildered, stuttering over her words. Was the sedative fake? They promised it could knock out an elephant for 2 days. She muttered to herself, completely lost. Her expression was genuinely pained. Clearly, this was not how she had envisioned the night unfolding. She curled her toes in embarrassment, wishing she could crawl into a hole and disappear. She had wanted to seduce a man, only to fail at undoing his belt and needing him to give instructions. Yaya had never been so humiliated in her life. At the auction, everyone knew Yaya as an exquisite beauty, a goddess who could drive men to ecstasy. Yet, she could not even manage a simple belt buckle. If this got out, her reputation would be ruined. People say you can survive physical death, but social death is the end. She was ready to face anything, as long as she kept her dignity. Just kill me, I don't want to live anymore. Ye wanted to cover her face and sob. Alright, how do you want to die? Gu Junqing asked, raising an eyebrow. You're actually going to kill me? Ye scrambled back in shock. Once her shock subsided slightly, a chill washed over her. That was when she realized she was not wearing much. She did not want to struggle anymore though. She had already humiliated herself enough. So you were never actually unconscious? Ye asked, fighting against her despair. Correct. Then you heard everything I said. A look of utter hopelessness washed over Ye's face. Every word. I heard your plans to have my child and run away with it, all of it. Gu Junqing continued, causing Ye's expression to crumble further in social agony. Ye looked ashen. It would be better to just die. Life was not that long, and she could endure it, but seeing Gu Junqing's face would always remind her of this pathetic moment. What? Do you have something else to say? Gu Junqing asked with a smirk. As he suspected, this female lead might look like a siren, but she was dimwit when it came to actual execution. It was all theory and no practice. Nothing. How are you going to deal with me? Can you at least make my death look decent, without turning me into a human stick? Ye asked with a dead expression. Tisk, he really should have her talk to Lin Qingzu. They both obsessed over TV drama plots. One over historical palace intrigue, the other over modern romantic comedies. They might actually get along, Gu Junqing thought with a chuckle. Of course. How about I grant you a white silk sash so you can hang yourself? Gu Junqing mused, his eyes twinkling with amusement. If he really wanted someone dead, he would not waste time talking. He knew the trope of villains dying because they talked too much. He was always careful and decisive. It was fortunate that this character did not have any malicious intent, other than wanting to sleep with him. Gu Junqing had always been open to such things. If the heroines or supporting characters needed him, he was ready. Of course, if she had been colluding with someone like the protagonist Lin Fan, he would not be this merciful. That actually does not sound too bad. At least I would keep my body intact. Ye murmured. Gu Junqing sighed helplessly. He tidied himself up and stood to leave. Staying here was pointless. The woman was cunning, but clearly, her execution was mediocre. If a runaway with the child scenario actually happened in the Gu family, it would be a complete joke. In modern society, unless you hid in the middle of nowhere forever, anyone could be found if someone really looked. Whether you checked into a hotel or bought a train ticket, anyone with enough power could track your location instantly. Besides, Gu Junqing had no intention of getting his girlfriends pregnant. He had too many, and some had complicated backgrounds. He was extremely diligent when it came to preventative measures. On that note, he had to thank the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon for his cultivation. Refining energy was absolute perfection. Controlling the flow was effortless, something modern men could not even imagine. Without protection, they were always at risk of creating a new life. Chapter 441. By the way, what exactly is the Fox Pavilion you mentioned? Gu Junqing asked, suddenly intrigued. I'll tell you, but you cannot take your anger out on the organization. Yaya said, a hint of wariness in her expression. Fine. Gu Junqing had no intention of punishing Yaya, let alone the organization. He was simply curious. The Fox Pavilion is actually a small organization I founded. It is filled with women who share my tragic fate. Yaya explained slowly. Oh, what exactly do you do? Gu Junqing sat down, his curiosity piqued. Seeing his interest, Yaya's expression softened and she relaxed. It started as an intelligence network I founded on a whim. Do you know where the best place to gather information was in ancient times? Gu Junqing thought for a moment before answering hesitantly. Brothels? Exactly. It is the same in modern times. High-end restaurants are usually frequented by officials and the wealthy, making them easy places to gather valuable information. However, those people are not stupid and rarely speak freely, so there are few opportunities to overhear anything. In contrast, brothels are filled with a complex web of information. Because of the sheer volume of people, it is much easier to uncover valuable secrets. Yaya said slowly. So you created an organization similar to a brothel? A glint of interest flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. In modern times, these places are called whorehouses or brothels, though no one dares to operate them openly now. So Yaya, this self-proclaimed head of the organization, was essentially a madam. Noticing Gu Junqing's change in demeanor, Yaya hurriedly explained. Don't look down on this profession, okay? It is how many of my sisters put food on the table, otherwise, who would want to do it? I did not mean to look down on you. But what was your goal in building this organization? Gu Junqing shook his head and asked. He truly did not mean any disrespect, because this was an effective source for intelligence. Pillow talk has been influential since ancient times, and few heroes can resist it. It is not just an empty saying that heroes struggle to pass the trials of beauty. Of course, Gu Junqing was rarely affected by pillow talk. If any of his girlfriends dared to whisper in his ear, it would be an insult to his ego. He preferred to exhaust his partners until they fell asleep, leaving them no energy for gossip. At first, I just wanted to provide a shelter for my sisters. Later, my ambition grew, and I wanted to cling to powerful figures for a better life. Yaya said bitterly. If that had not been the case, she would not have tried to latch onto Gu Junqing, only to end up being toyed with so mercilessly. So, how did you learn your seduction techniques? Gu Junqing asked with keen interest. How did you know I practiced seduction arts? Yaya looked at Gu Junqing in surprise. Seduction relied on expressions, body language, fragrance, and movement to entice men. Whether internal or external, these techniques required cultivating internal energy. Many of these arts were rumored to be derived from fox spirits, though Gu Junqing did not know if that was true. Furthermore, some secret sects practiced this even in modern times, though it remained inaccessible to the average person. I was being foolish. You are the young master of the Gu family. What have you not seen? Yaya nodded in realization, before Gu Junqing could even answer. I obtained the method for practicing these arts by chance years ago. I passed them on to my sisters and used them to establish our little sect. What is your scale now? My sisters are in many places throughout Loadu, especially recently since the underground situation has stabilized. Many of them have relocated here. Yaya gave Gu Junqing a knowing look. She already knew through her channels that the underground forces were now almost entirely under his control. Gu Junqing's eyes flickered slightly. If he had not recruited this woman into his own ranks, and she had become Lin Fan's subordinate instead, Lin Fan would have gained a massive source of information for free. Sometimes, success depends not just on martial prowess, but on having vast and useful information sources. Gu Junqing possessed far more information than the protagonist, allowing him to anticipate every plot twist. With him ahead of the game, what chance did the protagonist have? All the opportunities and women were snatched away by Gu Junqing. You are quite capable. Gu Junqing's words were sincere. It was no easy feat for a woman, especially one so beautiful, to achieve this much. Truly, none of the heroines or supporting female characters were simple. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Gu. Though I wonder, do you mean capable as a noun, or as a verb? Yaya subconsciously used her seduction arts, her gaze swirling with allure and charm. Smack. Gu Junqing patted Yaya's behind. It was certainly large enough to satisfy the old folks' criteria for bearing a son, and it felt firm and smooth. Don't use those tricks on me, or next time it will not be this simple. Gu Junqing pulled his hand away with some reluctance. He had to admit, the feeling was quite nice. A flash of shame and anger crossed Yaya's face. Despite her seemingly unrestrained and uninhibited appearance, she was still an innocent woman, and felt normal shyness. However, she hid it away. Having reached her position, she had to be responsible for the other sisters in the Fox Pavilion. Since that is the case, you still have some use. I will reluctantly spare you from punishment, Gu Junqing said, sounding as if he were forcing himself. Really? Yaya beamed with joy. As long as she was not killed, anything else was manageable. It seemed Gu Junqing was not as detestable, treacherous, or lecherous as the rumors suggested, Yaya muttered to herself. Her organization had people in many industries throughout Loadu. Recently, quite a few people had visited her sisters, revealing plenty of news about Gu Junqing. For instance, the true reason behind the Wang family's downfall was the work of this man before her, who appeared to be a harmless, humble gentleman. However, you know whose territory Loadu is now. Do you think I would wipe out all your sisters? Gu Junqing asked with a smile. You cannot, young Master Gu. Many of them had no choice but to enter this industry. I know for a fact that several were sold by husbands who gambled away their money. If you drive them away, they will not survive. Yaya said, her face turning pale. Chapter 442. Yaya regretted provoking Gu Junqing. All she really wanted was a stable life. Working as an auctioneer was simply because the money was easy. A few words from her were enough to draw crowds of admirers. She had tried to cling to Gu Junqing and his family just to secure a powerful backer in Loadu. Now, instead of gaining protection, she was the one in trouble. I can let your group survive, but you must work for me, Gu Junqing said calmly. Leaving the courtesan network outside his control felt like leaving a thorn in his territory. If a protagonist or anyone else conquered them in the future, Loadu would hold no secrets from his enemies. Aren't I already working for you? Yaya blinked, her long lashes fluttering as she tried to act cute and brush it off. I want you to be my maid, at my beck and call whenever I command. Your courtesan network must also register and audit all its personnel, Gu Junqing replied coldly. His tone brooked no refusal. Once he left Loadu, he could not leave any potential threats behind in his primary stronghold. With so many of his girlfriends living here, he had to eliminate all hidden dangers. Can't I just serve you by myself? Yaya asked pitifully. Gu Junqing let out a soft, dangerous grunt. Fine, fine, everything will be done your way. Yaya sighed deeply and surrendered. She was utterly helpless against him. He was immune to her charms, she could not overpower him, and he was nothing like the desperate simps who lusted after her body. At the auction, those fools would worship her after just a few words. Yet no matter how she pleaded now, Gu Junqing remained completely unmoved. If she did not have a final shred of pride to maintain, she would have fallen to her knees and begged. She just wanted him to show some mercy. Ding. Supporting female character Yaya has submitted to the host's overwhelming might, rewarding the host with 5,000 villain points. Tell me about the members of your courtesan network, Gu Junqing inquired with a hint of curiosity. They are all women who lost their way, from young girls to married women. We are actually a mutual aid organization where members help each other out when needed. Because of our charm techniques, the women in our network are highly sought after. Our members include mistresses of high-ranking officials, wealthy heirs, and even celebrities. Together, they form a vast network for gathering information and sharing resources. Yaya explained thoroughly, having fully resolved to submit to him. She used to manipulate powerful figures effortlessly with her charm arts, and few could ever escape her grasp. It was like a beautiful dream for them. They never truly got anything from her, yet they willingly surrendered substantial resources. She had even used this influence to secure comfortable positions for many of her sisters. However, her charms were utterly useless against Gu Junqing. She felt like a clown in his presence, merely showing off cheap tricks. Gu Junqing nodded, highly satisfied with her confession. Controlling this network meant gaining access to the secrets of countless influential women in Luodu. This would greatly solidify his grip on the city. At the very least, the movements of many key players would no longer be hidden from him. Besides, men always loved leading decent women astray, while urging wayward girls to reform. He certainly did not mind saving a few lost souls himself. We will leave it at that for now. I will send someone to handle the network takeover, and bring you to the Gu estate to learn how to be a proper maid. After dropping his final instructions, Gu Junqing turned and left. As a true player with an entire ocean of fish to tend to, staring at the same one for too long would only get boring. Yaya straightened her clothes and began packing her belongings. Before long, the doorbell rang. The efficiency of the Gu family was terrifying. Someone had already arrived before she could even finish packing. Yaya opened the door to find a foreign woman stepping inside, exuding a distinctly cold aura. She had long brown hair, a stunningly beautiful face with a heroic edge, and deep blue eyes like the sky. Her slender, athletic physique was clad in a military-style uniform, looking incredibly agile. Yaya instinctively sized her up. It was an occupational hazard from her time managing women. She wondered why such a striking beauty looked exactly like a seasoned soldier. "Are you the maid Junqing mentioned?" Hepburn asked coldly. She had rushed over immediately after receiving Gu Junqing's message to pick up a new recruit. Currently acting as a minor manager for the Gu family, she handled many confidential matters. This left her with very little time to see Gu Junqing, catching only occasional glimpses of him. Yet, because he trusted her with such classified duties, she refused to let personal feelings make her a nuisance to him. Gu Junqing had told her this himself. Though she only half understood his reasoning, she obeyed and kept her distance. Naturally, this was just his way of manipulating her. Keeping the female leads busy gave him the freedom to pursue even more women. Who could blame him when he was just a love-starved boy? There was no harm in sweet-talking his own women. Yes, Yaya murmured timidly, intimidated by Hepburn's fierce aura. She could rely on her charms against men. Confronted by a fierce woman, however, her seductive tricks were completely useless. "Once you finish packing, come with me," Hepburn said, her face entirely expressionless. She had maintained this stoic demeanor ever since discovering she had inadvertently aided the soldier king, Yu Feng, in covering up his foul deeds. Her emotions only stirred when she was around Gu Junqing. Their intimate moments together remained etched in her memory forever. "All right," Yaya replied nervously, quickening her pace. Gu Junqing had a specific reason for sending Hepburn. Yaya was far too adept at flaunting her assets, and possessed an overly erratic personality that men could rarely resist. Only a woman like Hepburn, completely immune to her charm arts, could keep her in check. Every creature truly had its natural predator. Take Lin Qingzhou, for example, who acted completely spoiled around Gu Junqing, but never dared to misbehave in front of Hepburn. It was like a child throwing tantrums at home, because they instinctively knew their parents would never actually hurt them. Yet face to face with a stranger, they would hide their flaws. After all, you never truly knew how hard an outsider's fist could hit. Chapter 443. Gu Junqing stepped out of Yaya's house. He didn't care about her anymore, as Hepburn would surely take care of her. He wondered, however, how good her skills were in bed, given that she had mastered her seductive arts to such a level. It must be intoxicating, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Having wasted the entire day at Yaya's, the sky was already turning to dusk by the time Gu Junqing reached the hotel. "Brother Junqing, you're finally here." Mu Rongwan and Luo Ningyu were waiting outside the hotel entrance. Seeing his car approaching, they waved to signal him. "Sorry, work has been too busy. It's all my father's fault for dumping everything on me." The late Gu Junqing felt absolutely no guilt. He sighed and shifted the blame entirely onto his father. What's wrong with a father taking the fall for his son? Far away, Gu Junxiang was busy reviewing documents while Gu Junqing's mother, Xie Ying, watched him like a hawk. Suddenly, Gu Junxiang sneezed. Xie Ying's eyes lit up. "Look, I told you to take care of your health. Drink this goji berry tea so you can sleep well tonight." Gu Junxiang could only silently shed tears of grievance. "Your uncle must want you to work harder so he can hand over the family business to you later." Don't be mad at your uncle. We aren't angry at all." Mu Rongwan and Luo Ningyu chimed in. "I'm glad you're not angry. I won't be late next time," Gu Junqing said with a smile. "Right, it should be starting soon. Let's go park first. Ladies, please get in." Gu Junqing made a gentlemanly gesture, making Mu Rongwan and Luo Ningyu giggle. After arriving at the parking lot and stopping his car, he suddenly heard the roar of a sports car speeding past them. "Wow, that car is so cool. What is it called?" "It's called a Maybach Landaulet. It costs over 20 million, and there are only 20 in the world." Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, a strange expression appearing on his face. "A Maybach Landaulet? Do you have one, Brother Junqing?" Mu Rongwan asked curiously. "I didn't manage to snag one back then, so I couldn't buy it. But I might consider adding one to my garage in the future." Gu Junqing's smile deepened. He seemed to catch the scent of a protagonist. By the time Gu Junqing entered the hotel, the entire graduating class had already gathered. I thought this was just for our class, Gu Junqing asked, leaning in. The student council president proposed it to the school. He said he wanted to hold a graduation party for the hundreds of students in our year, so we discussed it and decided to host it together. This is just one hall. The 3 dining halls next to us are also full of students from our year. Plus, the school is covering the costs, so I agreed to it, Mu Rongwan whispered. I see, Gu Junqing murmured to himself. He thought that if it were just their class, there wouldn't be any protagonists appearing. Besides, if the school was paying, there was no issue with all the classes holding it together. Classmate Mu Rong, you're finally. Just as the 3 of them walked into the private room, a man who seemed to be the leader of the crowd stepped out. He had a gentle expression and was wearing brand name clothing. However, his face darkened the moment he saw Mu Rongwan holding the arm of an exceptionally handsome young man. He had been interested in Mu Rongwan for a long time. Did she have a boyfriend already? His name is Zhou Chen. He's the student council president for our year, Mu Rongwan whispered in Gu Junqing's ear. I am Zhou Chen. And who is this gentleman? Zhou Chen's face darkened for a split second, before returning to a warm expression. Gu Junqing merely glanced at him. The name Zhou Chen sounded familiar. If he recalled correctly, he was the direct grandson of the current head of the Zhou family. But he didn't even care about the Zhou family, let alone Zhou Chen. Besides, Zhou Chen didn't look like a protagonist either, so he couldn't be bothered with him. Seeing that Gu Junqing had no interest in talking to him, Zhou Chen's face darkened again. I heard the president plans to confess to Vice President Mu Rongwan tonight. What? Are you serious? We're going to see a show tonight. I used to think the president was quite handsome, but who is the vice president's boyfriend? He's too handsome. The president looks completely outshone by him. Exactly. Our radiant president can't even hold his head up in front of her boyfriend. Does anyone know who this guy is? You don't even know him? Let me tell you, back then, he and Mu Rongwan were the talk of the town. The chattering of the people around them made Zhou Chen's expression look worse and worse. He had heard that Mu Rongwan seemed to have a boyfriend, but he didn't know exactly who it was. Regardless of who it was, he had no intention of giving up on Mu Rongwan. The reason was that his status and position were different now. He was the direct grandson of one of the new 4 great families in Luodu, and would inherit the family business in the future. There weren't many people in Luodu left who could make him afraid. Does he not recognize me? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. There weren't many people in the upper echelons of Luodu who didn't recognize him these days, especially since he was from one of the 4 great families. Didn't he know that one word from Gu Junqing could destroy the Zhou family? Then again, perhaps the Zhou family had just risen to power, and Zhou Chen thought he had no rivals in Luodu. Or perhaps Zhou Chen simply hadn't bothered to learn about the state of affairs in Luodu. Of course, Gu Junqing ignored Zhou Chen, just as a god would not care about an ant on the street. A mysterious smile touched the corners of Gu Junqing's mouth. This expression usually meant he was ready to watch a show. Classmate Mu Rong, why don't you sit next to me? Seeing that Gu Junqing didn't want to engage, Zhou Chen let out a cold snort to himself, though he spoke solicitously to Mu Rongwan in front of everyone. However, his attitude felt more like he was bestowing a favor. Even though Mu Rongwan was exceptionally beautiful, he was a young master of the Zhou family. Hardly anyone in Luodu could claim to be his equal. That was why he was so arrogant. Sorry, I want to sit with my boyfriend. Mu Rongwan coldly rejected Zhou Chen's proposal. Zhou Chen felt resentful, but with so many people watching, he could only manage a stiff nod. Does Mu Rongwan not know the weight of a young master of the Zhou family? I'll have to enlighten her next time, and get her to dump her boyfriend. Let's see how arrogant he is then. Watching Gu Junqing enjoy the food that Mu Rongwan was picking out for him, a sinister thought crossed Zhou Chen's mind. As for Luo Ningyu, she was already stuffing her face next to Gu Junqing. She was already used to her best friend being so popular. Chapter 444. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Chen picked up the microphone amidst the clamor of the crowd. We graduated from Tianlin High, the greatest high school in Luodu. In the future, we will bring even more glory and splendor to our alma mater. After finishing a long and flowery graduation speech, Zhou Chen continued. Is everyone enjoying the meal? The student council carefully selected this hotel, and it reportedly has excellent reviews. President, the food here is delicious. If it were not for your connections, we never would have found this place. Exactly. I think we all owe our gratitude to the president. Come on, president, bottoms up. I am going to finish this drink. Actually, only powerful people can hold banquets here. We are only here because of the president. When the top leader of our great Xia came to Luodu, even he dined here. We really have to thank the president. Hearing the thanks of the crowd, Zhou Chen could not help but show a reserved smile. He craved exactly this kind of reputation. The students of Tianlin High were either wealthy or powerful, with some being genuinely talented high achievers. While it is hard to tell now, he could not be certain how they might prosper in the future. All of this would become his network, so he had to firmly claim credit for it. Although he had only tried to contact the Yuehua Hotel, and was not entirely sure he could secure it. At first, their attitude was cold, but for some reason, they suddenly became very enthusiastic later on, which was puzzling. Don't mention it, everyone. Just enjoy the food and have fun. Play as much as you want tonight, and I will cover any expenses the school does not reimburse, Zhou Chen said with a hearty laugh. These words caused the people present to cheer enthusiastically again. A plain-looking boy sitting in the corner revealed a look of disdain. If it were not for him, the idea of Zhou Chen treating so many people to dinner would be a complete fantasy. His name was Zhao Hao, and because his grades were decent, he barely managed to get into Tianlin High. At first, he thought he could live up to his name and conquer the world. He thought he could show off in front of everyone, but he clearly failed. He was obscure throughout high school, and apart from a few close friends, almost no one knew him. This made him very resentful. He felt that his destiny should not be like this. Perhaps heaven took pity on him, as a super godly tycoon system suddenly appeared in his mind a few days ago. It allowed him to earn 10 yuan per minute, 600 yuan per hour, and 14,400 yuan per day. Furthermore, the rewards he obtained from completing a few tasks changed his life dramatically. Luxury cars, industries, and villas, things he could never reach before, were now fully provided as rewards. He had everything. Now he lacked almost nothing, except for an opportunity to show off. As for the Yuehua Hotel, the system awarded it to him after he completed a consumption task. Therefore, he was actually the owner of the Yuehua Hotel now. It was also because of him that the Yuehua Hotel allowed Tianlin to host a graduation party. Otherwise, given the hotel's standards for hosting national leaders, it would never have been a venue for a high school party. Zhao Hao shifted his gaze from Zhou Chen to Mirongwan. Looking at her tender, fair, and beautiful face, her vibrant red lips, her delicate nose, and her eyes as clear as sparkling spring water, she was at the prime of her youth yet displayed such stunning beauty. Back when he was unknown, Mirongwan had once helped him pick up a pen during an exam. Their eyes met for an instant, and he fell in love with her from that moment on. Unfortunately, he was too insecure back then, and never had the chance to express his feelings. Now that he had the system, he wanted to pursue her again. Only she was worthy of a rising star like him. However, the man beside her was truly annoying. Zhao Hao looked at Junqing with a hint of hostility. He did not think much of Zhou Chen, and he felt the same about this man. He was just a handsome pretty boy, and without their family backgrounds, people like them were completely useless. He would show everyone who was the truly successful one. Junqing noticed that someone was looking at him with hostility. He glanced back at Zhao Hao, a meaningful smile appearing in his eyes. Protagonist, Zhao Hao. Protagonist archetype, breathing for money godly tycoon flow. Protagonist book, I get money just by breathing. Combat power, 21. Charm value, 74. Protagonist luck aura, 2,432. Skills, advanced show-off skill, advanced eating skill. A flash of golden light flickered in front of Junqing, and Zhao Hao's profile immediately appeared. He only had the show-off skill. He could not do anything else, but was number one at showing off and eating. That was interesting. As for the money-making by breathing method, a light flashed in Junqing's eyes that was different from before. It was sparkling, as if he had just seen the most delicious lamb in the world, and his gaze was extremely fervent. Apart from his girlfriends, he had never looked at a man this way before. It was even more intense than when he looked at a heroine. Was this not the perfect member for his protagonist farm? Junqing had already reserved a spot for Zhao Hao, and he was ready to play the role of factory manager and raise this pig properly. He had absolutely no interest in handing such a protagonist over to the state, or letting others investigate the source of Zhao Hao's money. Was it not better to raise him himself? You could make a fortune just by breathing, which made his mouth water just thinking about it. Although he was rich, no one would refuse to have their money grow even more. The more protagonists like this, the better. One godly tycoon type might not be enough to be significant, but what if he were to raise over a dozen of them in the future? The speed at which money came in would be incredible. Junqing's gaze toward Zhao Hao became increasingly strange. This made Luo Ningyu, who was watching Junqing from the side, feel a chill down her spine. Big brother Junqing is too scary. The way he looks at men is so weird. However, did this count as exploiting a bug, and could there be issues with the source of the money? Junqing ignored Luo Ningyu, and just muttered to himself. Because many settings in the godly tycoon genre were indeed a bit buggy, but Junqing did not care about that. He was going to fleece him. President, it seems the hotel general manager is here to toast us personally. Someone ran in to report to Zhou Chen. Why is he being so polite? I told him he did not need to come. Zhou Chen laughed heartily, not expecting the general manager of the Yuehua Hotel to be so tactful. In fact, he never thought his status could earn him such treatment. Although he was now a young master of the new 4 great families, the entire Loda knew how much water was in the Zhou family. Their funds, assets, strength, and connections were not as good as the original 4 great families. It was just a case of picking the best from a bad bunch and forcing the Zhou family up. Therefore, the vision and perspective of the people in the Zhou family were not much different from before. Chapter 445. The president has a lot of pull. Even the general manager of such a grand hotel has come to pay his respects. Indeed, he is a major figure. I have seen the general manager of Yuehua Hotel on television several times. I never expected someone of his stature to come and offer the president a toast. Zhou Chen grew to enjoy the attention of the crowd, and his internal sense of pride became more and more pronounced. He stole a glance at Mirongwan, wanting to see her reaction and hoping for a look of admiration. He found her busily doting on Junqing by picking food for him, and a shadow of darkness flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, the protagonist Zhao Hao watched this scene with a stinging sensation in his heart. His goddess was acting like a total simp, constantly serving food to Gu Junqing. Why could he not receive such care from Mirong Wan? If it were him, he would never let Mirong Wan work so hard while he sat there without eating. Gu Junqing caught Zhao Hao's gaze and his eyes flickered. "Wanner, stop serving for a moment. I have some grease on my mouth," Gu Junqing said to her softly while tapping his lips. "There are so many people here, you are annoying." Mirong Wan set down her chopsticks and said shyly. Though she said that, the two flushes on her face betrayed her true thoughts. Seeing that few people were paying attention to them, aside from some girls staring at Gu Junqing, her hesitation vanished instantly. Those little sluts were actually eyeing Gu Junqing again. Mirong Wan leaned toward Gu Junqing's face with a look of deep affection, and used her tongue to lick away the grease from his lips. To those young girls, even though they felt a bit sour, the scene was just too sweet. Sweet enough to make them stomp their feet in excitement. However, for Zhou Chen and Zhao Hao, their minds were about to explode. Zhou Chen felt angry and disgusted, as everyone in the student council knew of his pursuit of Mirong Wan. They all knew she was his property, and he wondered what they would think of him after seeing this. He thought Mirong Wan was a goddess who acted with elegance and dignity, having never touched another man before. He had assumed she was a virtuous woman, yet he never expected her to be so promiscuous. Zhao Hao was heartbroken and miserable. His long-cherished goddess was secretly kissing her boyfriend at the graduation party, as if no one else existed, and afterwards, she even hugged her boyfriend's arm lovingly. He was so jealous. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist's mental state to collapse. Reward, 2000 villain points. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist's mental state to collapse. Reward, 2000 villain points. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist's mental state to collapse. Reward, 2000 villain points. One scene, two people's bitterness and jealousy. Gu Junqing was satisfied to collect Zhao Hao's villain points, and continued to enjoy Mirong Wan's service. At the same time, he glanced at Luo Ningyu. She had almost turned into a little kitten, clearly finding the food in front of her to be extremely delicious. She did not care about anything else, and just wanted to be a glutton. "You only know how to eat," Gu Junqing said to Luo Ningyu with a chuckle. "If you aren't enthusiastic about eating, there is something wrong with your head." Luo Ningyu hummed softly, and refuted Gu Junqing's words. Gluttons have spirits, and gluttons are the elite of society. Afterward, the three of them burst into laughter, a sight that caused Zhou Chen to clench his fists in frustration. Who was this man, to sit there with two women when both were considered goddesses in the eyes of others? Even more strange was that they showed no signs of jealousy toward each other. He was very confused. He had been in relationships before, but his partners would get jealous if he even glanced at another woman, forcing him to meet others in secret. He had never seen anyone like Gu Junqing, joking around with two women who were so harmonious with each other. If Gu Junqing knew his thoughts, he would definitely tell him, "Little brother, you are too young. It is just two women, nothing more. How could ordinary people measure my methods of dating?" President. The messenger saw Zhou Chen staring blankly at something and waved his hand in front of him. "Oh, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and invite the general manager of Yuehua Hotel inside." Zhou Chen came back to his senses and scolded him. The messenger felt a bit wronged, as he was not the one who was stunned, and he did not know whether to invite him in or not. Soon, the messenger led in a young man in a suit and leather shoes who was holding a glass of red wine. Zhou Chen recognized the person in front of him as Han Hua, the general manager of Yuehua Hotel. He hurried forward with his wine glass, pretending to be very close. "Brother Han, I already said you do not need to be so polite. Why did you come?" Zhou Chen said with a smile. He knew a little bit about Han Hua's importance. Since the Zhou family was not yet very stable, it was not advisable to make too many enemies. Moreover, someone showing him such respect by coming to a graduation party to offer a toast meant he had to smile and welcome him. Han Hua looked at Zhou Chen with a strange expression. He knew his boss was here, so he came over to pay his respects and toast, not for the young master of the Zhou family in front of him. Of course, he would not create enemies. "It is nothing. I do not have anything to do anyway. Everyone here is a pillar of the nation, so it is appropriate for me to come and take a look." Han Hua also responded with a smile. Zhou Chen was very happy, as he never expected Han Hua to give him so much face. The students seemed to watch their conversation with great admiration, which made Zhou Chen feel even prouder. "Students, let me introduce you. This is the owner of our hotel, General Manager Han Hua." Zhou Chen introduced Han Hua to the students present. The students' smiles were not as sincere as when they looked at their classmates, all carrying somewhat fake expressions. Many of them had not experienced such social gatherings, and could only watch with restraint. I dare not. I am not the owner of this hotel, just a manager at best," Han Hua said with a faint smile. He was a man who had experienced great storms, so such a small scene would not make him stage shy. "General Manager Han is being too modest. Zhou Chen laughed. He had never heard of a behind-the-scenes boss at Yuehua bigger than the general manager, so he thought Han Hua was being humble. However, Han Hua did not laugh along with Zhou Chen this time, but looked at him calmly, making Zhou Chen a bit awkward. "Cough, brother Han, why do not I introduce some students to you?" Zhou Chen coughed awkwardly and suggested this to Han Hua. "Okay," Han Hua replied reservedly. He had just scanned the room, and had not found Boss Zhao yet. After all, his boss was too ordinary, and it was indeed difficult to find him in the crowd without looking carefully. Chapter 446. Han Hua found it strange that a high school student had somehow acquired the Yuehua Hotel. He had been incredibly shocked when he first found out. He even investigated Zhao Hao's background, only to discover that his family was not particularly wealthy and only consisted of his younger sister. It was unexpected that someone with such a modest background could afford the Yuehua Hotel. Given the scale and reputation of the hotel, very few people in all of Luodu could afford to buy it outright. He never imagined that an unknown child would be capable of such a purchase. He was not a fool, and neither were the staff, so the possibility of fraud was non-existent. Furthermore, his investigation into Zhao Hao revealed that he inexplicably owned numerous luxury cars and mansions. From that moment on, he became completely obedient to Zhao Hao. He concluded that Zhao Hao must be a wealthy person who preferred to hide his status. After toasting several tables and offering encouragement to the students, Hanhua gave Zhou Chen a massive ego boost. Zhou Chen started looking at his classmates as if they were beneath him. He felt like a business elite on the same level as Hanhua. His smile became increasingly reserved and arrogant. Soon, Zhou Chen deliberately led Hanhua toward Gu Junqing's table. "Let me introduce everyone to the general manager of the Yuehua Hotel, my dear big brother," Zhou Chen said with a smile. However, his eyes remained fixed on Mirongwan, seemingly waiting for a reaction from her. Hanhua glanced at Mirongwan, a flash of admiration crossing his eyes. Having spent so much time in the business world, he had seen countless beautiful women. Yet, he had only encountered 2 or 3 others as pure and stunning as her. These included the head of the Ye family, Ye Qingxian, the head of the Fang family, Fang Ruoxiu, and the head of the Li family, Li Zixiu. All things considered, only those 3 could rival Mirongwan. He also observed Zhou Chen and realized the boy was showing off his high-status connection to impress and pursue her. Having spent years navigating society, Hanhua naturally understood the psychological mindset of a young man. He had intended to play along and strike up a conversation with Mirongwan. However, when he saw the man sitting next to her, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably, nearly spilling the wine from his glass. His eyes twitched, and he felt even more nervous than when he had first met his first love. "Brother Han, what is wrong?" Zhou Chen asked. Zhou Chen, noticing the violent shaking, immediately grabbed Hanhua's wrist with both hands in an attempt to steady him. He discovered that no matter how hard he gripped, he could not stop the intense tremors. The wine spilled all over the floor, covering both of them in the red liquid. "Hey, get a hold of yourself," Zhou Chen urged. "I cannot help it," Hanhua replied. After a while, the shaking finally subsided. "Brother Han, what happened to you?" Zhou Chen asked, looking at the stains on his clothes with frustration. "It is nothing, perhaps my Parkinson's is acting up," Hanhua said with a forced smile. He usually only exhibited this tic when extremely nervous, and it had been a long time since anyone had caused him such distress. Seeing Gu Junqing unexpectedly had triggered this old nervous habit. "Quick, wipe it off," Zhou Chen said. Although he found Hanhua's condition strange, he did not overthink it. He took napkins from a nearby student and wiped the wine stains off both of them. "Apologies, everyone. Brother Han seems to be feeling a bit unwell," Zhou Chen said to the table after they finished cleaning up. Gu Junqing looked at Hanhua with amusement. He had met Hanhua once before, though he could not recall the occasion. Seeing Hanhua in such a panic made him wonder if the man had done something guilty. Hanhua mentally complained to Zhou Chen, wondering why he had not warned him that Gu Junqing was present and caused him to embarrass himself so thoroughly. Hanhua felt a surge of resentment toward Zhou Chen. While these students might not understand the significance of the Gu family name, the elite of Luodu all knew how terrifying this young master was. That was why seeing Gu Junqing here had terrified him like he had seen a ghost. He felt entirely out of place among these innocent students compared to Gu Junqing. It was as if he were a wolf admiring the lambs in his pen. Suddenly, he discovered that a tiger in sheep's clothing was watching him with amusement. The critical part was that this tiger had devoured many wolves, some of whom were far more vicious than he was. That realization had unsettled his mind and triggered his trembling again. After catching Gu Junqing's gaze, Hanhua managed a weak smile and quickly looked away toward someone else. Despite Gu Junqing's handsome face, looking at it inexplicably filled him with such dread that he nearly wet himself. "Vice President Mirong, this is my big brother Han. Would you like to meet him?" Zhou Chen asked with a reserved smile. His arrogant expression suggested he was telling her not to be ungrateful, as he was introducing an important figure. Mirongwan frowned slightly, as she had no desire to meet any important figures. No, student Mirong, please sit and talk," Hanhua interjected. "Your beauty is truly celestial, like a goddess descending to earth." Seeing Mirongwan sitting next to Gu Junqing, Hanhua understood the situation immediately. It was obvious that Zhou Chen liked this student named Mirong, but she was Gu Junqing's girlfriend. Zhou Chen wanted Hanhua to back him up so Mirongwan could see who the better boyfriend was. However, seeing the faint, ambiguous smile on Gu Junqing's face, he dared not ask her to stand and greet him. He feared offending Gu Junqing. His opinion of Zhou Chen plummeted, and he sighed inwardly. A nouveau riche is just a nouveau riche. They could never compare to a young master from a family with deep-rooted power. He had originally held Zhou Chen in high regard, given his excellent grades and decent family background. Although they were only the newest of the 4 great families, their strength was not insignificant. Now, he decided it was best to stay away from Zhou Chen to avoid getting burned. He had to admit, he even admired Zhou Chen's courage for trying to steal a woman from Gu Junqing. "Okay, thank you for the compliment," Mirongwan nodded, feeling a bit confused. She was overwhelmed and surprised to be praised in such a way. The surrounding students were stunned. How could Hanhua, who had just been so confident and composed, be so respectful to Mirongwan? Chapter 447. Hanhua felt quite stifled. He had originally thought he could show off his status in front of this group of classmates. Although he had proposed the toast at Zhou Chen's suggestion solely to find the boss, showing off was a small goal of his. Watching these students toast him respectfully, he had to admit his mood was quite pleasant. After all, his position in Luodu was not exactly low anymore. Wealth without showing off is like wearing fine silks in the dark. Boasting about his achievements to students brought no real benefits, but it was certainly satisfying. However, he never expected to run into Junqing, a man who terrified him. He was left both surprised and horrified. Now, he was forced to be incredibly respectful toward a female student. Could Mirongwan be some high-status heiress? That does not seem right. Even though her family background is decent, I am the general manager of Yuehua Hotel. Or does the manager fancy Mirongwan? Zhou Chen frowned, confused by Hanhua's behavior. He felt like Hanhua was acting like a subordinate, fawning over Mirongwan. He had not brought him here to fawn, but to show off and prove that he was the superior talent. Besides having a handsome face, what did her boyfriend have? With the students whispering and Junqing casting a subtle glance, Hanhua had no choice but to leave the table, feeling frustrated. Brother Han, why were you so nice to Mirongwan? Zhou Chen asked in a low voice. He wanted to ask why he was so respectful, but decided not to humiliate Hanhua. Do not ask. We have known each other for a while, so I will give you a piece of advice. Forget about Mirongwan. I am telling you this out of respect for your father. Hanhua warned Zhou Chen with a serious tone. Did Zhou Chen actually want to mess with Junqing's woman? Whether it was Zhou Chen or the entire Zhou family, the gap between them and Junqing was immeasurable. Zhou Chen clenched his fists as a wave of unwillingness filled his heart. He did not know why Hanhua said this, but using his father as a warning meant the situation was extremely serious. Come, brother Han, we have one last table. Zhou Chen led Hanhua to the final table in the hotel. The people at this table saw Zhou Chen and Hanhua coming to toast and immediately stood up. Only Zhao Hao remained seated, eating alone without reacting. Zhao Hao, my brother Han is here to offer a toast. You won't even stand up, Zhou Chen said coldly. He knew Zhao Hao and had always disliked him, mocking him several times for acting like a big shot despite having no real capability. Heh, you see if he dares to make me stand up. Zhao Hao sneered. Ultimately, Hanhua was just a subordinate and a low-level lackey under him. Did he really need to stand for a toast from Hanhua? Heh, what kind of delusions are you having? Show some respect. Zhou Chen's anger flared, and he mocked Zhao Hao. Zhou Chen, I have already given you enough face. A voice interrupted Zhou Chen's mocking. It was Hanhua, standing right beside him. Brother Han, you are mistaken, right? Zhou Chen turned to look at Hanhua, looking confused. Do not call me Brother Han. I think you are intentionally trying to get me killed. Hanhua smashed the glass in his hand to the ground and roared at Zhou Chen. It was bad enough that he had been forced to be disrespectful to Junqing's girlfriend, but now Zhou Chen wanted his top boss to stand up and toast him. Did he want to make him lose his job or his life? Brother Han, what are you saying? Zhou Chen truly did not know what was happening. A normal person would never imagine that Zhao Hao, a poor student, was actually Hanhua's superior. I told you not to call me Brother Han. Do you not understand Chinese? Hanhua said angrily. This is my boss. You want my boss to stand up and toast me? All right, you may go. Do not make our President Zhou feel embarrassed. Zhao Hao said nonchalantly while picking up food with his chopsticks. Yes. Hanhua nodded in obedience, bowed slightly to Zhao Hao, and turned to leave. Before leaving, he bowed 90 degrees toward Junqing, who was watching the scene with a smile. His attitude was extremely servile. It was clear that in his heart, Junqing was a far more terrifying existence than Zhao Hao. Hanhua left the banquet hall and returned to his manager's office, exhaling in relief. Whether it was his boss or Junqing, he could not afford to offend either of them. Manager Han, something terrible has happened. A staff member pushed open the office door. What is it? I told you not to rush. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Hanhua regained his composed demeanor and glanced at the staff member with a reprimanding look. Our Yuehua Hotel has been acquired by someone else. The staff member said hurriedly. It is just an acquisition. Wait, what did you say? It was acquired again. At first, Hanhua was indifferent, but then his face turned pale with disbelief. At the same time, his hands began to tremble again. Zhou Chen, do you have anything else to say? If not, go back to eating. Zhao Hao curled his lips slightly, speaking with an air of pretension. He intended to keep this act going to leave everyone confused, while stirring up awe and curiosity about his mysterious identity. You are the owner of Yuehua. You are fucking kidding me, right? Zhou Chen's brain had lost the ability to process reality, and his face was full of disbelief. Otherwise, how do you think you were able to hold your graduation party at Yuehua? It was only because I agreed to it, Zhao Hao said triumphantly. Watching the 100 or so classmates staring at him in shock, he felt exceptionally pleased. Usually, they looked at him with indifference, but from now on, he wanted their eyes to be filled with nothing but awe and admiration. I do not believe it. Do you think I will believe you just because you say so? I could claim to be the young master of the Gu family, but would you believe me? Zhou Chen sneered. He refused to believe that the person he had always looked down upon had mysteriously become the owner of Yuehua. Then how do you explain Little Han's attitude? Zhao Hao said calmly, seeing that Zhou Chen still refused to believe. Zhou Chen called Hanhua Brother Han, while Zhao Hao called him Little Han. From this alone, One could see the skill involved in their posturing. Clearly, Zhou Chen was inferior to Zhao Hao. Chapter 448. I do not care what you say or how you fooled Han Hua. I refuse to believe you are the owner of Yuehua. Zhou Chen shouted, his eyes bloodshot. The Zhou family could not acquire Yuehua without giving it everything they had. Even then, they might not have the capital to pull it off. Under the gaze of the crowd, he had to insist. How could he admit defeat now? That would only show everyone that a noble young master of the Zhou family was no better than some nobody. Right, President Zhou, you could check with Han Hua again, or ask someone else, someone suggested, unimpressed by Zhao Hao's attitude. People did not truly believe that Zhao Hao, a person who was usually so obscure, could have such deep connections. This was human nature. They felt less envy toward Zhou Chen, whose status they acknowledged, but they burned with jealousy to see Zhao Hao suddenly wealthy. Exactly, President Zhou, check it out, the crowd urged. Seeing Zhao Hao's calm and confident expression, Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. Just you wait. I do not believe for a second it is actually you. Zhou Chen, feeling cornered, pulled out his phone and opened Baidu. Brother Junqing, do you think Zhao Hao is the owner behind the scenes? Mirongwen whispered as she hugged Gu Junqing's arm. If I had not stepped in, that would have been the case. Gu Junqing glanced at the text from Li Zixiu. Brother Junqing, I have already acquired Yuehua. Love, you're Li Zixiu. Just enjoy the show, Gu Junqing said, pinching Mirongwen's delicate nose with an indulgent expression. Mirongwen blushed instantly. Whenever Gu Junqing did such affectionate things, her heart would race. Zhao Hao's situation was a tired cliché. An arrogant villain invites people to dinner, discovers the hotel actually belongs to the protagonist, gets slapped in the face, and the protagonist begins his rise. Haha. The largest shareholder listed here starts with the character Li. What does that have to do with you, you Zhou guy? Zhou Chen laughed loudly, holding up his phone for everyone to see. The app could only show the first character of the shareholder's name, not the full name. Regardless, the surname clearly proved the owner was not Zhao Hao. It really is true. So Zhao Hao was just faking it. Zhao Hao, can you stop being so vain? Saying the owner was you. Exactly. I always said, a guy who is usually stingier than me could never own a hotel this big. The students' comments made Zhao Hao frown. This was impossible. The system had clearly rewarded this hotel to him. It must be a forgery. Wait until I call Han Hua to prove it. Zhao Hao, having just sent Han Hua away, wanted to bring him back to explain. Still trying to make excuses. Did you bribe him, or use some other trick to get him to call you boss? Zhou Chen now hated Zhao Hao even more than he hated Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing was only a rival in love, but Zhao Hao had almost made him lose face on such a massive scale. A tree lives for its bark, and a man lives for his face. Zhao Hao had humiliated him, and he wanted nothing more than to tear him down. Go ahead, just watch. Zhao Hao dialed Han Hua. Hey Han, tell everyone again who the owner of Yuehua is. He had told Han Hua to call anytime there was an issue. I am sorry Zhao Hao. I can no longer hide it. You are not the owner of Yuehua. Han Hua read from a script on the other end. He felt terrible, but if he did not do this, he would lose his job as general manager. What? How is that possible? Zhao Hao completely fell apart. How could this happen? He quickly checked the information on his phone and saw that his position as the largest shareholder was gone. The entire company had been acquired by someone with the surname Li. System, what is going on? Why is the hotel you awarded me no longer mine? Zhao Hao asked his super rich system. Ding. Searching. Ding. The host's rewards are not permanently fixed. If external forces, such as bankruptcy or acquisition, intervene, the system can revoke rewards. What? Why did you not tell me sooner? Zhao Hao demanded, furious. Ding. This system has traversed the heavens and never encountered such a scenario with previous hosts. We did not anticipate you would face this situation. Zhao Hao was speechless. He had to swallow his pride. There was nothing he could do about the system in his head. After all, he still relied on the system to reach the peak of his life. Ha ha ha. What else do you have to say, Zhao Hao? Zhou Chen laughed when he saw Zhao Hao standing there dumbfounded. I may not be the owner now, but I was just a moment ago. Zhao Hao shouted in anger. This had to be someone plotting against him. He had just been about to show off, and it was ruined. How could it be such a coincidence? Zhao Hao, people should not be so vain. You bragged about having such a high status. If you had just claimed to be a small business owner, I might have believed you. Zhao Hao grew more infuriated. His mindset was on the verge of exploding. Only minutes ago, he truly was the owner of Yuehua. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mental state has been damaged. Plundered 200 points of protagonist luck. Rewarded the host with 200 villain points. Ding. The host has altered the plot. Rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Zhao Hao looked around, desperate. It seemed no one believed he had ever been the shareholder. He glanced at Mirongwen and saw her expression. She seemed worried, her elegant brows carrying a hint of affection. Student Mirong, do you believe I was the owner of Yuehua? Do not worry about me. These words cannot break me. I will become even richer. Zhao Hao said earnestly. He was worthy of the goddess Mirong, who had helped him pick up a pen before. She was different from the worldly crowd. He was not wrong, either. Given time, he would be rich beyond anyone's imagination. After all, his system was named Get Rich just by breathing. Mirongwen blinked, having no idea what Zhao Hao was rambling about. She had only been watching the show, and then she was caught off guard when Gu Junqing wrapped his arm around her waist, which had left her feeling a little shaken. Chapter 449. Seeing the eyes of many classmates on her, Mirongwon had to stand up and explain. Sorry, Zhao, I do not have any of the pity you mentioned. She felt helpless, not knowing why she was suddenly called out. She did not want Gu Junqing to misunderstand, believing she felt pity for other men. Since Gu Junqing was so possessive, he certainly would not want her looking at anyone else. A sweet smile crossed Mirongwon's face at the thought. Ha ha ha, I told you, nobody would believe you. Zhou Chen continued to ridicule Zhao Hao with full force. His eyes flickered. He sensed that Zhao Hao, just like him, seemed to have ulterior motives toward Mirongwon. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mentality is damaged. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mentality is damaged. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mentality is damaged. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Seeing his goddess with such a skeptical expression made him feel even worse. He wanted to tell them that he had truly been the boss of UFOA just tens of minutes ago. Right, to prove myself, I drove a luxury car here today. Zhao Hao wanted to continue proving himself, so he stood up to speak to Zhou Chen. A luxury car? May I ask if it has 2 wheels or 3? Zhou Chen's words made all the students laugh. Luxury car? Could it be a Phoenix bicycle? That really counts as luxury among bicycles. What bicycle? You are underestimating Zhao Hao. I bet it is a Yachty electric scooter. Yachty? How much did Yachty pay you? I will give you double for Ama. Hey, you have never even heard of the brand I am talking about. Zhao Hao sneered. The louder they laugh now, the harder their faces will be slapped later. Laugh. Just keep laughing. I will make your faces swollen soon enough. Zhao Hao thought to himself with disdain. Oh, what car is it? Maybach La, Zhao Hao said indifferently. Maybach La, what kind of car is that? The students mocking Zhao Hao were usually in similar circumstances, so they had no idea what this car was. Did you just make up a name? A student asked with confused ridicule. There are only 20 such cars in the world, and each one costs over 20 million yuan. Are you saying you have one? Being a rich second generation, Zhou Chen naturally understood these well-known luxury cars. 20 million? Goodness. A student clicked his tongue. Although some families had assets worth more than 20 million, few could afford to drop that amount just on a single car. Obviously, this car could not be bought just by having 20 million. Social status and reputation were absolutely essential. After all, there were only 20 in the entire world. You really are blowing smoke without a second thought. Is this something you can afford? Even if you brought it, you must have rented it. If you had such a car, why didn't you drive a few laps outside the hotel? A student interrogated Zhao Hao. Heh, if you do not believe me, come and see. Zhao Hao said calmly. Since he failed to show off at the hotel, he certainly would not fail with the car, which was still parked in the lot. Zhao Hao turned his head to Mirongwon and said affectionately, Classmate Mirong, I would like to invite you to ride in my 20 million yuan luxury car. Sorry, I will just ride in my boyfriend's car. Mirongwon replied indifferently. That is a pity. Zhao Hao sighed, not expecting Mirongwon to give him no chance at all. If Mirongwon were willing to talk to him more, he would be willing to play the role of a desperate suck-up. Gu Junqing's predecessor thought, oh sure. Let's follow and see. I want to see what kind of car he brought. Zhou Chen sneered and said to his underlings. A large group of people followed Zhou Chen toward the parking lot. After finishing her meal, Luo Ningya looked up with dazed eyes and tilted her head, wondering why everyone was gone. Ouch, Wanner, why did you flick my forehead? Luo Ningya covered her forehead and looked at Mirongwon with dissatisfaction. You little foodie, everyone is gone, and we should leave too. I flicked you to see if you were still submerged in the ocean of food. Mirongwon laughed softly. Humph, when Brother Junqing bullies you in the future, I will not help you. Luo Ningya snorted, got up, and walked toward the parking lot with Gu Junqing and Mirongwon. Gu Junqing narrowed his star-like eyes. The god-tier tycoon style brought money quickly and in large amounts, but many of the funding sources remained mysterious. It was also highly suspicious how the ownership of certain physical items would suddenly change to the host's name. Gu Junqing had no intention of investigating the source, wanting only to exploit it properly. Generally speaking, to purchase a luxury car of this level, one had to go through a full background check on the buyer before the purchase was possible. Zhao Hao, possessing the Super Tycoon system, clearly did not need any of that. After completing some simple tasks, the system would directly reward him with one. However, there were clearly hidden dangers to this method, such as anti-theft systems. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Gu Junqing's mouth. When Zhao Hao reached his parking space, he was completely stunned. Where was his car? Why was there only a bicycle in such a large parking space? Where is my car? Zhao Hao furiously stepped forward, kicked the bicycle over, and stomped on it twice in anger. Ha ha ha, is this your car? It really is a two-legged contraption. Seeing Zhao Hao's appearance, Zhou Chen laughed until he was out of breath. Where is your car, Zhao Hao? Is this the 20 million yuan luxury car you mentioned? Look, was I right or not? It really is a bicycle. My fault. I initially thought Zhao Hao could at least ride an electric scooter. It seems I overestimated him. It is my bad. The people who had mocked Zhao Hao earlier, who were initially a bit anxious, could not help themselves now that they saw his state. System, why did my car disappear? Hurry up and find my car. Zhao Hao roared wildly at the Super Tycoon system in his mind. Because his car was provided by the system, he could only turn to the system. He could not use any real-world methods. He did not even know the person who sold the car. Except for a driver's license and vehicle registration, he had nothing. Many functions were actually unusable because the manufacturer had never authorized them. Therefore, he could only rely on the system. Ding. Searching. Hum. Ding. System search encountered an unknown situation. Warning, warning. There is an unknown high-energy object nearby intercepting the signal. System stopping search. Zhao Hao was completely dumbfounded. The system could malfunction? This was simply too outrageous. Chapter 450. Zhao Hao, say something. Why are you just standing there? Zhou Chen sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. He had initially thought that if Zhao Hao truly had that kind of ability, his own face would be swollen from the slap. After all, Han Hua had looked at Zhao Hao with a genuine hint of awe earlier. Thankfully, it turned out that this entire spectacle was something Zhao Hao had staged himself. It is impossible. Why is this happening? Zhao Hao felt his mental state beginning to fracture. The hotel was gone, and his car had vanished. His entire plan to show off today had gone down the drain. The real problem was that the system had gone haywire, acting as if it had encountered something terrifying, refusing even to answer him. Ding. Host has caused protagonist Zhao Hao to suffer a mental breakdown. Plundered 500 points of Zhao Hao's protagonist luck. Host villain points plus 500. Ding. Host has altered the plot and prevented Zhao Hao from showing off. Reward 5,000 villain points. Gu Junqing looked at the system prompts and shook his head with faint amusement. He had personally tasked Zhou Mao with stealing Zhao Hao's car, ensuring the plan was foolproof. Generally, luxury cars come with special tracking features, making them incredibly difficult to steal without being detected. That was especially true for vehicles costing tens of millions. Zhao Hao's Maybach Landalet did not pose much of a problem, however, as it lacked any real tracking features. Coupled with the fact that he had jammed Zhao Hao's system search function, the plan was flawless. Has this guy Zhao Hao gone crazy? Does he actually think he owns a luxury car worth over 20 million? I suddenly feel a bit sorry for him. A pathetic person had a dream he believed in, and we are heartlessly exposing him. Wouldn't it have been better to let him keep acting like a big shot? The surrounding chatter made Zhao Hao feel increasingly miserable, and his complexion grew uglier by the second. Don't talk about him like that. He might have just been hallucinating that the car was his. Someone pointed toward a luxury car in the distance and clicked their tongue in wonder. Are you talking about that Aston Martin 1-77? Zhou Chen looked in the direction indicated and spotted the luxury vehicle. Wow, that car is worth nearly 50 million. I never expected to see such a high-end luxury car in the Yuehua parking lot. Zhou Chen exclaimed. He stared at the car with a touch of envy. Although his family was wealthy, they would never allow him to squander money like that. There were only 5 of these cars in the entire country, and even his Zhou family did not have the status to acquire one. Doesn't this just prove that what Zhou Chen said earlier about being the boss of Yuehua was a massive lie? Brother Han must have been deceived by this punk. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Wait, look, the car is moving, someone said, pointing enviously at the Aston Martin 1-77. Wait, why does it seem like it's coming in our direction? As the car drove past, everyone clearly saw Gu Junqing driving, with Mirong Wan and another young woman sitting in the back. However, the car quickly sped away, as if it could not be bothered to linger near them. Wasn't that driver Vice President Mirong's boyfriend? Yeah, it seems Vice President Mirong is not as innocent as she looks. She likes to latch onto the powerful. Still, she missed out on our outstanding president. She will definitely regret this. The person who said the last sentence was nudged in the ribs by someone else. Shut up. Can't you see how ugly the president's face is? The person who had been speaking glanced at Zhou Chen's dark, shifting expression, and immediately went silent, terrified to say another word. Zhou Chen and Zhao Hao both watched the luxury car drive away, their eyes flashing with the same look of obsession. Anyone capable of driving a car like that is absolutely not simple. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, President, if I remember correctly, his name is Gu Junqing. He used to come to the student council to shower Vice President Mirong with attention. He hadn't been here for a while, so I assumed he gave up. I never expected that he had actually succeeded in winning her over. A student council member shook their head with a sigh. Gu Junqing? The Gu family? Could it be the same Gu family that my father warned me never to offend? Zhou Chen muttered to himself. He felt a wave of frustration. The woman he had liked for years was sitting in another man's car, and in the future, she might be sitting on someone else. The mere thought of Mirong when writhing on top of Gu Junqing, or lying beneath him, made him feel sick to his stomach. However, there was nothing he could do. Very few people in all of Luoda could afford a luxury car of that caliber. If the surname was Gu, there was really only one family that fit the bill. It was the Gu family, which had risen to tower over every other clan and faction in Luoda within just a single year. With this realization, some of his resolve began to fade. If Mirongwan had been taken by someone like Zhao Hao, he might have continued to fight for her. But the Gu family was an existence that his Zhou family absolutely did not want to provoke. He was not stupid enough to compete for a woman against Gu Junqing. As for Zhao Hao, he continued to stare blankly at the departing car. His first love, his white moonlight, had just been driven away by another man. He had believed that after acquiring the system, his life would be smooth sailing. He never expected such a terrible blow today. The hotel was gone, the car was gone, and his first love had a boyfriend. Still, he had the system. Zhao Hao clenched his fists, making a silent resolution. Classmate Nirong, wait for me. I will definitely snatch you back from his hands. With the help of the system, given enough time, he could become the world's richest man. By then, even if she carried another man's child, he would treat her well. Damn it, this is bad luck. Seeing the look in Zhao Hao's eyes, Zhou Chen knew that he was also in love with Nirong Wan. Already feeling depressed, Zhou Chen became even more infuriated. Damn it, beat him up. Zhou Chen waved his hand, ordering his dozens of henchmen to attack. The group had been annoyed by Zhao Hao's posturing, so they swarmed him at once to stage a group beating. Zhao Hao braced himself, his brow furrowing slightly. Although his physical constitution had been strengthened by the system's rewards, it was still difficult to withstand the pressure of dozens of grown men. The scene of dozens of people ganging up on one person attracted an increasing number of onlookers. Everyone gathered around to whisper and gossip. Just then, an old man with a white beard wearing plain, simple clothing seemed unable to stand by any longer. Just as he was about to intervene, a somewhat slacker-looking young man stepped forward and spoke sternly. What are you all doing? Are you really going to gang up on one guy? Seeing someone interfere, Zhou Chen sneered and led his men away. Although he was reluctant to let Zhao Hao off without beating him half to death, there were too many prying eyes to continue. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.